I would probably be very afraid, and I'd probably be irrational. I'd be like, hey. I'd probably start saying that.
He also started asking questions that sound caring and thoughtful. Do you still like oat milk, or did you switch back? You still hate mushrooms, right? You still listen to that podcast?
It sounded like this guy has like early fucking dementia.
No, literally, it sounds like he's just forgetting shit. At first, I thought he was just being attentive, but then I noticed the pauses. If I answer differently than expected, he freezes for half a second. Then he adjusts, like he's correcting himself. He's on his phone constantly now, not scrolling, looking, old messages.
Oh my god.
Old photos.
Yeah, this is definitely sounding like early dementia.
What the fuck is happening? Sometimes he scrolls all the way back to the start of our relationship. When I asked him what he was doing, he said he was reminiscing, but he doesn't smile. He studies. Here's where it starts feeling genuinely wrong. This is where it starts? He started repeating conversations back to me, but not in a normal way. Like, I'll tell him something about my day and he'll react normally, laugh, respond, ask questions. Then hours later, he'll bring it up again and say, wait, tell me that part again? When I repeat it, he watches my mouth, not my eyes, like he's checking timing. Sometimes he nods before I finish the sentence, like he already knows what I'm about to say.
I'd say, right. I'd kiss her temple, I'd open the window, and I'd crawl out the window. And I would chalk up the house as a loss on my taxes, and then that's what I would.
Last week, we were talking about plans later in the year, and he casually said, your birthday is before that anyway, right? I said yes and mentioned the date. A few minutes later, I saw him typing it into his notes app. Not my contact, notes. He said he was organizing reminders. That explanation made sense. Everything he says makes sense individually. That's the problem. Another thing, this is the crazy part I haven't told anyone because it sounds crazy. He started copying me. Not obviously little things. The way I sit, the way I drink water, the way I say certain phrases. Sometimes I'll say something without thinking later, and later I'll hear him say the exact same sentence out loud alone, like he's practicing it. He's also stopped laughing like he usually does. His laugh doesn't sound the same. When his phone isn't near him, he's different. Quieter, less confident, like he's missing instructions. When he has it again, it's like he resets. Last night I asked him how we met. He told the story perfectly. Same jokes, same timing, but it felt wrong. Like he wasn't remembering it. Like he was reciting it.
I don't like that. Even from him, I don't. That whole interaction was, yeah, like where it's just like the guy's just like, yeah, I mean, my favorite thing to do is play Settlers of Catan and watch the old Gargoyle show on Disney XD, and she likes to crochet and eat pears.
Later, I checked our old messages. The story matched them almost word for word. That alone shouldn't bother me, but it does now, because I realized I didn't hesitate when I unlocked his phone. I knew the password the way you know your own birthday. Ever since then, I can't shake this feeling that his phone is the only place where I exist properly. Like that's where I'm stored. Like without it, he's reconstructing me in real time. So yeah, part of me thinks maybe he doesn't remember me, like actually doesn't remember me, not in a forgot a detail way, but in a deeper way. Like the memories aren't there and he's trying to rebuild them from whatever he still has access to. I keep wondering if it's something medical, a head injury he didn't tell me about, a blackout, something neurological, something he's aware of but trying to manage quietly so it doesn't scare me. But then I don't know what to do with the weird parts, the copying, the watching, the way he asks things carefully like he's afraid of asking the wrong question. Please tell me if I'm overthinking this because I don't feel like I am anymore. What the fuck am I reading?
He's studying her.
This is
because he wants to be her. He's going to kill her and
take her identity.
Did you get a haircut?
No.
What?
Wait, does it look bad?
No, it just looks shorter.
No, I know.
Well,
I get an 8 on the back and the sides.
I notice when you don't get a haircut.
So do I. When I don't get a haircut for a while, I feel ugly as shit.
When she gets so busy and I just don't schedule one because I'm like, I'm not feeling that.
Yeah, I get
going all the way down there.
Yep. Mine take 20 minutes and they're like $20.
What?
Go to a hair salon.
He goes to Only Fades.
Yeah.
So I just got home from not only the worst haircut I've ever gotten in my entire life, but also the worst experience I've ever had in my entire life. Because this raw anger has been built up inside of me for the past 3 hours. I cannot begin to explain to you how absolutely horrendous my experience was at Sports Clips. Check in early with app, I take a shower, I brush my teeth, and I'm ready to go. Boom, you're next in line, 15-minute wait. There's 2 ladies that are there that could cut my hair now. My name goes from next in line, 45-minute wait, 2 randos just slide up right above me. These professional ass ladies, they're doing their Edward Scissorhands up in the cut, just going ham on these dudes. And they look gorgeous. Then it's my turn, 45 minutes later. Boom, I go. I sit down in the chair. This is happening. Just like nervous. Her hands are like 900 degrees and I feel heat traveling through my face down my neck to my back. And I'm sweating in this chair for 3 hours getting a trim 4 people had to cut my hair, bro. And she's got these big bare hands, and she's like grabbing my. So I get the Minecraft Steve lineup, just straight box across. Yeah. How bad is it?
Look up Simple Jack.
Who is Simple Jack?
Got his haircut right now.
What? What is that? She didn't cut it. That's what I'm saying. She didn't cut it. Look.
It's like an egg.
Requirements to work at Sports Clips. Dude, anybody can apply for a job at Sports Clips. You don't even need a fucking cosmetology license. They don't even drug test. They're hiring thugs. I knew a thug cut my hair. Big fat bitch with the bare hands ripping my So basically what just happened, some homeless lady who's never had a job in her entire life just me up for $30, and for 3 hours I just got railed.
Yobi, you okay?
You're really ugly.
It's not my fault.
It really is so uneven.
Dude, it is like it's. Oh my God! Turn around!
We gotta get him overalls. We gotta get him overalls and like a button-down shirt. You look like a village idiot.
But
He's
bro,
aired me twice now about playing Rocket League.
I mean, he does it to me too when he's in league. I'm like, hey, you want to play Rivals? And he's in league and he doesn't respond to me ever. Yeah, he does it, bro.
oh, dude, nah. League of Legends is a game I think I genuinely had to drop.
I would.
It's not healthy.
I know.
Good.
There's like studies
Yeah,
on it. People
there are
teach it in
studies.
school and shit. I'm joking.
No, he's not wrong.
Risk of Rain.
No,
Why?
that game burns the fuck out of my eyes.
I know. It's so much fun.
Brother, it's 5 hours for one run.
No, it doesn't have to be. You can do whatever.
It's not fun unless you're completely God mode. Hello?
I played Risk of Rain. I think the farthest I got.
Hello. Ooh. Right. Just go up. Okay. I don't want to.
Recently, I've come across one of the scariest YouTube channels I have ever seen,
Hello.
and I want to tell you about it. A few years back, a YouTube channel out of Japan began posting videos. Initially,
Got a
the channel
couple
seemed
of
to be a hub for
for
obscure
today.
or lost Japanese media, with the majority of uploads being less.
One of those
than
being
some
some Gnome show art, like a nice little spread, and then nice little bit of action practice as always. I'm going to start with the animation practice, then I'll go some of the
rituals to contact the dead in cursed and haunted homes. What's fascinating about this channel is any standalone video works on its own. The channel maintains its focus.
Oh,
with
we're
a
gonna
series of
start with
standalone found
Wilhelm.
movies. But when you watch them back to back, you may start to notice some things. The same dates mentioned by seemingly unrelated characters. The same signs and symbols show up again and again. And some of the questions we find can be answered by questions we find at other parts in the channel. This, in combination with its excellent tension and scares, makes every revelation we find more terrible than the last. So hello everybody, today we're going to be talking about Fake Documentary Q. Like I said, every video on the channel works as its own short horror film, so I'd actually come across a couple of their videos before and not realized it was part of a whole. The videos I came across were Sanctuary and Basement, two things that, again, I thought were just cool horror projects, not realizing it's a part of an even bigger cool horror project. Now, it's no secret that I'm not the best at covering this stuff. For some reason, you people like to put up with my subpar expertise, if you want to call it that, but that's especially true here, considering that a lot of the extracurricular stuff for the series is just in Japanese. The series seems to have a pretty big following in Japan, judging by the comment section and all the extra blog posts and fan stuff online in Japanese. But because of that, if you're not familiar with the language, there's only so far you can go, especially considering there's multimedia tied into this YouTube channel that makes it more of an ARG, with things like in-universe blog posts and even a book. That's right, Japan is so far ahead of us in scary videos that even their YouTube channels have novels. So what I want to do today is go through the YouTube channel that thankfully has English subtitles and talk about what can you pick apart from the videos themselves and what makes these scares work works so well. And if you do speak Japanese and want to learn more about the story, then I'll have those links in the description. And if you don't know Japanese but still want to learn about the other stuff from the story, I've got links for that too. For one, there's a lot of great resources in the fake documentary Q subreddit, including user Regent Siskronos, who is currently going through the book, translating it to English one chapter at a time. And a couple English-speaking channels have covered this channel before, people like Rainbot and Nightmind, and I'll have them linked in the description as well. But one channel I really recommend you check out is Tub Spoopy Club. Spoopy Club. Yeah. She's currently uploading parts of an analysis of the series, but unlike me, she speaks Japanese and is incorporating her knowledge from the book into her analysis. So I highly recommend you check out her channel. And also at the time of recording, she only has 141 subscribers, so show her some love if you could. And also before we begin, show me some love if you could and also want to. That's because the Manhunt collection is currently available at wendigoon.shop and will only be available for like the next 2 weeks. So get the t-shirt, journal, WIU hat, and jacket while you can. And also for Black Friday, you can get in on the cryptid enamel pins. This was a fun drop a lot of y'all seem to like, so until Monday, you can get it for half off. That's right, half off its original price, and if you order now, it'll be there in time for Christmas, but there's only a limited supply, so get in while you can. And as always, if you decide to support by picking up some merch, it means the world. I really appreciate you all. And who I also appreciate is the sponsors of these videos who make sure I can still make a living, even if I have to say things like suicide a lot, which I'm going to have to do in this video a lot, which I should also probably mention trigger warning for that in this video because it's a Japanese online horror story. So of course there's going to be a lot of that, but it's going to be cool. I promise. Well, not that the suicide will be cool. The videos will be around it. That is decidedly not cool, of course. And something that's really not cool is not taking care of your body. I know it's the holiday season. I know we're all traveling to see friends and family and finish up with year-end jobs, but that should be all the more reason to stay on top of your health, not ignore it. Thankfully,
In these chats and
AG1,
which side of things where it's like, hey, AI stream view.
Health drink that combines
And
your
it's
multivitamins, your pre and probiotics, your antioxidants, and much more in one easy drink. Outside of the holidays, it's hard enough to remember a bunch of pills and doses you have to take. And AG1 makes it easy because all you need is 8 to 12 ounces of water and a spoonful of AG1 and you're good to go. I have a notoriously terrible diet. I had 2 different kinds of pasta for dinner to let you know where I've been at lately. But AG1 helps me feel better throughout the day, keeps my mood up, and it's not that it's some miracle tonic, it's just the things that your body's been looking for. Now with their extra flavors like berry, tropical, and citrus, you can do it the way you want it. And if you want to get in on this offer, then now's the perfect time because of AG1's holiday bundle. All you got to do is head to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/wendigoon or scan the QR code, and along with your order of AG1, you will get $126 in free gifts. That's right, things like a shaker bottle, a metal canister for your AG1, as well as AGZ and different flavors of AG1 in a sample pack. All of this available for the holiday season. Again, that's drinkag1.com/wendigoon or scan the QR code to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you all for watching the ad. Thank you to AG1 for sponsoring the channel. Their link will be in the description. We are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. There's really not a good way to explain what the fake documentary Q channel's format is going to be like because it changes so much between videos, other than to say it's always within the realm of found footage. Sometimes that's a mockumentary. Sometimes it's like a handheld Last Survivors perspective. Sometimes it's just security camera footage of something really bad happening to someone. A lot of the analysis for this channel doesn't make sense unless you have the pieces of other videos that come later. So I'm going to save most of the closer analysis until after we've had a run through of the series. And also, to overstate this point, this series is too good to let me spoil. You don't even have to watch the whole thing if you don't want to. Just go watch a few videos before you let me ruin the surprise. Like I said earlier, Basement and Sanctuary are great, but you should also check out Passengers or Film Inferno. All of those are some of my favorites. As a matter of fact, the quality in those videos, especially Film Inferno, combined with some of the actors we see in this series who are actors in mainstream Japanese horror films, let you know that this is a production far beyond most scary YouTube channels. So let's begin with our first video titled Cursed Video. The text on screen from the Q channel tells us that this was archived footage from a TV company. Again, the Q channel itself seems to be a sort of archive. So what we're about to watch is something that was meant for a TV network but was never aired for some reason. The crew from this TV station was investigating a rumor that they found mentioned on several forums. The rumor being that there's a VHS tape at this store that if you watch it, it will kill you. So a network director and a cameraman go to this store to investigate the urban legend. After they can't find it on the shelves themselves, they ask the young clerk, who doesn't know what they're talking about. The clerk calls his manager, who wasn't supposed to come in today, but on hearing these guys are looking for the video that kills you, decides to come in. When the manager gets there, he seems to be familiar with the tape that the two men are talking about. One great thing about this video that will stay consistent throughout the series is their attention to detail. In whatever format they're trying to mimic, they adopt all the details of it. The way every secondary figure's face is censored, the way the shelves themselves and advertisements are censored, the way the cameraman hides the camera until the manager consents to being filmed. It all makes you feel like this is really something that was going to be put on a network. Eventually, digging around in the office, the manager finds the old tape, which sure enough has a giant label across the front of it that says if you watch it, you'll die. So of course, while standing around next to a VCR, the guys decide to watch it. The manager says that there's a specific sequence in the video that is said to be the part that kills you. Otherwise, it seems to be a pretty run-of-the-mill, low-budget horror movie. But the sequence in question is certainly odd, as all it shows is 3 black and white portraits. The first portrait is too dark to make out, while the other 2 seem to be wake portraits, or in other words, the kind of picture that is placed at someone's funeral. So perhaps viewing these 3 dead people is what causes you to die. After they watch it, the store manager says that he was the one who wrote the note on the tape. Not for anything nefarious, just as a marketing gimmick. He said the tape wasn't getting rented a lot, so he decided to put the note on it to draw attention, and then let out a post online saying that there's a specific sequence that kills you if you watch it. The manager went as far to add the first black and white portrait. Then after the video was rented several times, more people added more portraits, keeping the joke and rumor going. But eventually people lost interest and the myth died out. So an interesting segment for a TV crew, right? There's a rumor online that this video kills you, and it turns out the guy selling it said that just to make it popular. Well, when it seems the segment is over, the channel tells us some more information. It says that shortly after this was filmed, the director and cameraman died, and we're shown more footage of their interview with the manager, where we see the director bought the tape off of the manager. We then learned that this footage of the TV crew, as well as the original VHS tape, were found in the TV company's archive. So we then, after a warning, see the clip in question. After which, in the final moments of the video, we hear a conversation between the director and cameraman before they left the video store, in which the director notes that the manager said there's 4 photographs in the sequence now, but the director and cameraman only counted 3. And with that, Cursed Video ends. Cursed Video is a setup we're all familiar with. There's a haunted tape that if you watch it, you're going to die. And the TV crew checked it out, and it turned out to be a marketing stunt. But then they died. So that's weird, right? Why, if this was something the manager just made up so the video would get rented, why did it actually happen? Things to keep in mind for later. Our next video, Strange Messages, is about an odd cassette tape that was sent into the network. Considering we're told this from captions on screen we'll see throughout the series, we can assume that this network is the Q channel itself. Attached to the cassette tape is a voice message. A woman says that 30 years ago, she began to receive weird prank calls in the middle of the night. So she went to the police, who recommended she kept an answering machine to record what was being said. And this cassette tape is simply a compilation of those recordings. And some of the things she was sent are weird. Some of it's just weird tones and music, but some of it is people asking and calling out, and never the same voice twice. Others are people repeating phrases or numbers over and over, like one that continuously says 6451. And in some instances, it just sounds like suffering. Now, once again, I don't speak Japanese, but commenters who do seem to agree that something is being mumbled here about a mirror, saying phrases like, "It's in the mirror." And that's all this video is, just some weird things recorded back in the 90s. So for now, we'll go to the next video. What the Deceased Left Behind. In this video, we follow the perspective of a group of friends who are hiking to the top of a mountain. They're hiking in honor of their friend, Naoto. Naoto was an avid hiker who one day hiked up this mountain and took his own life by overdose. So once a year, this group of friends hiked to the place where his body was discovered and leave flowers. His friends believed that he was going through a mental crisis prior to his death, as he began to say things like he was seeing ghosts. They also remarked that his body was found without any of his belongings, something that's weird considering how far out he would have had to have hiked to get to the place where his body was found. Eventually, his friends make it to the memorial and leave a bouquet of flowers. They have a moment of prayer and silence, and all seems to be well, or at least mostly well. See, if you pay attention to a lot of the subtleties in the dialogue of this series, you'll start to notice some clues. Some of them are so subtle, I can't tell if I'm just making stuff up. But I don't think so, because other equally subtle instances later in the series turn out to be clues to whole new discoveries. So at the risk of being paranoid, which is pretty much my job description, his friends are kind of weird. Like, for example, they mentioned at the beginning that they do this every year. But during the hike itself, they seem very unprepared. They're out of shape, they're panting, they're asking which way to go. And then after they leave the flowers at the memorial, it gets even more weird, because they seem confused on what to do next. Asking if they should take the flowers, if they should leave them, if they should stop recording. Again, just little things that seem out of place for a group of people that are coming up here for their friend and supposedly do it a lot. This is made even more weird by what happens next. If you'll remember, Naoto was found without any of his belongings. Well, one of the friends suggests that maybe they should clean up the litter around the memorial. And as they do, somehow, they come across Naoto's bag, which they mentioned earlier that there was a whole police investigation around this. If that bag was lying 20 feet away, they would have found it. And not only is it suddenly here now for them to find, but it is in a much better condition than it actually would be if it was just sitting out here for years. Regardless, they go through the bag and find a camera, books, and something that's blurred out. And this video ends by showing us a slideshow of what was found on the camera. A lot of it's normal pictures of the mountain, pictures of nature. At 7 minutes and 4 seconds, there is this weird image of what might be a cave. But more importantly, there are two pictures that stands out. One is a picture of another hiker walking away. This would be mostly normal if not for the fact that Naoto's friends say this looks exactly like him. So does this mean someone else had Naoto's camera and took a picture of him right before he died? And if so, why would Naoto have given it to them? Why would it wind up back in his backpack? But most alarming is the last picture we see. A picture that simply shows us this: a giant column of smoke making its way up the trail, supposedly towards Naoto. This was the last photo taken before his death. The bottom of the smoke almost appears as legs. Perhaps this thing looked like a person initially, or appeared as a person until the photograph was taken. Whatever this is, Naoto wasn't alone out here. And maybe he was right when he said he saw ghosts. And with that, this video ends. Now, up until this point, nothing explicitly supernatural has happened yet. Obviously, it was implied in the first video that the director and cameraman were cursed for watching the video, but they just died. We didn't see a ghost or anything. Well, this is the first time of something that will continue to happen throughout this channel. There are ghosts, or demons, or something in between. The supernatural certainly exists in this world, but it exists in weird ways. All we can ask ourselves for now is what really happened to Naoto. Our next video is titled Exorcism, and it's being filmed by a psychic and his cameraman who perform exorcisms. The text tells us that this was being recorded as advertisement for the psychic's business, which, funny enough, this fictional psychic actually has a website you can check out that advertises his exorcism services as a fun little time into this ARG's world. Also, something else in this series that's on display in this video is the uncanny ability of every actor they hire, because you never see repeat actors, at least I don't think you do. So for each of these videos, they have to get a whole new cast, and every time they blow me away. Like, never once am I taken out of the scene because the acting is bad, except for explicit instances where they want me to be taken out of the scene because the acting is bad. Like here, you have a psychic who's taking his job very seriously, walking up with a hired cameraman who couldn't care less. And look at how that interaction plays out. Like, I don't know where they find these guys at, but it works every time. The two come to the house and are greeted by a couple. The husband and wife believe that the wife may be possessed. They say that she has uncontrollable swings of emotion and violence. They've been to hospitals and shrines, but no one can help them. Until eventually, a family member recommended the psychic services. The psychic asked to take a look around their house, and as he moves through the walls, the outside, you're probably asking some questions about him. Given the fact that he's hired a cameraman to advertise his business, you probably think this guy's a phony. At least that's the impression I had when I first watched this video. However, regardless if he's a phony or not, he's about to walk into something very real. After checking out the house, the psychic tells the couple that the wife is in fact possessed, but it's not that bad. He says the gates of the house are covered in various spiritual symbols, and it's allowed the house to be an open gateway for wandering spirits. Well, most of these spirits simply enter the house and do nothing, because they don't see the people as a viable host. But the spirit that's attached itself to her is a lost kid, someone who's just afraid as she is, and someone who it won't be hard to ask to leave. So the psychic gets his gear together and begins to perform an exorcism. Sure enough, as the exorcism begins, the woman begins to cry. It's hard to tell at what point she's crying or the spirit inside of her is crying or laughing. Again, the acting is top notch. But then suddenly, something changes, something the psychic didn't expect. She suddenly begins screaming and kicking. The husband tries to help, but he's thrown into the wall. She shouts and yells. Both the psychic and the cameraman are terrified. And in the final moments of the video, in desperation, the psychic simply says, "This is wrong. We failed." The "we failed" line is haunting. Normally, you would expect an exorcist in these scenarios to say something like, "We have to try something else," or "This isn't going well." But to say "we failed" sounds like it's irrecoverable. Whatever's happened here is something powerful. And if you pause the video at just the right time, you can see what that something is. Because as soon as the freak out begins, you see this. This does not appear to be the spirit of a lost boy. If the psychic was right and this house had been an open gateway that spirits could just walk into, then perhaps this lost boy was only inside of the woman to hide from whatever this is. There's greater forces at play that even those who know of the supernatural aren't aware of. Also, this kind of thing happens through the series constantly. There are a ton of secret background images or faces that are terrifying. There are two, I will point out as we get to them, that are awful and have made me lose sleep. And I don't even say that to be like, oh, they're so frightening that you won't be able to sleep. No, like, they're a distinct visual of something in the shadows that when I'm laying in bed at night, I'm almost more frustrated than scared that I keep thinking about a stupid face in a stupid corner. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Boiling One ARG by Dr. Nobody. That like face that peers over the bed and it says like, oh, when you go to sleep at night, you'll think at me and that will summon me. For like a week, I would be laying in bed at night and I would think about that line and have to be like, I guess I'm awake for another 10 minutes just looking at the corners. Isn't this great? This is fun. I love scary videos. Did I call him Dr. Nobody? I mean, Dr. Nowhere. He knows who he is. You know what? Dr. Nobody, because I want to sleep. And again, any of these videos, like the one we just watched, Exorcism, you can turn on that cool little 12-minute horror story at a party and it works. Everyone understands it. Psychic goes to a house, exorcism goes wrong. But there's always something happening in the background that adds up to the whole. But that doesn't mean a casual watch isn't appreciated, because it certainly is, and is terrifying. Our next video is titled House of Mirrors, and true to the name, the video opens with a guy walking through a house recording a bunch of mirrors. At first, we don't know why he's doing this. It seems he's walking through a house someone is living in, and he's just away from. We get some details as to who might be living in this house when we see things like a kid's toilet seat attached to the larger toilet seat, or a walker in the shower. Perhaps a family lived here, but for whatever reason they're gone, and now a bunch of mirrors are in their place. At 1 minute and 51 seconds in, our videographer shows himself in the bathroom mirror. What's interesting is he's wearing a shirt that's written in English, but it's easy for us to read left to right. Normally in this situation, if you were holding up a camera facing a mirror, then the image in the camera would be reversed. In other words, the shirt should be backwards. But because the shirt isn't backwards, that means the video file itself that we're watching has been mirrored. Left and right's getting mixed up is actually something we'll see a few times throughout this series. As he continues to film the house, the channel tells us that the videographer was hired to film all of the mirrors in the home. And we're told the house was previously inhabited by a husband, a wife, and the wife's mother, who had dementia. Until one day, the mother with dementia disappeared, and the wife became convinced that her
Do you have favorite gnome?
Again,
Ben.
in the video
Easily is my
itself,
favorite.
The series does such a great job with its tension and build up. First, we have no idea why this guy is filming mirrors, and then we hear that a woman disappeared and someone else was convinced that she's in the mirror. So now, every time we see a mirror, every time the camera glances past one, we're looking for details, trying to make out someone in the background. Eventually, while in the top floor of the house, while the videographer is filming a mirror, the door behind him flies open. He freaks out and turns around to see that there's another mirror propped up in the now open closet. The two mirrors are now facing each other. If one mirror can hold a person, then what can two repeating mirrors hold within them? This freaks the cameraman out and he runs out of the house. However, after his footage ends, the channel takes us back and shows us a couple things we might have missed. Particularly, that in the background of two of the mirror shots, just as we feared, we can see the image of a little girl standing at the back of the room and a tall man in a suit. Both of their faces obscured. Some people, because of the suit coat, tie the tall man to the image we saw in the cursed video, the darkened portrait of the guy in the suit in the segment that's supposed to kill you if you watch it. But don't worry, we'll be seeing more of these two later. All we need to know for now is that the wife seems to be right. There was something in the mirrors. Our next video, Bivouac, follows the perspective of an outdoor vlogger. Specific locations get censored out in the series, but from what we can see, she seems to be hiking through the countryside of Japan. It seems that her plan is to make her way to a lodge further up the mountain before night. However, as she's walking through the woods, she seems to get lost, eventually becoming panicked, unsure of what way to turn. This leads her to getting so lost that she has no other option than to set up camp for the night, which I just have to say, I understand she's an outdoor vlogger and probably camps out by herself a lot and all, but she is way too comfortable with this. Like, she goes from freaking out to panicking to having no idea where she's at to just, oh, well, this spot's fine. She vlogs the whole process of setting up the tent. At one point, she points through the trees and says that she sees the moon, although I'm not entirely convinced that's a moon. And then as she's laying in her tent, reading before bed, filming all the while, she hears something outside of her tent. She crawls out of her tent and shines the light in the direction she heard. Before us, we see 3 large tape sticks held together by a large pink ribbon. These sticks were not there when she made the tent, which means while she was lying there, someone walked right next to her and tied these together for some reason. Perhaps to mark her for something, perhaps as some kind of ritual or spell. Whatever it is, she does the smart thing and gets out of there. However, after making it to safety, she decided to go back and review her footage. And at one point in the footage, when she was trying to decide which way to go, she hears this. A voice was calling out to her, leading her in the wrong direction. While she seems to have made it out, some force in the darkness was working against her. I like how varied a lot of the scares in the videos are. Sometimes it's an exorcist with a giant demon thing behind him, and other times it's just a woman waking up in the night to see that there are sticks tied next to her tent. Both are scary for their own reasons, but Q does such a great job at making both fit into their narrative. Our next video is titled Obscure, and this video simply takes us through a series of blog posts made by someone who calls himself Orange Robinson. Orange's last blog post was made on November 25th, 2011. In this blog post, he said that he couldn't take it anymore, that he sees faces everywhere, even in the clouds as pictured here, which to us just looks like normal clouds. To explain how Orange got to this point, we then rewind to a year prior, November of 2010. In November of 2010, Orange was posting about a new job he got editing photos for some development company. He says that the weirdest job he got was from a client who remained anonymous. This client simply requested to have a face largely plastered over a picture of a family. And the face looked like this. It's hard to tell exactly what we're looking at. If this face is a digital distortion or some kind of glitch, or if the person being pictured has some kind of deformity or burn. It's a weird request, but Orange's boss says it's probably fine, so Orange does it. Simply making the image of the face kind of transparent and laying it over the picture of the family. This seems to be what the client wanted, because over the next 5 months, they requested this 74 more times, taking other family photographs and requesting the same face to be added on top of them. The client kept paying, so they kept doing it for a while. But eventually, Orange's boss developed a sort of paranoia. He began to see this face everywhere he went. So he tells Orange to respond to the client, turning them down. To which Orange receives a final email that simply says, "Thank you for everything," and attached is an image of a family now all wearing the same disfigured face. The boss's paranoia worsens and the company shuts down. And as we saw from Orange's blog post at the beginning of this video, it seems he didn't do too great either. That's all we get out of this video, but what could it mean? Was this just some client who was mad at a family and wanted to throw this gross picture over their image? Or if some have speculated, perhaps the client was the disfigured person and wanted their image lazily put on top to feel like they were a part of a family. But if that was the case, then the final image throws that theory out the window, because they send back a picture that if this is just about image distortion, they can clearly do themselves. There's something more nefarious happening here, and why did the client want Orange to be the one who did it? Our next video, Sanctuary, has to be one of the most popular from the whole channel. We're thrown into the perspective of a man running at night, clearly out of breath and panicked. From the timestamp in the camera he's holding, we can see that it's February 4th of 2012. He runs to his car and throws the camera on the dash. As he begins to back away, his friend comes running out of the darkness, just as panicked as our driver is. The friend begins yelling, saying that the driver was going to leave him, and it seems from the conversation that they did leave a friend behind. The driver remarks that all that matters now is to get out of here and then call the police. We don't know what the men saw in the darkness, but it's certainly something dangerous. We're then treated to what is the slowest getaway ever. See, they're on the side of a mountain road at night. There's not enough room to turn around, and it's too dark to easily see where you're going. So in order to not drive off the side of a cliff, they've got to go backwards at like 3 miles an hour. But this low tension leads to some great moments. Like, for example, at one point while they're backing up, they hit something. The friend gets out to check what they hit, which I have no idea why you would get out of the car. After the friend checks, he gets back in the car and tells the driver to just keep going. And the slow reverse leads to this really cool shot. As it's revealed, they hit someone in the road. Someone whose body was likely already lying there. And judging by the friend's reaction, this doesn't seem to be the other friend they left behind, but is instead someone that neither of the two know. Just as we're wondering what could possibly be happening in these woods, we're given an answer as our driver begins to turn. Men in white outfits similar to PPE or painter suits with lifeless plastic masks stand around the sides of the road. The men begin to scream and panic as 2 of the white suits walk to either side of the car. It seems the 2 men didn't lock the car, which once again, combined with getting out of the car, excellent survival instincts, as the white suits rip open the door and tear the 2 men out, to which we can hear them pleading for their life before they're killed. Someone, likely one of the people in the white suits, gets in the car and begins to drive it forward towards the direction where the video began. As he's driving, we see that another white suit is dragging the body the men ran over earlier back up the mountain. The suits likely threw this body out here as a roadblock. Once this driver gets back to the car's original position, we see more people in the same strange outfit come walking out of the woods. At the same time, the radio begins to speak. A voice begins to repeat numbers. The numbers are 8673. This driver then notices the camera grabbing it, at which our video ends. And once again, this works so well as a standalone horror story. A couple guys driving down a dark road at night come across what seems to be a cult or some kind of ritual, and then they're killed by whatever group is out here in the woods. But as it relates to the whole, we've had some hints of something being off in the woods. From the hiker that died up there having a picture of a ghost coming up the trail, or the vlogger who was clearly being followed by someone who tied those branches outside of her tent. Perhaps this cult we see in Sanctuary is responsible for these things, or they're just one of several weird things happening in the forest at this time, which, spoilers, it's the latter. Our next video, Flower Offering, shows us news reporters conducting street interviews. They're asking people what they're upset about, what's one thing about their life they wish they could change. Most of their answers are normal until they get to someone who identifies as Mr. S. Mr. S says that if he could change anything, he would stop whoever it is from leaving flowers at his door every week. Seemingly, the news crew decides that's more interesting than whatever they were doing and follows him home. We learn that Mr. S is away from his family on a business trip, and while he's been staying in an apartment in the city, every week someone has left a bouquet of flowers. When the crew gets to his apartment, they see that this has annoyed him to the point that he has a sign taped to his door asking someone to stop leaving flowers. Now, initially, you may hear this and think, I mean, who cares? They're flowers, right? If anything, it's nice. But two things. For one, if you don't know anyone in the place you're staying, you're just there for business, then it's definitely someone who doesn't know you who's bringing you flowers. And to make it even more alarming, the kind of flowers he is being given are specifically funeral flowers. So this could be some kind of threat. He still has the last bundle of flowers in the trash can, so the news crew takes it out and looks at it. While tearing apart the binding at the base of the bouquet, they see that wrapped inside of the paper is a shredded photograph. So they put the pieces back together and see that it's a photo of 3 kids. And the face of the middle kid has been rubbed off. Mr. S doesn't recognize these kids. Regardless, it makes his situation all the more alarming. The news crew asks if they can put up a camera, and Mr. S agrees. For a week, the news crew watches the camera and nothing happens. They see Mr. S come and go from work, and the only person who interacts with the door is an upstairs neighbor who, when passing by, just looks at the sign on the door and looks at the camera and goes about their day. It seems that the camera worked in deterring whoever this was from leaving another bouquet of flowers, but coincidentally, that means they couldn't catch it on camera. Since they can't dedicate all of their time to this, they decide to end the investigation. So they go to see Mr. S and tell him that although they have to leave, he can keep the camera, and he thanks them and they're on about their way. As they're leaving, he even leans over the balcony and waves down to them. And that's the end of the video, but if you pay attention, there's more happening here. Because after they're saying goodbye to Mr. S, if you look over his shoulder, there's a shadow sitting at the table behind him. Furthermore, in the final shot, as he's waving down to them, you can see the same silhouette, tall and imposing, just out of sight. This is similar to the shadowy figure we saw in Exorcism, or the image of the ghost and what the deceased left behind. The world of fake documentary Q is one full of spirits, and it seems one of them has found their way into Mr. S's apartment. Considering we didn't see any ghost when they first got to his apartment, we can assume that something changed. Perhaps putting the picture back together, or perhaps preventing a new bouquet of flowers from arriving caused the spirit to come out. Perhaps whoever was leaving the flowers wasn't doing it out of malice, but as a way to appease whatever entity was in the apartment. In the final text of the video, we learned that Mr. S moved out of the apartment shortly afterwards, so we can assume after the news crew's visit, things got worse. Also, there's another weird detail. Look at the bouquet of flowers that Mr. S received. This is the exact same bouquet of flowers that was left at the memorial and what the deceased left behind. So of course, the question you ask is why? All things to keep in mind for now. The next video is titled The Visit. We learn from the text on screen that there is a small village that has a ritual. The ritual can only take place shortly after someone from the village has died. For 7 days, the body must be placed in a house and mourners come to mourn over the corpse. The head mourner must see that all of this is carried out in diligence and all the ritual procedures are followed to code. At the end of a week, a spirit will enter the house and judge the ritual. If the ritual was performed correctly, this allows the head mourner to speak to the underworld and even use their powers to kill a target of their choosing. If the ritual is not performed correctly, then the spirits take the soul of the head mourner instead. So our perspective for this video is a camera that's been set up to record the ritual. We see several people coming in to do their mourning. We see the head mourner checking the cameras. At night, when no one's around, we notice some strange things. A wind seems to blow in and move the cloth away from the dead face. At one point, the body convulses as if something is in its chest. On the final day, we see that a sort of black ooze begins to emanate from the corpse's head, and we see that it's time for judgment to occur. The head mourner takes the camera, now holding it in his hand, and goes to inspect the body. As he pulls off the face cloth, we see that the face is now a decomposed mess with this ooze seeping out of it, which I'm not an expert in Japanese rituals, but if I had to guess, that means the spirits aren't happy. The head mourner realizes this and begins to panic as spirits fill the inside of the house. He runs, seeing them everywhere, eventually trying to shut a door as a hand reaches out to stop him, and the video ends. So what we see here is a failed ritual. There's different reasons for why it could have failed. There's several instances where the head mourner comes to the camera to check on it, and he seems more annoyed by the whole process than actually mourning. Or perhaps because they left a window open at night that caused the wind to blow the napkin away from the face, that was disrespectful to the body, and that's why they failed. Either way, it didn't work, and we can assume that the mourner was taken. However, there's another detail to this video you might have missed. The house that they are in is the same house from Exorcism, the one where the lady was convinced she was possessed by a young child, and then the exorcism went wrong. As a matter of fact, the same room the exorcism takes place in is the same one that the body's laid in here. And as a matter of fact, compared to the people around the body looks pretty small. So perhaps the body we see in the visit is the body of a child whose soul was left in the house after the ritual went wrong, and that also explains why the exorcism went wrong. This was something far more complicated than just a lost
OMG, how's it going? It's going good. It's going good.
Regardless, the
A little
visit
busy,
is
just
another
trying to get some
way
stuff
see
done
the
for the
elements of this world. Our next video arguably doesn't have any supernatural elements at all, but is still Very creepy. Our next video portrait comes from a television segment that aired on a local news network. The news network was recording the daily life of people in Japan for little 1 to 2 minute bumpers to air on the network. One of the episodes they did was about a husband and wife. The husband was a retired cop and police sketch artist
Just got
who was
back from
now
camp.
suffering from the early
Nice.
stages of dementia. This is intercut with the director of this segment,
How was it?
referred to as Director In, giving her experience about filming the old couple. She says they were there for a collective 7 days over the course of a month, and this was just supposed to be about their daily routine, getting up in the morning, what they made for dinner. That is until the director noticed an odd pattern. Every day, Hideo, the husband, would go on a walk for 7 to 8 hours. He would leave in the morning and come home just before dark around 5 p.m. This is obviously weird because, as mentioned, Hideo has dementia, so maybe not great to let him wander around by himself. And also, where do you go on a walk for 8 hours? Or at least, how do you do that every day? The director asked the wife how she felt about this, and the wife said that anytime she texts or calls, he answers right away, and he likes being outside, so it doesn't concern her. After Hideo gets home, they eat dinner, and then after dinner, he sketches. Again, this makes sense as he was previously a police sketch artist. However, he always sketches faces. When asked about the
It's
faces,
good. I saw the
Hideo
Grand
says that
Canyon.
people
Nice.
a long time ago. The director theorizes that perhaps these are faces his brain remembers from his time
Never
as a
been to
sketch
the
artist. This would make sense considering several of the faces seem to be in a state of distress or perhaps a state of anger. But on its own, it's nothing too alarming. The husband goes on long walks and then draws in the evenings. So the news crew ends their filming, but after they leave, something weird happens. The wife contacts the director and says that shortly after they left, Hideo went on a walk, never came home. Again, something that was probably inevitable if you were letting a guy with dementia go on a walk for the equivalent of a whole workday. So the director helped the wife get Hideo put on the missing persons list. However, while looking at the recent missing persons reports, the director noticed something alarming. Several of the people recently reported as missing in the region were eerily similar to sketches that Hideo had drawn. Even more alarming, these people were reported missing after Hideo had made the sketches. The director speculates that perhaps while out on these walks, he found a body dump, and because of his dementia, was unable to report it, but instead remembered the faces and wrote them down before the persons were reported missing. So the director gets Hideo's sketchbook and looks through it. She realizes that the final drawing is of his own face, meaning the night before Hideo disappeared, in this sketchbook, he drew his own face. There's a few theories as to what's going on here. For one, taking it out of the supernatural context, taking it out of the context of the series around it, this could just be a serial killer. He's a former cop who plays up his dementia and goes out for 8 hours a day.
Good thing I didn't stream then.
He kills them, comes home, and draws the face before the families even report them missing. And in the end, perhaps he was going to take his life, so he drew his own face and left the house, never to be seen again. In the context of the supernatural, perhaps he was receiving visions. Maybe he saw these people's faces before they disappeared. Or maybe there was a spot at the mountain or out in the forest that he would walk to every day and see new people walking into the forest. Knowing that they were soon to disappear, he drew their face and eventually decided that he would become a part of whatever was out in the woods as well, drawing his face before he joined it. Videos like this do a good job at giving you just enough to speculate with, but never enough to be conclusive. There's a lot of questions and there might be answers, but we just can't be sure of them. So now we move into the last video of season 1, Last Countdown. Which that's another thing to mention. At the beginning and end of each of these uploads, there's little bumpers that show us what episode we're on. And so far, everything we've seen has been from season 1, which means season 1 consists of 12 episodes. Well, for this 12th episode, The Last Countdown, we're shown 12 pieces of this supposedly haunted media. The first clip was submitted to a paranormal documentary, but it was rejected. The reason it was rejected is
Also
while a
funny.
group of guys
Yeah.
were exploring an abandoned building, they
Weird
came
timing, I
across
guess.
a man's head. That's all the context we get for that one, and we're on to the next tape. This one is called Trafong Pitta, and looking at people talk about it online, this one seems to bother viewers a lot. And all it is a sort of disjointed cutout animation with that word repeated over and over. As the upload says, this tape itself has never been shown in any TV guide and seemingly was never aired. I think the reason this one bothers a lot of people that watch it is because it is weirdly reminiscent of a lot of early 2000s like TV bumpers, especially between educational segments. Like I feel like I saw a bunch of stuff like this on Animal Planet or Discovery. So because it's in a place in the user's mind that they're probably familiar with but can't remember that well, it identifies itself to your brain as being familiar, but there's something clearly wrong with it. It's like a reverse nostalgia. Well, what is the opposite of nostalgia? Desiderium. What on earth? Okay, well, trauma. I guess that would be the opposite of nostalgia, but what is desiderium? A feeling of ardent longing or desire, especially for something lost. I mean, kind of, a little bit. That's a good word. I'm keeping it. The next clip is called Butterfly Scotoma. A butterfly is, a butterfly, and a scotoma is the medical term for a blind spot. This supposedly came from a relaxation DVD that was sold in 2004. However, viewers complained that the DVD did the opposite of relaxation and instead made people sick and nauseous. We're shown a clip from the DVD that just shows a waveform of a piano being played, and then when the keys are reversed, the waveform is seemingly upset by this. For whatever reason, this led to a lot of people falling ill. The next clip is called The Gnome is Home. The text tells us that a widower sent in this footage after his wife died, and according to him, someone sent him this footage over and over. Footage of what seems to be a silhouette similar to the ghostly apparitions we've seen up until this point, leaning around a corner. The widower says that Gnome is back from the afterlife, this man believing this clip to be of his dead wife. We then get a message across the screen that just says, "We do not have a kid at first place." Now, you may think this is in reference to the clip we just saw. Perhaps the husband is saying the two of them don't have a kid, but the "we" here isn't in quotations. This seems to be the Q channel speaking directly to us, and we're in the middle of a countdown, so first place probably refers to the countdown, right? So why would they randomly tell us there's not a kid in the first place of the video we're watching? The next clip comes from a segment involving the filming of a nightclub that aired on TV. According to the staff at the station, if you look at the clip for a moment, you can see the image of a red-faced man, someone who the staff referred to as Ogiwara-san, and that's all this clip is, just the staff saying there's this red face in footage they aired. Now, Ogiwara is a name within Japan, so does this mean that they just picked a random name and assigned it to this face? Or, as we've seen with hints of the dead coming back to life in apparitions, maybe the staff knew someone named Ogiwara, and for whatever reason, believes this to be them. The next clip is, in my opinion, the most bizarre from this episode. It's called Must Not Watch Video Art, and we're told that it's an animation that was made by a 14-year-old boy. The boy had a terminal illness and died shortly after making this. In honor of him, and in respect for creating an animation at such a young age, this animation was shown in various schools. However, this animation caused hysteria in students.
Sorry to hear that you're in a bad mood.
Shows, and I'll let you figure out your own symbolism for it, is drawn characters over live action video of a beach. There is a red shape with one eye that builds things and changes other things. A blue circle whose only defining features is red lips and legs walks up, and we see the red shape look at it. We then see both of the shapes before a large
How's your weekend? My weekend's going good.
The blue shape is changed to red and contorted. We then see the red shape come out of the previously blue shape, meaning the red shape changed it from the inside. And then we see this real abstract thing with like spinning circles and a yellow shape falling, and have fun with that. Our next video is called Sky. Physical copies of this video pop up periodically online and always sell for high dollar amounts. The footage itself is of two younger guys, simply called A and B. It seems that what they're recording is a sort of self-promo, perhaps to get themselves on TV or for their own comedy duo. And the text on screen theorizes that perhaps the reason this always sells for high dollar amounts whenever it pops up online is because years later the boys are embarrassed by this and make sure to buy it before.
Sorry about that. Ooh,
Before anyone else can, which is an amusing explanation, and nothing in the video is weird. So then why is it on this list? Why is this considered a cursed video? Why is it titled Sky? The next video is titled The Voice of the Dead. We're told this is a recording that was left behind by a religious family. Title on it reading 1986, July 3rd.
Backrooms. Got it before it gets out of theaters.
Sounds like this. Overlaid on this,
I've been meaning to go see the Furious movie in theaters.
Laboratory or office room. And overlaid with this, we see a silhouette standing in a doorway. We don't know how these visuals connect to it yet, but if this is
Alright, watch it. I definitely would get on that.
A recording from hell. What does it mean by a religious family? It says that it was left behind by a religious family who lived there. Where is there? And also, in Japan, they write dates from greatest to least. So in other words, year, month, day. So July 3rd, 1986 would be written as 1986-73. 8673 or 8673. The same numbers we heard on the radio in Sanctuary. So does that mean these two are connected? Is this religion the family was a part of the same one we see in the woods in Sanctuary? Once again, things to keep in mind. Our next clip has a strange opening, as it shows us the word glove, but written in a calligraphy that shows faces on the letters themselves. Despite the word glove, this clip is titled To Not Look in the Eyes. It says that this video was stored in a temple, and it was there because it was said to have a bad influence on the eyes. When we see the clip itself, it's rather unremarkable. We see three guys smoking and drinking, standing around a jungle fire. This, in combination with the gloves they're wearing, makes it seem as if they're just getting warmed up while talking. However, if you look at some of the details, something is off. We can hear some in the background.
Yep.
It seems to be a warm summer day around them. top of this, they don't look like they're trying to stay warm, judging from the rest of the clothes they're wearing. And the gloves they're wearing.
Doesn't
seem
he's
large as
really
prison
only there for like I
gloves
think the
may
last
grab
quarter of it.
spot or prevent physical contact with something. Perhaps what we're witnessing here isn't men trying to get warm, but instead men who are trying to burn something. And of course, most strikingly, the top of the entire video is covered in a black bar. Text on screen then tells us that this black bar was put here so we would not look in their eyes. What is this video a clip of? Why was it found in a temple? And why can't we look in the men's eyes? Our next clip has a default title of DSCF007.AVI. We're told that the camera with this footage was recovered from a car accident that killed its driver. The car itself was stolen, and the identity of the driver, supposedly the one who stole the car, is unknown. But what we're watching appears to be footage recorded before the theft. This footage shows our cameraman hiding in the bushes as two other people walk down a road at night towards a running car. It's almost as if our cameraman is preying on them, waiting for his moment to steal the vehicle. This seems to be confirmed when text tells us that one of the two men shown walking towards the car was later identified as the vehicle's owner. 1 hour after this, there's more footage of the cameraman walking through the forest at night, panting, filming the trees above him before the clip abruptly cuts. So somehow the person recording stole the vehicle and crashed it and died. Or perhaps there's a different explanation. It's hard to make out in the clip, but maybe the two guys that are walking in front of the car are the two people from Sanctuary who try to make an escape in the car. We never see the model of car that the two were in Sanctuary, but perhaps the one we see on the roadway is the same. If that's the case, and this camera was found in a wrecked car, then perhaps the camera and body were placed in the car by the cult. I mean, for all we know, maybe the cameraman in this clip is the dead body that was ran over by the two men in Sanctuary. And this clip catches their final moments right before the attack. Our next clip is called How Many Laps Until Harutakon? We're told that this is a cursed video from a university, and that Harutakon is a student at that university that recently killed himself. We're shown an image that is captioned, "A painting that brings you misfortune." This is accompanied with a lot of strange shots. People standing looking down at the camera, a shot of someone sitting on the floor wearing a mask that is very similar to the masks we see in Sanctuary, a shot of someone looking down at the camera with these large, empty eyes, and then finally the message, "How many laps until Harutakon?" It almost implies that whoever's making this is trying
Just
to
getting
show
dark.
enough images or enough laps until they get to the person who recently died. It's as if they understand there's something about this repetition that allows a gateway, similar to the visit. If the ritual is performed right, you can communicate with the underworld. And then our final clip for this video is footage of a funeral portrait. One of the same funeral portraits shown all the way back in the first video, cursed video, as a part of the sequence that supposedly kills you if you watch it. This is clever because the whole idea is we're watching a bunch of cursed videos, and then at the end we see the image that we learned at the beginning of the series kills you if you watch it, telling us that we all just watched a big cursed video. Oops. It also makes us ask something about the Q channel as a whole. If all it takes to make a cursed video that if you watch it, something bad happens to you, if all that takes is taking 12 cursed videos and putting them together and then showing this image of someone that succumbed to the curse at the end, well then look at the Q YouTube channel. Again, this was the end of season 1, so this was their 12th video, and sure enough, it ends with that image. So congratulations, you're all cursed. Have fun. So season 1 of the series was incredibly strong. There's a lot of the unexplainable, but just enough clues to keep us guessing. There's things that are creepy but could have an explanation, like portrait, and then there's things that do not have an earthly explanation, like the several ghosts and figures we see in the backgrounds of videos or mirrors. All in all, I think season 1 of Fake Documentary Q is good, but I think season 2 is great. And it begins with a video that technically isn't classified as season 2. In the title card it says season X, but it's after season 1, so I'm calling it 2. And this video, it seems, according to the talk online, is a lot of people's favorite, for good reason. That video is Film Inferno. Film Inferno opens with an audio recording on a cassette tape. A voice on the tape says to go right, then left, then left, and left again, before you enter into a large room. We're then told that this cassette tape was discovered in 2011. It was found amongst a group of belongings that seemed to belong to a couple who went missing in 2002. Among the belongings were the cassette tape, a backpack, and a camera. Along with the camera were 3 recordings, one of which was still in the camera itself, as well as a Polaroid photograph that is too damaged to tell what was previously on it. All these belongings are being shown to us by an investigator who has an interest in the case. Not only is it weird that this couple went missing in 2002 and these belongings were found 9 years later, but the couple went missing while they were on vacation on the coast, and these belongings were found on a mountain 15 kilometers away. The investigator explains that he has copies of the 3 recovered tapes, and with permission of the family is going to air them on television with the hopes that someone has information on the missing couple. So with that, we begin with the first tape. The first tape shows us standard footage of their beach trip, grilling out food, walking across the dunes. However, there's this one shot during which the glitches where we can see 3 people standing at the end of the beach. It seems to be a couple and a young child. They're not dressed like they're here for the beach, and obviously the way they're all standing facing the camera is peculiar. Almost makes you think if the man in the the suit and the little girl in the mirror back in the House of Mirrors, right? At the end of this first tape, the couple finds what appears to be an old entryway to some sort of structure under a mountain. While at first you may think this is simply a cave, it seems too excavated to be entirely organic. Perhaps this is an old mine shaft or bunker. The couple goes in, and according to the investigator, the day they went into this structure is the day they disappeared. The investigator then shows us tape 2, which seems to occur sometime later. As when the footage begins, it seems that the two have been walking for some time. They're panting and seem worried. It seems that they've become lost in the system. They come to an intersection, and the girl suggests they go right. Once they come to the end of this junction, they see something weird in the wall across from them. It looks like a small stick effigy, but covered in a red string or wire. They walk past it and decide to go left, coming to a dead end, to which text says they walk back to where they began. While investigating a corner of the cave, they come across several strips of paper. According to the subtitles in their dialogue, these words are mysterious, and the man is unable to read them. On the way back, they pass the wall where the doll was earlier. Only this time, it's been moved. It's now lying on the ground. Bothered by this, the man picks up the doll and throws it back to where he found it. From here, the couple keeps walking the way they came. As they're walking, however, we cut back to their perspective, and when the man turns around to look at the woman, he sees the way they have just came is now caved in. Silently and without indication, the cave system seemed to change. It's now impossible to go the way they came. Wherever this cave is, it won't let them out unless it wants them to get out. With no other option, they continue forward, eventually coming across remnants of people that were seemingly left down here. Clothes, shoes, bags, but hauntingly, no people. And as they're looking at these remains, this happens. Classical music begins emanating from down the cave system. Completely alien and strange to their surroundings, it seems to be calling for them. The music down here has to be one of my favorite moments from the series. It reminds me, as does the rest of this video, of the found footage movie As Above, So Below, as the juxtaposition from what we're hearing to the setting we're in is alarming. They continue to walk forward towards the music. They come across more things like shoes and shirts in the water. Eventually, their path seems to end at a large cement room. Peering inside of the room, it looks to be what was maybe at one point a loading area for mine carts. But with the music, it's transformed into a brutalist ballroom. And as they continue on, as quick as it started, the music stops. We then cut to some time later. Seems the two of them are sitting on the ground, unsure of what to do. Eventually, he shows her a Polaroid he's
Got some good
tries to
pictures?
tell her
Hey,
something
that's
regarding
always
it, but she shakes her head and then runs off in dismay. He goes looking for her, yelling her name as he's moving through the cave. We're not sure what was on the Polaroid, but it seems to have alarmed her. Eventually, while trying to find her, he turns the corner and sees her. Only for some reason, she's standing there looking at him in silence. Eventually, she turns and walks right, and he chases after her. This is likely a bad decision, as if we look next to where he turned to follow, there's a large arrow drawn with an X. Perhaps this, in combination with the cassette in the beginning that was found with their belongings, that urged them to turn left after their first right. Perhaps the woman, or whatever is controlling her or appearing as her, is trying to lead him the wrong way, much like the voice led the hiker the wrong way during the bivouac story. While walking through the cave and trying to find her, the man comes across what appears to be a climbing rope, and as he's staring at the rope, begins to be dragged into the darkness. He follows it, perhaps hoping it's the woman somewhere out in the dark. But when he gets to the end of the rope, he doesn't find her. Instead, he finds a pile of trash, once again, probably people's belongings, and above it, dozens and dozens of black and white portraits. Perhaps portraits of those who succumbed to the same fate. And with that, the second tape ends. The investigator tells us that this is the majority of the data they have, and the investigator clarifies that the police try to track down this location. They went to the beach and there were no caves there. They investigated the mountain where the belongings were found and there were no caves there. As a matter of fact, the nearest cave they could find was 50 kilometers away from the coast, and the entrance as well as the interior looked nothing like the one on camera. As a matter of fact, as far as they've been able to tell, there is no cave in Japan that looks like the one they entered into. The investigator then tells us that they've restored a copy of what the Polaroid looked like before it became smeared. And the image on the Polaroid, the same one the man showed the woman before she ran deeper into the cave, simply depicts 3 people. While the one in the middle seems too tall to be the little girl, the uncanniness of their pose certainly calls back to the
pictures.
people the man saw on the beach.
Have they been developed yet, or is it more
The
of a...
investigator said that they asked the family and none could identify who these 3 might be. But whoever it was enough to mean something to the woman, something that caused her to give up hope and run into despair. From here, the investigator shows us the 3rd tape, which is by far the most disturbing. It seems like, similar to As Above, So Below, the couple found their way into hell, lured by some entity deeper and deeper until there was no way out. It's easy to see why this is a lot of people's favorite. For one, this set, or whatever location they filmed on, is incredible. Perfectly gets across the idea of a cave that's a little too welcoming, like it has stairs built throughout it, but never hits a point where it seems fake. The danger always feels real. The whole time you're worried as to what he's going to shine a flashlight on next. And what were the people on this Polaroid? What were the people on the beach? This is actually one of the instances when the Associated book comes into play, because it's it's got stories related to the belongings they find in the cave, as well as the striped shirt, who that belonged to, and the climbing rope. And it even has more information on the 3 people seen on the beach. But again, I don't speak Japanese, so go check out Spoopy's video in the description. One thing I do want to point out is the classical music that is used. The song that is being played is Triumphal March from the play
Amazon
Aida.
email.
This play is set in ancient Egypt, and it's about 2 forbidden lovers. At the end of the story, as punishment for their love, they are forced to be buried alive together. Sound like anyone we know? It's like the mountain or whatever entity is within the mountain is mocking them, knowing they won't get out, knowing they won't go any further than the cave wants them to, and knowing that eventually they'll wind up in hell. Whatever forces are at play within the spiritual realm of this world, they're not good, and they seem to want to harm humanity even if humanity never asked for it. Our next video is titled No Fiction, and it's probably the best acting in the series. A note at the beginning tells us that this footage was once again found at a TV station. At the beginning of the footage, we see the director named Fukuwaza and his camera crew have come to a woman's home. However, when they knock on the door, she seems very hesitant to let them in. We learn that this woman's name is Noriko, and the reason she was hesitant to let them in is because she's agoraphobic, or as it's known in Japan, a hikikomori. In other words, someone who decides to live within their house and rarely, if ever, go outside. We're told that Noriko's father and mother previously ran a hot spring inn, and they, as well as Noriko, were well liked in their community. However, at the age of 15, Noriko's older sister disappeared. This caused her to become afraid of leaving the house, and for the past 38 years, she hasn't been outside. Her parents died 10 years ago, their ashes still in their old room, and for the past 10 years, Noriko has been living on their savings. We're then told that this documentary was supposed to air on TV, but the director died midway through making it. So a new director named Taguchi steps in. When he first comes to the house, she is especially weird. Any comfort she had with the old crew is gone, and it seems like something has changed. Which again, the actress does an incredible job at selling this role. On top of that, since the previous director's death, Noriko has put talisman all around the home. It seems she's regressing further into whatever mental state she's in. The director and cameraman begin to poke around her home and find things like what appears to be a red death mask, as well as old pictures in her parents' room. They then sat down to talk to Noriko, who says some interesting things. For one, she says that her older sister has disappeared, but also that her older sister hurts her, hitting her whenever Noriko thinks about going outside. Noriko rolls up her sleeves to reveal she's covered in bruises. Either her sister in some way is still with her, or Noriko is hurting herself. Noriko even says she still talks to her mom and dad, who tell her not to go outside. Noriko says there's a face in the room that when she looks at it, it makes it safe in there. Perhaps she's referring to the mask that was found earlier. After the implication that Noriko may be harming herself, the director gets a mental health counselor involved, a counselor who Noriko agrees to let come to the house and talk to her about what she's feeling. As the cameraman is recording the two of them talking, there's this strange glitch when we lose audio and the counselor looks at the camera. For some reason, it's implying that Noriko going out, at least with this counselor, may not be a good thing. Eventually, she agrees to leave her home with the crew. She'll sit in the backseat of the car and drive around for the first time in, again, nearly 4 decades. She goes on the drive, but seems worried the whole time, not even taking in the world outside of the window. Instead, worried about the consequences of what happens when she gets back home. We're then told that a few
Scary
days
pictures.
after this, the camera crew found a missing persons flyer in the house. The missing person flyer is for Yuko, Noriko's older sister. The flyer says that Yuko was born in 1967 and she went missing on May the 20th. I believe May 20th of 1984 because if we assume that the date of the upload on the Q channel is the same date that this documentary is meant to take place, which is pushing it. But if that date's correct, then she went missing in 1984. It gives us some details about the sister, like what she was wearing, the fact that she had a mole under her eye, which initially this seems like useless information, but we'll get to it later. We're then shown one final clip of the documentary. This shows that as the team was filming Noriko cooking, the director decided to check out something in an adjacent room. On the ground, underneath a blanket, there is what almost seems to be a body or someone sleeping, but as the camera moves around, it seems to be just a pile of something, as there's paper mache coming out from beneath it. However, on top of a dresser next to this shape, there is a small altar. To see if there's anything inside of the altar, the director opens it, only to find nothing. Shutting it back how he found it, and then going to the room to record the rest of the documentary, and with that, the video ends. There's a few things here that don't make sense until you think about the context. For example, that director we saw at the end was not the second director, but the first director who died. Remember, he was shooting this documentary and then suddenly died, which is why this was never aired. So perhaps opening the altar, the thing we see at the very end of the video, is what cursed him and caused his death. However, there's some other weird details we see as well. This would also explain why after the director's death, she put talisman all over the house, because she knew he had let something out. Another weird detail we get is that missing persons picture. We know that her sister's missing. We don't really need to see an image or description of her if it were not for one weird detail. And that is that Yuko, her sister, has a mole under her right eye. Well, initially Initially, this information is innocuous. She has a mole under her right eye. Noriko, as we see from the actress, has a mole under her left eye. What does it matter? Well, and again, to clarify, not Japanese, not super familiar with Japanese culture, but according to the comments, the way Yuko is wearing her kimono in the missing persons picture is wrong. In Japanese tradition, a kimono is to be wrapped with the left side over the right side, like so. You only wrap the right side over the left side for burials. In other words, the only time right is supposed to be over left is when the body is being put in the ground. So unless you're dead, left over right. However, in the picture, Yuko is wearing hers right over left. She doesn't look dead in the image, so what this means is the picture is reversed. Similar to what we saw earlier, for whatever reason, the image has been mirrored. Well, if the police were working off this mirrored photograph to say that Yuko has a mole under her right eye, that means Yuko actually has a mole under her left eye, just like Noriko. Now, this leads to some options. Maybe Noriko never had a sister at all. Maybe she went missing for a while, came back, and the whole story about her parents and her being agoraphobic was just a way to lie to the press. Maybe she took her sister's identity. Maybe Yuko wasn't the one who disappeared, but instead Noriko, and Yuko took Noriko's identity. Or if Noriko is correct that Yuko is still here with her, hurting her, then maybe Yuko is beginning to possess or take control of Noriko, and aspects of that are coming through. We see other clues of the supernatural in this video. For one, near the beginning of the video, at 4 minutes and 25 seconds in, while Noriko is mopping on the floor, we can see a shadowy figure in the mirror. Similar to previous instances, this must mean the house is inhabited by something, some demon or ghost. And once again, at 19 minutes and 58 seconds, as Noriko is leaving the house, we see two figures, their heads out of view, but standing in the living room, watching her go. Perhaps these are the spirits of her parents, the ones that urge her not to go outside. And as other people have pointed out, the mother's photograph shown on top of her ashes in her room bears a striking resemblance to one of the pictures we saw in the first video of the entire series, one of the funeral photographs from Cursed Video. Seems that Noriko and her family tie into the greater story at play. She might be knowing more than she's letting on, and this won't be the last time we see her referenced. But also outside of the greater scope of lore analysis, it's just such a well done short. A news crew goes to get footage of someone who's agoraphobic, and then the director dies. And that seems to be the whole story until you look at all the little pieces and see the director was probably cursed. Maybe she wasn't crazy, she just knew about the realm of the spiritual that she was a part of. And then with the mole thing, maybe she's lying about her identity in the first place. Maybe her sister is starting to take control of her. Again, there's a lot of questions and not a lot of clear answers, in a good way. Our next video is titled Plan C. The piece of media in question here seemed to be from a handheld video camera whose lens cap was kept on. Because of that, we only get audio, but the people putting together this video have added accompanying images. In the beginning of the video, we hear the driver, probably the same person who's recording, pick up three people from the side of the road. From their conversation, it seems they've never met in real life, but have talked online. So we hear the audio as the group drives into the mountains. They stop to get water. There's one point that's kind of ironic when one of them mentions to the others to put on their seatbelt, and eventually they pull off on the side of the road where they're going to do it. They take tape and begin to seal up the windows. At the same time, text tells us that the car was found 2 days later. We then cut to some time after the attempt is underway. We can hear the grill running, their voices getting groggy. They're speaking to each other about how they could fall asleep the easiest, but then it seems one of them starts choking, and another, making this weird gargling noise. Seems the only one who hasn't succumbed to this is the girl in the car, but she begins to panic as more noise is heard. This strange choking sounds like it's coming from far more people than are in the car. It sounds like it's coming from outside of the car. Then the girl begins to scream as the clip ends. Text then tells us that when the car was discovered 2 days later, no one was found inside. On top of that, all of the windows were still taped up. It's as if they vanished from the inside of the car without actually getting out. On top of that, the license plate had been removed and the charcoal stove was never found. Also, in the final moments before the clip ended, the GPS that led them there began to speak again, telling them to turn in 300 meters and then 600 meters, implying that perhaps the car itself was rolling backwards. Now, we know there to be a cult in the mountains or whatever the group from Sanctuary was, so it's very possible this group stumbled upon them. That wouldn't explain them teleporting out of the car or the screaming at the end, but it would explain the license plate being removed, the charcoal stove being gone, similar to the car we saw in Sanctuary, as well as the clip that might have been from Sanctuary in the last countdown. Maybe the cult stages the cars of their victims to hide their tracks. Another alternative is the same thing happened to this group that happened to the couple in Film Inferno, where they take the wrong turn on the mountain and end up in hell. This would explain the screaming voices at the end of the audio, and why the group just disappeared from the inside of the vehicle. More to think on later, but for now, that's the end of the video. And in my opinion, the noises heard at the end is one of the more effective moments from the series. Our next video is Basement, and aside from the first video on the channel, this is the most watched one. And Basement is far more popular, as I'll see clips of it show up on TikTok or Shorts from time to time. Basement is very simple in its presentation, as it's simply the perspective of an elevator camera. According to the timestamp on the camera, the date is November 17th, 2015. The caption tells us that we're about to watch how a woman disappeared in only 4 minutes. So a woman on the 10th floor of this building calls the elevator. She gets on and presses the ground floor. The elevator then stops at 5 and no one gets
You
on.
got family,
Then 3 and no one gets
yeah,
on.
yeah.
And then it goes right past the ground floor and keeps going deeper. As this is happening, the woman at first seems unaware. She's leaned on the side of the elevator, almost as if she's asleep. When she does come to and realize she's going deeper and deeper into the earth, she, as you can imagine, panics. She presses buttons.
Yeah, I
but
think
they
my
don't
brain
work.
just
She
turned
looks
off.
around, unsure of what to do. In the midst of this, the camera glitches and shows us a split image. This image shows a man in a yellow jacket walking into the elevator back in the building above as if everything's normal. As this happens, the woman looks around, almost like she's aware that someone's in there with her. Then when she looks up at the camera, she becomes even more terrified. The earth begins to shake and she falls down on the floor. This brings the elevator to a stop, and when the doors open, she's in the midst of an abyss. With nowhere else to go and under influences we don't understand, she steps out of the elevator into the void. As soon as she does, the doors close and travel back up, eventually arriving at the building, and continues as if nothing happened. And that's the end of Basement. Again, it's such an effective concept delivered so quickly. Woman gets into an elevator and goes all the way down to hell. But there's some clues we see in the midst of this that tell us what might be going on. For one, when the camera glitches and shows someone else get into the elevator, it's almost like to the woman she's seeing a ghost. She can tell something's in there with her, but she can't really make it out until she looks at the camera. I think it's because in the reflection of the camera, she could see the man in the yellow jacket standing next to her. This would mean whatever's happening to her is almost dimensional. In her world, perhaps when she fell asleep, she crossed over into this other plane, still being in the same physical space as the elevator back on Earth, but she now inhabits the realm of the unseen around Earth, meaning in this moment, she's effectively become a ghost. This is further emphasized by the fact that the camera's timestamp never changes. It's not like when the guy in the yellow jacket steps into the elevator, the timestamp skips forward a few minutes to when the elevator is back to normal. In the real world, the elevator was always normal. She's the only one going through this. While we don't know what exactly she stepped into at the end of the video, similar to Film Inferno and the previous video, it could very well be hell, or some lost realm spirits travel in this series. There's also another creepy face that shows up in this video because of course there is. When the elevator is making its way back up after the woman steps out, at 5 minutes and 31 seconds, we see this pale face in the window. Perhaps this is some kind of ghost or entity. Its presence has led some to theorize that maybe every floor she
Sunburn.
passes, the several hundred of them on her way down, could be floors with their
Ugh,
own
I hate-
inhabitants and their own personal torments. As always, things to ask questions, just not things to answer them with. Which I think is important. I think if at the end of Basement we found out, well, this is like a dimensional merge and she goes to hell and this is how it works, that's not nearly as effective as a silent video camera. Sure, there's text that appears on screen and says things like, this woman disappeared in 4 minutes, but you can just watch the clip of her panicking in the elevator and you get an entire story without dialogue or script. It's a clever punch and one of the more notable moments from the series. Our next video, Mindseeker, is about 3 guys who are watching a VHS tape. The tape is in Russian, which the guys incorrectly identify as Egyptian. The tape is about clairvoyance and says it can be used to measure someone's psychic ability. 2 of the friends, the one with the camera and the one holding the remote, say that they've seen this before but want to show the third guy, the one furthest away from the camera. The first test shows us a card with its face turned over. There are 5 potential outcomes of what this card will be. The person watching is to guess what will be on the card before it's turned over. If you get 3 out of 5, you have some notable psychic ability. So the friend who hasn't seen this before tries to do it and gets all 5 wrong. So their friend rewinds the video so that they'll try again, which obviously wouldn't make sense because if you just watched what all 5 cards are and remembered, you could get all 5 correct and it would have nothing to do with the psychic ability. It's just that you could remember 5 things. But that doesn't seem to matter because on their second watch through, cards are different. Even though they just pressed rewind over footage they just saw, this time the dealer pulls different cards. The friends convince themselves that they must be wrong and they were forgetting what the cards were the first time. So they move on to the second test. For this, there's a brief interaction between the friends that's kind of odd. When one of them says, "Did you tell anyone?" and the other replies, "Not yet." The second test shows a balloon floating on screen. The viewer is supposed to try to move the balloon with their mind. A test of telekinesis. Sure enough, the third friend stares for a while, nothing happens, so his friend rewinds it so he can go again. This time, the balloon moves. Unlike the previous test, this is undeniable. It's clear that something changed between the 2 instances and the friends are freaking out over it, which brings them into the third test. The third test shows a woman who's turned away from the screen. The viewer is to try to telepathically communicate to the woman to turn around. Similar as before, the first time, nothing happens. The tape is rewound, and the second time, she starts to turn. Friends continue to freak out and rewind it one more time, but on the third try, this happens. Men's reactions are different. They're obviously surprised, but this time they're stunned to silence. They stare at the screen, wondering what this could mean, and the video ends. Now, on the surface, this is simple. Group of guys coming across a video that supposedly shows them psychic abilities. But again, because the series loves to hide nuance in conversation and dynamics, a lot of people have pointed out what is likely happening here is the friend with the remote and the friend with the camera are pranking the third friend. Hence the quick conversation between the two about, have you told anyone? Not yet. And remember, those two said they had seen this. The way this prank video would work is at first it shows the normal try of the experiment as depicted, but then when the friend goes to rewind, it's actually a fake rewind, scripted as part of the video to make it look like you're backing through the same footage when you're actually going to new footage. New footage that shows the balloon moving or new cards being pulled. That way the person holding the remote can trick other people into thinking they're psychic. You can even notice the two other friends trying to goad the third friend into this realization. During the first one with the cards, they keep saying things like, oh, I don't think it was that card the first time, or, oh, I think something weird's happening. And that seems to be how the video plays out until the very end. Because the other two friends who had these big reactions and were shaking each other and yelling, on that third try of the third experiment, when the woman turns all the way around, they did not have the same reaction. This time, they were actually surprised. Similar to the man in the video store who wrote that this tape will kill you, it seems that by lying about something, they made something actually happen. Plus, at the very end of the footage, as the guys are watching the outro of the tape, and the reflection of the TV, you can see that one of the guys is turned away, facing something in the room with him. Perhaps what started out as a prank ended up summoning something that was more than they bargained for. Again, it goes back to the quality of the actors and the production of the series. All the little nuances about them pulling a prank, about the delivery of these moments paying off, comes down to the acting. It seems that the director, as well as the people involved, know what they're doing. And once again, it works on its own, but it also connects to the picture at large. How can a lie become something real? Which brings us into our next video, which is my personal favorite from the entire series. Passengers. At the beginning of Passengers, we're introduced to Mayano, a former taxi driver who developed a cult following for telling ghost stories about his days as a taxi driver. The story that made him popular was published on August 24th of 2009, and his story goes as follows. According to him, one night, a girl around the age of 20 got into the back of his taxi cab and told him that she didn't have an address for where she needed dropped off, but she could just show him on the road. Mayano says this is fine. People typically do this when they only need to go a few blocks. But this trip wasn't a few blocks. Instead, this girl had Mayano drive her 40 kilometers away. She took him out into the mountains, far beyond any houses, deep in the woods. And then she simply got out of the car and walked into the trees. Over the next several months, 7 or 8 other passengers did the exact same thing. Mayano begins to believe that this is probably a popular suicide spot. So the next time someone started leading him in that direction, this time a 50-year-old man, he decides to ask why he's coming all the way out here. The man says it's because he got a call from his dead mother, and his dead mother wanted him to come here. At the same moment, Mayano looks into the back seat and sees a shadow sitting next to the man. This instance disturbed him so much that he quit being a taxi driver and instead began telling the story. And according to him, for a while, he made a living telling that story. It made its way around the internet, the story of a taxi driver who was shuttling souls to their final resting place, or ghosts were shuttling living people that were about to be just souls to their final resting place. The story got so popular that eventually a director wanted to make a movie about it, or at least a segment in an anthology about supernatural encounters. So the first thing this director wanted to do is go to the site these people would walk in the woods. So Mayano takes the director into the mountains and the two record their journey. The director is holding the camera as Mayano shows him where people would go. Mayano showing the director that people would crouch underneath a fallen tree and travel into the woods. Mayano the entire time looks very uncomfortable, as you can imagine. Which I also have to mention, I don't know if they got the actor playing older Mayano to shave, or if they got another guy that looks a lot like him, or maybe it's the grainy quality of the noticeably older camera doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but it does such a great job of showing Mayano 15 years ago versus now. In the past, Mayano and the director walk through the woods. The first weird thing they come across is a car bumper. This would be weird if it were not eclipsed by the several intact abandoned cars right next to it, hidden off at the side of the road, abandoned in the grass. While speaking to Mayano, the director says that perhaps this forest is a gateway to the afterlife, and people who are near their end come here to cross over. As they're walking, they find rope tied to several trees. The rope creates a sort of handrail that leads deeper into the woods, so the two men follow it. It's here that we cut back to the modern age as Mayano is giving this interview, and Mayano says that this entire story is made up. Mayano likes scary stories and decided to make one up about being a taxi driver who had ghost clients, or people that were being led by ghost clients. And he told the story and it got way more popular than he intended, but he wanted to make a living writing, so he kind of had to go along with it. So when the director comes to him and says he wants to see the real place where people really went into the woods, he can't say then that it was all a lie and his career's fake. So he just I guess picks a spot on the side of the road that looks good and says, yeah, they went over there, I guess. It also explains why he looks so concerned in the old footage. He's not afraid of ghosts, he's afraid of being found out. In the old footage, Mayano and the director continue walking through the woods. It's now getting dark out. The director keeps hearing something out in the trees and decides to keep moving forward. One of their flashlights die despite just putting in new batteries. Eventually, they come to a place where the rope ends. Just beyond the rope, is a large clearing, and while walking through this clearing, they see something terrifying. Several stick men, or little stick effigies, are hanging from the trees. They're tied together with pink tape that is suspiciously similar to the pink tape from Bivouac. On top of these stick men are photographs of people's faces, implying that each of these stick men is a stand-in for a real person. Around this area are huge piles of clothes. Again, similar to the clothes found in film Inferno, these seem to be the remnants of people that have passed on. Amongst
Also
the
been
clothes
reading
is a
Lord of the
notepad.
Ring.
Mano reads the notepad that says, "Cannot be fulfilled. Death awaits. Destroyed. In Sinan Temple. A shadow I saw yesterday
Try to
still
pick it up
follows
a little
me.
bit more.
Cannot escape it. Please don't take me there." There's then a series of ripped out pages. When the director asks Mano to read what's on the rest of the pages, he doesn't seem able to. Given the handwriting as well as the color of the paper and the fact that several pages are ripped out, these may be the remnants of paper that were found in the cave in Film Inferno, the ones that, according to the man, were unable to be read. Perhaps they were written by someone who was being followed by a shadow, which mind you sounds very similar to Mano's fake story of seeing a shadow sitting in the backseat with a 50-year-old man. Well, it seemed very real to this person, a person whose notepad is now lying in the forest. Just beyond this, the two men find something even more troubling. Several mounds of dirt in the ground with bamboo rods sticking out of them, and what seems to be a makeshift gravesite. As they're looking at this, they hear a large metal clang. Thinking someone or something is coming, they turn their lights off. They do this just before another light appears out in the distance, getting closer. Not wanting to be found by whoever's doing this out here, the two men run. This is again interspliced with an interview with the author in the modern day. Mano says that he believes the director staged all of this, that the director told him that they would just go check out the area where people disappeared, when the director had actually set up this fake graveyard and these stick men. So Mano says he's pretty sure all of this was a prank for the movie. Back in the past, the men run all the way to the road, making it back to their car. However, before they get to the car, Mano stops the director and says he thinks someone's in it. It's too dark and the tint is too thick to see clearly. Some men are waiting on the side of the road in the darkness. Suddenly, the rear door flies open. Both of the men make a run for it, and the old tape ends. In the modern day, Mano says that the two of them ran to a diner and waited until sunrise to go get the car, at which point, as you can imagine, no one was there. Regardless, as mentioned a second ago, Mano thinks this was all a big joke, and it made for good television. But as we also find out, the reason Mano is being interviewed in a car in the modern clip is because they are also driving back to this location. Mano takes the modern interview crew on the same route he had traveled in the past. The same gravel roads, the same turnoffs, all the way to the point where people would walk into the woods. Only now, when they get out of the car, there's not woods there. Instead, there is a massive cemetery. This is where, according to the story, the one he made up, souls would walk into the darkness. And judging by the size and age of the cemetery, souls have been resting here far longer than Mano's been around. So the cameraman for the interview crew walks up to Mano and asks him a question. And it is my favorite moment from this entire series. This is beautiful. That sentence, "Why did you quit being a taxi driver?" has so much weight in everything we've seen in the series up until this point. Like, for one, speaking of it in just in reference to this video, it works. From the footage we see in the past, clearly something had happened. Mano went out here with the director and there were abandoned cars and gravesites and clothes and weird notes. All things that Mano had convinced himself were staged, was a big prank. He convinced himself to the
Out of all the gnomes, that's got to be the
story, the one that he told everyone was
Oh yeah,
real,
dude.
he now
Ben
says
is a
was made up so he
champ.
could be a writer. But the story had to be real because people were walking out into these woods for something. And even here at this end moment to realize that it was all a farce, that he was the ferryman leading souls to their final resting place, and that final resting place was a graveyard. His fake story was real. And even then, that story was a fake to cover up the truth of it. He thought people were just walking into the woods. The reality of the cemetery was blinded from him. He had been picking up souls and leading them into the afterlife, not realizing these souls were walking to join the bodies of many. Couldn't see the forest for the trees. But when he's asked that question, why did you quit being a taxi driver? All of the lies collapse in on themselves. In his story, he quit being a taxi driver because of this instance, something that according to him is made up. But in his memory, Mano knows that he quit being a taxi driver. So then if that story was fake, then why did he quit? It's a piece of logic from the truth that doesn't mesh with his current understanding. It's something that points out the chink in his armor in all of the lies that have been put together. And here's the thing. I don't think Mano was lying on purpose. I think, as this line connects to the whole, that there's something greater happening here. We've seen a few instances up until this point of someone making up something or telling a lie that turns out to be true. The first video in the series, in Cursed Video, the manager says that he wrote a note on the box saying if you watch it, it kills you. When as we know now, if you watch it, it kills you. So was he just accidentally right? Or when the manager originally wrote it, was that true? But for some reason, his minds convinced him that he did it to sell more videos so that it would get rented more. If these guys made something up, then why did it happen? Why was the lie true? Because it was never a lie in the first place. Whatever entities at play here, it seems to be working with people's memory, with their beliefs. Mayano was wholly convinced that all of this was fake, to the point that he convinced himself the footage he was seeing from the past with the director was all a big hoax. And as we see from his devastation at the end after being asked the question, this clearly has created a mental snap for him. And as we see from his devastation at the end after he's asked that question, we see that this revelation carries a mental weight. He truly believed that all of it never happened. If we apply that to the whole series, who knows what's real? Is Yuko pretending to be Noriko? Or does Yuko truly believe she is Noriko? None of the characters in this series can trust the word of anyone, not even themselves. And again, that's exposed through one simple question, one that points out the absurdity of all of this being a lie. Why did you quit being a taxi driver? Passengers is my favorite one of the series. That inline hits so hard. And also, all of the events from the video are done so well, from them finding the rope that leads to the graves with the bamboo, and then the note pages that seem to be the pages from Film Inferno. Every piece of it works expertly. It's the highlight of the series to me, at least at this point. And it leads us into the next video that might be the most impressive of the entire series up until this point. And that is the September 23rd, 2023 live stream, or as it's called at the end title card, Trojan Horse. This video opens by showing us a note. Parts of the note are redacted, but according to a Japanese website, this is an English translation. Blank. It is said that blank and blank's daughter, blank, created blank. Blank is dead.
Does that mean we need me to maintain these muscles?
The house was then purchased by blank. Note, blank is someone related to blank. Blank was recovered from the house. Executives blank are repeatedly experimenting with it. It is unknown how it is used, and many people have died. That blank is a weapon of mass destruction. Blank is said to be a family transformed by blank. Blank still exists today as Haikyo. There is a high possibility that they will use it for evil purposes. I'll talk about what this might mean in a minute, but just hold on to it for now. The beginning of this video shows us very grainy footage. In the footage, we see two guys in protective or painter suits walking up to a destroyed house. As they walk through the house, we can see stickers on a post in the middle of the room, what seems to be a sort of canopy covered in drawings of people. However, while walking around the outside of this canopy, the camera glances down and sees this: several red and bloodied hands coming out from underneath the sheet. The person filming yells, "They are coming," and the two men run out of the house. Here, this segment cuts and text appears on screen that tells us that this is an actual clip that was aired live on the internet. And that's not a joke. The entire segment you're about to watch was filmed in one take on a live stream. So everything you're about to see was coordinated down to the movement. The stream begins with someone pulling out their phone to check the YouTube live chat, which again, the chat he's looking at in this video is the real chat from when this was streamed. The person recording is wearing the same Tyvek PPE uniform that we saw the two men at the beginning of the video wearing. He walks through the woods and ends up at the same house we saw from the beginning. Only this time, there are lights on and there's other people there, all wearing the same uniform he is. Our streamer makes his way to the house and begins to put on even more protective measures. While applying covers to his shoes, someone else steps out of the house and hands him a bundle of clothes. He takes the bundle of clothes
Yeah,
and
I'm
walks
glad
over to
the
what appears to be two bodies wrapped on the
backrooms
ground.
are.
The clothes are thrown into a pile, and then our streamer makes his way inside to see this. There are 5 people bowing down, facing a room. Inside of the room is what appears to be a large box sitting on top of a podium. Within this room, more people in protective suits are carefully stepping around the worshippers as they step underneath a plastic tarp and come out with more clothes, carrying the clothes by the handful to outside.
I don't find this
While the streamer is watching
anymore.
this, we hear weird words being repeated over and over. We see the source of it as the streamer looks in the bathroom and sees a man completely naked, shaking and
Guys,
chanting to himself
something.
while staring at the wall. After this, we get a better look at the box on top of the podium. It seems to be covered in stickers, similar to the stickers we saw on the post at the beginning of the video. And around this metal box is a dark stain. While the rest of the men go about their work and the worshippers continue to bow, the streamer walks to an adjacent doorway and peeks through it. And at the end of the hall, we see another of these shadow men, standing ominously, staring at us. Another man in a suit comes to shut the door and struggles for a second before quickly slamming it. If you look closely at the border of the door, you can see it's because a hand is fighting against him, trying to keep it open. Just after this door shuts, an alarm begins to sound. Quickly, everyone drops what they were doing and makes their way over to the metal box. 2 of the men in suits pick up the box in order to carry it outside. When the streamer turns around, all the worshippers have left the house. As they're making their way through the woods, one of the 2 men drops the box. As he does, he screams and the camera drops in quality, similar to the quality drop we saw at the beginning of the video. Right after this, our streamer's phone rings. From the way he's been moving around to the camera placement, it seems he's been trying to stream all of this covertly. But when his phone rings, his cover is blown. The worshippers, wearing clear rain jackets, quickly rush towards the man. They drag the streamer before the woman in red, who seemed to be leading the worship, and this other worshipper. When they find out that he's been streaming, they are furious. The male worshipper reacting, "You'll die, we'll all die," before looking at the camera and saying, "It's a lie, this is all a lie." With that, the video ends with an in-card title for this video, Trojan Horse. This is certainly one of the more memorable visuals from the series. I mean, obviously the fact the whole thing was live streamed, that's impressive in itself, but there's something so cool about the visual of these very methodical, like agency people stepping over worshippers, and the ghost at the end of the hallway, and the guy in the bathtub chanting to himself. And then it's all around this one box that never gets an explanation. I think if we look at a few of the clues though, we can piece something together. Let's start with the note the video opened with. The note sounds like it's from some kind of government agency or a field report. Although the names in the field report are censored, it seems to be describing something that was created by a little girl, since it says blank and blank's daughter created blank. This would explain the childish stickers that were placed all over the box. The box itself must be the object in question. And of the original father, mother, and child, 2 are dead and 1 is missing. And we're told that these executives or principal members are experimenting with whatever this is. They don't know how to use it, but it's killed a lot of people. It's also believed whatever this thing is, it's a weapon of mass destruction. So it sounds to me that what happened is a little girl accidentally did something, perhaps committed some ritual or summoned some spirit, something that presides within the box. So some government agency or company wanted to get their hands on it, but they didn't understand what they were dealing with, so it seems they're working with local worshippers or some obscure religion that believes in whatever this box is. So what we're witnessing is this organization trying to remove the box. The alarm goes off, meaning enough time was spent here in worship of it for them to supposedly safely remove it. And throughout the house, we see some of the effects it's had, like the guy chanting in the bathtub. Perhaps this group of worshippers was only working with the company begrudgingly. This thing's killed a lot of people and they need someone to get rid of it. But after the men drop it and it's revealed that one of them was live streaming it, they get mad. Now, I'm not sure why they'll all die. Maybe the spirit doesn't want to be filmed or doesn't want people to know of it. But whatever it is, it seems the worshipper tries to course correct by telling the live stream audience that this is all fake. It's not real. And then I think the footage the video opened on, where we see grainy cell phone footage walking through the house, comes later, when after they drop the this grainy effect is everywhere. And while looking under the canopy where this box may be now, we see the bloody hands rise out. As one of the members says, they're coming. This might be the family that was transformed by it, according to the opening note. The transportation of clothes out of the house also feels familiar, as several times through the series, whenever someone dies or succumbs to these creatures, only their clothes are left behind. Are these the dead that have been killed by this thing? Is this organization sacrificing people to it? Let's also remember the 2 dead bodies taped up out front. But there's another detail about the clothes that is significantly odd. The first stack of clothes that the guy hands the streamer, those are the same clothes that Noriko was wearing in her video when she left the home. Underneath her jacket, she had the same shirt and pants. Does this mean that Noriko was a victim of this cult or this box or this organization? Who knows? What I think we're seeing here is when a professional body, like an agency, dips their toe into the realm of the supernatural and the ritual. What that box could be, we'll talk about later. Our next video is titled Hidden Link, and this one in format is similar to the obscure one back in season 1, as it mostly just chronicles posts made online. The first thing we see is a clip from a podcast that was posted on November 30th, 2017. This podcast is made by 2 friends, Tucci and Konchan. On this podcast, they tell an odd story. They say that their classmate, Kameyama, runs a website dedicated to their old high school classmates and an eventual reunion. Well, Kameyama told the podcaster that a girl 3 years younger than them had recently died. So Kameyama goes to check out her entry on the school website and notices something disturbing. In the source code of the website, beyond what he's added to the page himself, there are a ton of slanderous and mean messages. Messages that point to specific students, calling out details about them, making fun of their appearance or behavior. So Kame continues to look through the website, looking for other hidden messages. Eventually, he comes across an audio file labeled Kauka. He clicks on it and finds this weird, disturbing audio.
Just kind of swing.
Sounds like a mixture of horrifying sounds and a piano as screams are heard. It's pointed out that while Kame made this page, the password to get into it are known by several people, so really anyone from the school could be adding this to the source code. However, the staff of the Q YouTube channel began to look through the site themselves and found another hidden link. This one leading to a page with a blue background that simply read, "We're looking for these people." And with no other context, we're shown several images of people, some who look like they posed for the picture, and others who seem to be blurry and in the distance and out of focus. Another hidden link led to a message board site, a board containing details about things like how to clean up blood. Eventually, the staff found another download link. This one led to a file called kimurahisako.zip. The zip file was locked, but using a password break tool, the staff at Q managed to get in, and all they found was this: a single image of a smiling woman. Perhaps this is Kimura Hisako. However, to get to this zip link, they had to eventually find a link that took them to a black screen with a single question mark. After they clicked on that question mark, it would take them to another screen, and then another. And after 16 clicks, the zip file appeared. However, when the staff went back to the original black screen with the first question mark, they found another hidden link on that page as well. This led to another hidden link, and another. The video ends by telling us that the Q staff are still clicking through these links, that currently it's exceeded over 6,000 pages. With that, the video ends with not a lot to draw on for now. It seems that someone who had access to the website had a lot of vitriol towards their other classmates. And perhaps this has led to instances like the death of the classmate mentioned earlier, and the stalking and perhaps future deaths of the people on the looking for page. But how does this connect to the full channel?
Yeah.
We'll talk about it later. Now we move into our next video, Take 100. Video opens by telling us that this was an unreleased Japanese film that was found in a warehouse. It's currently in the possession of a toy film museum, operated by a man who collects old Japanese film, which this museum is an actual place you can go to in Japan and see some of the first instances of recorded film ever. Pretty cool. The curator of the museum tells us that the clip in question is an unedited piece of 16mm film. The film was sent in by grandkids after their grandfather passed away, and the contents of the scene itself wouldn't be that weird if it wasn't for the number of takes. We're then shown the footage, and the scene itself seems to be pretty simple. It seems the direction is a husband and wife are looking at a body underneath a sheet in the room across from them. The husband gets upset, leaves the room, the wife asks for him to stay, before looking longingly at the body in the next room. We have no other context for the scene other than that. But regardless of how simple of a scene this seems to be, the director has these actors do the scene over 100 times, just repeating the same action over and over with barely any noticeable difference between them. However, after the 40th take, things start to get weird. We see a shadow on a wall behind the body. At one point between takes, the actress walks over to the body and bows in prayer, before quickly smiling back at the camera. Then, a black silhouette appears in a room with the body. This should remind you of the ghostly apparitions we've seen many times in the series up until this point. The shadow stands in the room with the body, but it seems that the actors don't see it.
Dream with the spider eater? There was a big spider room and I couldn't get rid of it. Dang.
The shadow is closer. The shadow gets closer and closer until eventually the screen becomes dark. For one cut, it seems that the footage shifts and the man is now overcome with the shadow. This continues until the takes are at a point of distortion and darkness that they can't be made out. And our video ends there. Perhaps the women perform some kind of ritual to summon this entity. Perhaps this scene itself, for whatever reason, is a ritual. Regardless, another one of those shadow things appeared. And even though they couldn't see it, we certainly could. It also tells us, as you can imagine, these rituals have been going on for a while. Before there were cameras, these things were certainly out there. The cameras just let us see them. The next video is called Mother, and this one's an interesting one. The video opens with a guy looking through a package he recently received containing several CDs. He goes through them as if he's looking for something, eventually deciding that there's nothing there. The documentary tells us that this man is Fumio Ikizawa. He's 35 years old and has a wife and son. He's currently inside of his mother's home. His mom disappeared, so he inherited the house. As a matter of fact, his mother, named Yoko, disappeared when he was only 6 years old. He lives somewhere else now, but despite this, packages begin to show up at his mother's home. Fumio has become convinced that these are clues. Things like coal and pictures of scenery are sent to him. He begins to receive weird voicemails, one of which is an audio of him when he was 6 years old, talking on the news about how he wants his mother to come home. However, the most alarming thing he received, the thing that made him think these were actual clues, perhaps from the culprit, was this video. A video of a woman who he believes to be his mom, suffering in the dark. Camera close-up of her crying face. From here, Fumio shows a bunch of the other stuff he's received, and his takeaways from it are kind of weird. Like, there's this dialogue that seems to be mostly gibberish or one side of a conversation that he believes to potentially be dialogue written by the stalker before they decided to kidnap his mom. There's this other map that's drawn with a highlighter showing a route, and he begins to talk about how the track was drawn first and then the map around it, and then he says this is like the getaway path they used. And then there's a bunch of photos that were sent to him, and he's really reaching with some some of these. Like one of the photos is of a tennis racket, and he says his mom played tennis once, so maybe that means she's living wherever this tennis racket is. There's a photo of an apartment with a note on it saying to leave the packages outside. There's a picture of a woman at a fair who he thinks might be his mom. There's a picture of a shrine that he thinks relates to the idea that they're watching him and knows what he wants. Basically, he doesn't have a lot to work with, but he's convinced that all of these clues mean something. Eventually, he uses a lot of obscure reasoning to say that since he's received coal, and some of those pictures of places are near coal, that means his mom is like coal and therefore underground, which leads him to believe that his mother was buried alive. At the end of the video, the Q documentary people ask why doesn't he go to the police with this? And he says because then he'll probably stop receiving packages. This video does a good job at showing someone that's so obsessed with putting together a puzzle, they've forgotten why they're trying to find an answer. If he got the police involved, it could help. They could have information that would help him find his mom. But he doesn't care about finding his mom as much as he cares about the mystery of finding his mom. I also feel like the Q YouTube channel kind of made this as a prank, like against us, because there's so many little hints, things I haven't even mentioned yet, where like a number shows up a couple times, or a name gets mentioned here that also gets mentioned over there, and it's almost like this video is making fun of us for like theory crafting, because it's clear to me that the creator of the series is more interested in the individual scares, the fright of each moment, and then just finds ways to tie that back into the whole, or keeping the same ideas in mind across the series. It's a YouTube channel about cool individual horror movies, not one collective ARG, even if it's technically also that. So I feel like this video was made to make fun of me, which is fine. I'll take it. Our penultimate video at this point is called Telephone Number. And we're told that the inspiration for this video is an urban legend regarding a phone number you can use to talk to ghosts. It comes from an old Japanese horror movie. In this anthology film, there's one short where a group of girls are playing with a Ouija board and decide to call the phone number that lets you talk to ghosts. Remember that thing I said earlier that all of the acting in the series is good except for when it wants to be bad? Well, here in this short we see that's supposed to be of some schlocky 90s horror movie, the girls' acting is purposefully bad, but they're doing a great job at acting as bad actors in an old horror film. And seeing their performance in this section that's purposefully played up, in contrast to all the other acting we've seen in the series, does a great job at showing how good these performances are. In the horror movie, a girl calls the number, says hello over and over again, till eventually something happens to her, she turns around to the other girls who are horrified, and the film ends. The Q documentary people track down the director of this horror movie, who says that this was his first horror film and he wanted to talk to people who watched the movie. So he used his own phone number for that scene in the film, a scene which, by the way, the Q documentary crew have censored the number. So we don't know what it is, but we just know that it's the director's original phone number. The director said that for a while, he received weird voicemails. Some were silence, other were people yelling threats, some were just people groaning. Came out to a few voicemails per month. Well, a few years later, a friend of the director's told him to check out this VHS tape about supposed real supernatural encounters. Well, one of the segments from this tape is about a hiker who went into the mountains. While he was there, he came across an old abandoned house. While in the house, he took a picture. Sometime afterwards, felt quite ill.
Flopping around like a Muppet, that's compliment. Goofy. Yeah, I was trying to do like a
there's a tall, dark figure standing, looking straight at him. So for this paranormal encounters tape, the hiker goes back into the woods with the director to try to find the abandoned house. As they're walking along the path to the house, they eventually come across several piles of clothes stacked outside. Again, we're this far into the series, we know that piles of clothes in the woods is definitely not good. However, in addition to the clothes, this poster shows up on the trees over and over. The two men continue forward and eventually come to the abandoned house. It's in the same condition it was last time, only this time, that same poster lines the walls. From the drawing and perspective of the narrator writing the note, it seems that the poster is of a woman asking to hear your final breath and to call the number listed below. In combination with this, inside of the abandoned house, there are cell phones everywhere. As the two men are investigating this, they hear footsteps in the attic above them. They panic and run out of the house, but as they do, if you slow down the footage, you'll see something they didn't realize until later. But just to their side, there's a hanging body. Considering they didn't see it on the way in, perhaps this is the spirit of someone who took their life out in these woods, or because of them. I will also say this moment was the most visceral jump scare I had in the entire series, because I was watching all of this late at night by myself, for the video, and I didn't see that body at first, and I'm like, oh, what was that? And I hit back and half speeded it, and I just saw like the image of the head and hands and thought it was like a 15-foot tall dude standing just off center looking down. And I don't think I fell out of my chair, but my knee definitely slammed into the table. It got me, which is even funnier because if I would have waited 10 seconds, the video itself.
Oh, is that Alan Becker's video on the principles of anime?
So I jump scared myself for no reason.
No, it is not. It is about a Japanese analog, not ARG.
just add to it.
After they leave the house, the hiker calls the phone number listed on the poster. The phone number seems to belong to a random woman. The woman says that she's been receiving strange calls, with the hiker now explaining it's because her phone numbers keep showing up on these posters. Posters that it turns out are written all over Japan. And of course, as you could imagine, this woman's phone number and the phone number on the poster was the same phone number of the director who made the horror film. So all that makes sense, right? The director uses his own phone number for the horror movie, and then that leads to an urban legend that leads these posters to get made, and then after he changes his phone number, this poor woman gets flooded with phone calls. Well, that would make sense if that was how things happened. That is actually the opposite of what happened, because the reason the director's buddy told him to check out this VHS tape is because it came out 5 years before his movie. That means these posters were in the woods, and this woman was receiving phone calls far before he made his film, or far before that was even his phone number. So what do we have once again? We have someone who believes they came up with the horrifying thing they're describing, when it turns out the horror was real from the start.
I try again.
Why did you quit
Both
being a
one
taxi
music was
driver?
pretty full,
In
which
the
is
final
strange for an
moments of the
analog.
video, the Q documentary people
Yeah.
urge the director to call the number now, as he no longer has it and is curious as to who does.
Yeah.
So he tries to call the number, and the number picks up, but he hears nothing. Instead, the director just ends the video by saying hello over and over again, just as his character did back in the movie, that he thought was his own idea. Which I like the ending. Similar to him thinking it was his idea to put his own phone number in the movie, it seems greater forces were at play to make sure that number was there all along. He was just the puppet who conveniently forgot it. But it seems this phone number and all of the voicemails we've heard thus far are the final moments of people who were about to die. Final moments gargling in pain or getting into fights. But where somewhere else in the series we've heard about suspicious voicemails? Perhaps all the way back in our second video, Strange Messages. That was a woman back in the 90s getting voicemails of people screaming or crying in pain. Perhaps the woman from Strange Messages is the same one the hiker calls at the end of this video. A series of ghosts and final moments captured in phone calls longer than any of them realize. Before we dig into that too much, let's talk about the final video currently uploaded to the Fake Documentary Q channel. A video called Helter Skelter. The video opens with the girl showing the cameraman a box she was left by her mom. Her mom began and ran a store for Vietnamese merchandise, and this box is one of the things left behind from that store. Inside, there's an odd package covered in paper that is covered in Chinese writing. Along with this was another smaller box. The box had a picture of what appears to be a family, although the image itself is darkened and distorted. The girl's mom died in 2018, and shortly after this, the shop shut down. From the labels on the side of the box, it seems the boxes were purchased through VTC, which VTC seems to be like a parent company that is just used as a hub to buy or sell anything. But using that information, the girl was able to find how much money her mother had spent on these two items. In her mom's accounting book, she found that her mom spent 1.3 and 1.7 million yen on these two packages. In one instance, spending 3.5 million, which for perspective is about $8,300 and $10,800 respectively. Looking at the accounting books, the daughter also notices that shortly after these purchases to VTC, sales in her mom's shop went way up, meaning these purchases, whatever they were, coincided with better business. Also found amongst her mother's belongings was a photograph of a building. On the back of the photo was the word Yoshimura-san. This seems to be a family name, so perhaps this building is a picture of the family house. In addition to this was a mini DV tape, and it's this tape that shows us something interesting. It takes us to the perspective of two guys walking around Vietnam. One of them has a backpack and seems to be the one in charge, while the other is simply the cameraman, here for hire. The two are walking down the street before the guy in charge makes a phone call, telling someone on the other end that they're here for the job. They eventually approach the same house that was shown in the photograph the girl recovered from her mother. As they're walking up to the house, the cameraman notices a man standing in the top window. He's standing still, simply looking outside at the street. The guy in charge doesn't seem to think anything of it, especially since there was a car parked out front, so this is likely just his house or he's here too, wherever here is. They walk into the home and immediately things are weird. The guy in charge tells the cameraman to record everything for proof. On the table are several items. The items are wrapped in a similar manner to the thing the girl found in her mother's shop. On the mantle next to this table is a portrait of a family of 4. Perhaps these are the Yoshimura-sans. It could be considered the same family that the girl showed in the smaller box at the beginning of the video, but that family had 5 members and this portrait only has 4. The guy in charge puts on a pair of gloves and begins inspecting each of the items on the table. He carefully checks each of them before setting them gently in the chairs around the table. He then pulls off his gloves and reaches into the bag he brought, bringing in newly wrapped items and setting them on the table. After all these items are set up, he then gets out a series of notes, and they move into the next step of whatever they're doing. The next step has the 2 place mirrors. According to the guy in charge, the placement of the mirrors is important. From what we know of this series so far, we should know that mirrors have significance. And that's proven to us when, as the cameraman glances into one of the placed mirrors, we see another shadow figure. Considering the cameraman doesn't react, I don't think he can see this. Only we can. This image is only recorded to the tape, not their eyes. And some entity is certainly in the building with them. After the mirror is placed, the guy in charge pulls out several pieces of paper with symbols drawn on them. He then places one piece of paper into each of the wrapped items that he recently pulled off of the table. After this is done, he goes and makes prayer to the picture on the mantle. He then gives the cameraman a flashlight and tells him to go film every photo. As we see that on a table nearby are several photographs. However, as the cameraman starts to film these, this should look familiar. Every single portrait has a smeared face. A smear exactly like the one we saw in Obscure way back in like the 6th or 5th episode. Whatever that picture was is what's happening to these pictures. After the cameraman films all of the portraits, the guy in charge tells the cameraman to set the camera down and help him take down the pictures. Something important to note here is that the guy in charge is once again wearing his gloves, but the cameraman is not. After all the pictures are taken down, they then set up new photographs. Note, for the new photographs, the guy in charge doesn't wear gloves. As the cameraman films these new pictures, the guy in charge begins to play chants as he sprinkles dirt around the room. As this is happening, the cameraman goes to film the mantle once again. This time, as he's looking at the mantle, he turns around and the other guys disappeared. The cameraman is now completely alone in the large house. He begins to panic. It seems that the guy next to him vanished without a trace. After he looks for a while, the cameraman goes back downstairs until he hears the voice of someone above him say, "Excuse me." The cameraman thinks maybe someone else is here who can help him. He works his way up the staircase and notices something odd. Whoever is saying "excuse me" is saying it in the exact same cadence over and over again. When he gets to the top of the stairs, he sees this.
Có ai ở nhà không? 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 Có ai ở nhà không?
The cameraman begins to freak out, but as he does, he hears the other guy begin to speak to him. He tells him to calm down and control his breathing and to walk back down the stairs. The cameraman doesn't know where this guy's coming from. He can only hear his voice. Nonetheless, this guy coaches him all the way back up the staircase, eventually telling him to hand over the camera. And as he does, the camera falls into his hands and the cameraman is nowhere to be seen. It seems as if the two men were occupying the same space geographically, but were in two different planes. What we just witnessed was the camera passing between the two. We then see the guy sitting at the table with the artifacts, who is writing something down until an alarm goes off. When the alarm goes off, he quickly picks up his stuff as well as all the cameraman stuff, and then takes the camera and leaves. Before he leaves, he gets some footage of the family picture on top of the mantle, a picture that is now jet black. As he's walking away, he points the camera up at the window, and we see that the position that was previously the old man looking out the window is now the cameraman, vacantly staring out into the air. It seems he switched positions with the previous tenant. With this, the mini DV tape ends, and we cut back to the daughter, explaining that this item must have helped her mother sell, but she doesn't know what it is. So, while being interviewed, she decides, might as well open it. The daughter pulls off the strings and the Chinese wrapping, eventually revealing a bloody yellow backpack. A backpack that almost certainly came from an ill-fated hiker whose body was forever lost on a mountain in Japan. I'll get into detail later, but for now what I think we're seeing is a business that sells curses and blessings. I think the artifacts that were placed on the table were things that become enchanted and then sold to people like this girl's mother in order to help her business. And the faces that developed the smears over on the table next to them were people who were cursed. And what we watched in the mini DV tape was the proof for the clients who purchased these blessings and curses that an actual ritual was performed. But it seems that for this ritual to take place, there has to be a sacrifice, which of course, in this instance, was the cameraman, someone who was forcefully merged into the dimension on top of ours, but not a part of it. And with that sacrifice, the curses and blessings gained their power. That's why the guy in charge never touched the cursed objects with his bare hands, but he certainly had the cameraman do it. This makes sense for some other things we've seen in the series. We finally get an explanation to Obscure. Someone kept sending these cursed images along with pictures of families to the editor so that the editor could unknowingly curse these families. Seems that the reason this client wanted him to do this was so they wouldn't experience the after effects of the curse itself. Something that we know was experienced by the editor, Orange Robinson, and his boss, as they began to see these faces everywhere and go mad. And just as seen in the mirror in that room, these shadow figures are there all the time. Their presence either indicative of or the cause of these curses and blessings and rituals we see throughout the channel. So with all the videos out of the way, what are we watching on this channel? It seems to be a variation between killers and hell worlds and ghosts and spirits and demons and curses and rituals and blessings. There's a lot happening here, but what does it all mean? Well, to paint a bigger picture, let's talk for one about how these entities work and what plane of existence they inhabit, but also how we as humanity have decided to interact with them. So let's start with something that's obviously strange. Time, dimensions, and our understanding of them, or should I say, misremembering of them. The first thing of note is there's clearly some kind of presence beyond the veil. If you want to call it hell, spirits, the underworld, there's things that interact with the presence of humanity but do not require our input. And when humanity does interact with
I was going, what I miss? Nothing
there's
much.
a lot of instances throughout the series of people disappearing. Most often, their clothes being left behind when they do. People like the hiker and what the deceased left behind, or the piles of clothes in the woods during Passenger. Most often in cases like this, in film Inferno, it seems that people have to go to one of these haunted or supernatural areas in order to disappear. But in other instances, it can happen anywhere. The group of people that disappeared from the car in Plan C. In Mother, the guy's mom disappeared from the house while he was in it. People vanish and then their things are found sometimes years later. Well, what happens to these people when they do disappear? In some instances, like Film Inferno and Basement, they seem to go to a sort of underworld or hell. But in the final video we looked at, they go to somewhere much more abstract. The cameraman in Helter Skelter was in the same building, but was now in a plane where he could interact with the spiritual, the man who was upstairs repeating, "Excuse me." But despite being on the other side of the veil, the guy he was there with could still talk to him. This might have been because the cameraman was still holding the camera, but we'll talk about that in a minute. And it seems that other times, people are caught in the crossfire as other people reach out to the world of the spiritual directly.
I think
An
we're
example
changing
of that
this.
being the phone calls of people's last moments that were going to the phone of the director and the old woman. In the note at the beginning of the live stream, it implies that a young girl made this silver box that is referred to as a weapon of mass destruction, a weapon that seems to have killed a lot of people. And it seems this box came from someone interacting with spirits in a way they shouldn't have. Even instances of spirits reaching out to people first seem to come from some other action that a human has committed. Like, for example, the woman that was possessed by a young boy in Exorcism. We know from the visit that the only reason she was possessed is because that house was the site of a ritual gone wrong. And there's even instances of people interacting with the spiritual first and then either being tricked or being convinced that it was all a lie. Instances like the director in the telephone story, the taxi driver in Passengers, the store manager in
Then
the
I
video,
think
and
what
the
we
easiest example, the three friends in Mindseeker. Over the span of a few minutes, we see someone convince themselves that they really are telepathic, and then sure enough, they become that. And it's only when they're presented with heavily conflicting information that they put the pieces together. Why did you quit being a taxi driver? We also see people interacting with the spiritual for their own best interest. For one, we have the cleanup crew in the live stream video, who seem to be working with a cult in order to remove whatever this box was. Which my personal theory, considering the note says the family was transformed, perhaps it's the body of the little girl or the whole family inside of the box. Perhaps their bodies now act as a gateway. Perhaps a gateway to the underworld from which spirits and the dead can come out. And of course, we have the cult from Sanctuary. A cult that seems to kill people that come across them and then move their vehicles, probably to hide the evidence. If this is the case, and if the cult is working with whatever spirits are at play, then there's no telling what kind of events from the series they're responsible for. From the vlogger who gets lost hiking in Bivouac, to in Plan C, the license plate being removed from the car. Not to mention all the abandoned cars that the taxi driver finds in Passengers. Maybe they've been carrying out favors for the spirits or whatever entity they worship for decades. But the most direct example we see of someone manipulating spiritual powers is in Helter Skelter. There we see an assembly line of curses and blessings. When the two men come to the house, they find that the artifacts on the table look old and decrepit, and the photos on the table have been cursed. It's likely that what happens here is artifacts and photographs are brought forward, and then when a sacrifice is presented, in this example, the cameraman, the same one who touched the cursed photographs without gloves, mind you, when the ritual was complete, he shifted over, now interacting with the spiritual. All it took was for the guy in charge to get his camera back for proof, and then once his time was up, he was able to leave the home, a new set of curses and blessings underway. From the blacked out photograph on the mantle, perhaps this implies there was a switch. Maybe when the photograph's visible, it's safe to enter the house and move artifacts, but when the photograph's blacked out, the curses and blessings are underway. And at the end of the video, we see that the thing inside of the wrapped blessing is a bloodied backpack. A backpack that might have come from someone that was lost in the woods and succumbed to one of these spirits, or perhaps a cult. There's an entire underground network of people manipulating the spiritual realm to their benefit. In Obscure, we see someone who didn't even want to do the curse themselves. So they have an editor do it. That editor falls prey to all of the side effects of the curse. And once the person who wants the curse to be accomplished gets what he wants, he probably just moves on to another editor. That's what I do to all of my editors, they just don't know it yet. But perhaps too many people manipulating the spiritual realm is causing problems. It's causing a leak of sorts. Sure, there might have always been one-off instances, like the taxi driver taking people to their final resting place. Normally, these events were more subtle, but as the series goes on, they get louder. In the live stream, we're told that there's no telling how many people this box has killed, and it's hinted that experimenting with it can lead to more death. Perhaps this means supernatural instances begin to occur. Things like the woman going down the elevator and basement. People who otherwise didn't even mean to interact with the supernatural fall prey to it. Perhaps that's also the reason the guy's mom disappears in Mother. Just so happened to be a victim of someone else's meddling. Which, speaking of Mother, I do think the mother disappeared due to one of these crossover events. Because for one, otherwise this is just a story of a guy whose mom went missing and was potentially buried alive, and he looks into the details way too much, which doesn't really connect to the story unless this was a supernatural disappearance. I also think it was the same kind of disappearance we see in Helter Skelter for one reason. In Helter Skelter, when we look at the guy in charge and we see the papers he's reading from, there's a diagram on how he is to move through the structure. Well, if you look at the line he's drawn on the map, it is the exact same line that was drawn on the map in Mother. This makes the son's bizarre explanation make more sense. When he says it looks like the line was to be drawn first and then the road around it. It was the shape or the pattern that mattered because it's the pattern that has to be done in these disappearance or sacrifice rituals. One that his mother was probably the victim of. At the same time, there seems to be entities out there that are hard to wrap our mind around, like the cave system seen in film Inferno. This is a living cave, or at least a cave with shifting walls. One that keeps pictures of its victims and plays classical music to lead people further in, simultaneously mocking their position. All the while, as seen by the end, seemingly leading to hell. So perhaps sometimes people just stumble into the supernatural. Sometimes it's just there and we trip into it, but other times people try to use it. Sometimes that might go okay for them, like the shop owner mentioned in Helter Skelter, and other times not so much, like the head mourner shown in The Visit. However, what is by far the most common interaction that people have on purpose with the supernatural throughout this series is rituals. There's several different kinds of rituals. There's the blessing ritual in Helter Skelter, there's the mourning ritual in The Visit, and while most of these are very different, they all have one thing in common: repetition. Think about it. Every case of a ritual we see throughout the series has an emphasis on doing something over and over. If that's chanting or writing something down, or as seen in The Visit, performing morning practices for a week straight. But sometimes it's something seemingly innocuous. Think about the weird imagery shown during the last countdown. The imagery that seemingly is trying to conjure the spirit of the dead and says how many more laps. Think about how in Obscure he had 75 requests to edit the same kind of picture. And I think the most obvious example, take 100. The actors performed the same scene over and over again, and eventually something is summoned. It's not that the scene they were doing was particularly ritualistic or had any spiritual connotations. It was just the repetition of something that made something else show up. And as far as repetition goes, one of the most thorough examples is in the hidden link. At the end of that one, they had to click through the same looking page 6,000 times. That's certainly some kind of ritual. Perhaps every time they click on a new link, someone dies somewhere in Japan. I mean, if experimenting with the box in the live stream does bad stuff, maybe every time they click on a new link, another woman gets trapped in a elevator basement hell. But that leads to a more interesting point. If doing something over and over again makes something supernatural happen, then could that explain the people who don't remember the supernatural being real? Think about the video store manager for a moment. He wrote on the VHS tape that this tape will kill you, and he said that over and over again. He wrote it on blog posts, and then that story was repeated again and again. And eventually, as we saw, it became real. In the telephone story, the director made a movie that was played again and again, insisting that this telephone number was a way to talk to the dead. And of course, in Passengers, they make it a point that the taxi driver has told this story many times, a story that it turns out in the end is real. Were all of these people convinced of a lie by some supernatural entity, or did they just say it enough times that it became true? Does this mean the realm of the supernatural rewrote history to make these events come to be? Perhaps, or perhaps that's just what we see. See, there's one thing about fake documentary Q that is more important than anything else in the series. It's more important than the rituals, more important than a ghost or false memory. As a matter of fact, it's the one thing that is featured in every single episode without exception. That, of course, is a camera. The entire series plays with found footage, but in many instances, the camera is a central point in what is going on. Most of the videos either call out the camera itself, emphasizing the importance of filming or making sure they're still recording. And it sounds weird to say, but in many instances, it seems that the camera prevents things from happening. In the flower delivery video, for example, as soon as they set up a video camera, the flowers stop showing up. And when the flowers stop showing up, the entities in the apartment begin to appear. Or in Bivouac, something bad might have happened to her out in the woods had she not been recording. In that video, we hear a supernatural voice speak to her twice. The one she called out telling her to go this way, and when she sees the bundle of sticks outside of her tent, a voice says, here. Even as she's hiking up the mountain, for a brief shot, you can see her stepping over that group of sticks tied up on the path. Something led her all the way up here, but for some reason, she walked away okay. Perhaps she was saved because she was recording. There's this one really strange line from Film Inferno. Before the girl runs off and the two of them are scared walking through the cave system, the woman is panicked and asks the man what they're going to do. To which the man replies, we'll be okay, we're filming. Again, there's some hints from the associated book that the man was more aware of the supernatural than we see in the Film Inferno video. So he seemed to know that the camera meant something. There's even other instances where this is hinted at. Like in House of Mirrors, that guy was paid to take a camera and film all of the mirrors in his home. It seems whoever hired him knew that for some reason, it was good to have footage of these things that might be in the mirrors. And sure enough, they were right, as we see
Obviously, if I did.
in the mirrors themselves. However, there's something else important that the cameras do, and that's show things that people can't see. Several instances throughout this video, as I pointed out, there are scary faces or tall dark figures in the backgrounds of videos. But if you pay attention, no one ever interacts or seems to notice any of them. In House of Mirrors, the camera sees two entities and he does nothing. In the flower delivery video, they see two entities behind the man but have no reaction. The most obvious example of this is the cameraman in Helter Skelter.
Best lunch ever.
Who, after the guy in charge tells the cameraman to film a mirror, and we see
I bought some
a shadow man in the mirror that he is pointing the camera at.
Asian turkey with some pepper jack cheese and rolled that up into getting
Every
wrap
time
going.
someone in the series calls out something
Lettuce, some fresh homemade
some
mayo.
truly monstrous creature, it's always them looking at footage or pictures after they were taken. The hiker in
Got
the
Mexican
telephone
food.
video
Nice.
went
What
to the house and
kind?
got a picture of a tall
Lettuce,
man or
quesadillas,
hairy man in the corner of the
tacos,
room, but didn't notice until he was
torta.
back from his trip and looked at the photo. I mean, look at Exorcism. There's a giant creature in the corner of an empty room and no one points it out. The camera sees things in retrospect that we can't, or to be more accurate, the video sees things that we can't. This is even called out explicitly in Film Inferno. After the couple walks through an area that when they turn around is covered up, the first thing they say is to watch back the tape. Meaning they, who as established, probably know more than we realize, heck, maybe they were looking for this haunted cave in the first place, they may know that watching the footage reveals things the eye can't see. But there's one presence in this series that seems to understand that better than anyone else. And that's the Q YouTube channel. See, who is Q in the first place? And why is their name Q? Well, I think the best explanation for this was pointed out by the mod of the fake documentary Q subreddit, Paradise Demon, which also I appreciate the Attack on Titan reference. They say that the channel is likely called that due to the negative connotation of the number 9 in Japanese culture. See, the way number 9 is written out in Chinese characters is the same image that in Japanese means suffering. So the way to write 9 in Chinese is the same way you would write suffer in Japanese. And the number 9 in Japanese is pronounced Q. So perhaps the YouTube channel is called Q as a reference to the number 9, again a number with bad connotation within Japanese tradition. This is further emphasized by the full channel's @ Their @ and Twitter handle is programmed Q, with the G in program being a 9. And if you were to pronounce this word out, which again, it's an English Q, so you would pronounce the Q like Q, and pronouncing the 9 in Japanese,
Carne
Jiroku
asada.
Ramu Q, which translates
Papas
to
blancas.
proculum. Proculum being the Latin word for distant or far off. So the name of the channel means distant signals or far off messages, all tying back into the number 9 being bad luck and the letter Q being a stand-in for it. And it seems that's exactly what the YouTube channel is amassing, these strange signals. Sometimes it's a series of blog posts, sometimes it's an unreleased TV news
Very
segment,
nice.
and sometimes it's just a weird video they found in a garage. But the through line between all of them is they're all things that reach into the supernatural, all things where the camera acts as a conduit for what's on the other side of the veil. And in many instances, it seems that Q knows exactly what they're doing. They know exactly where to find this footage. When something goes wrong, they know where to look. One of the most interesting precautions they take in the entire series is during the last countdown, when during the clip of the men standing around a jungle fire, they say that they have blacked out their eyes to prevent eye contact. For whatever reason, we should be weary of looking at these people in the eyes, even through a video. And where else do we see something in the video looking at us through the camera? We see it all of the entities that show up throughout the series. See, most of the things we see, like the man in the suit or the daughter in House of Mirrors, the family of three standing on the beach, and of course the black shadow figures that are looming in the background, all of them are looking directly
Good
at the
or
camera,
nice sound?
but they're not looking at the person recording.
Always a good option.
They're looking at you. In several cultures, there's stories about how photographs or videos can contain the souls of those depicted in them. Well, if that's true, perhaps they could harbor the spirit of something worse. I think what the Q YouTube channel is a collection of haunted videos. Videos that either deal with a dark presence or contain a dark presence within them. A dark presence that is trapped behind the screen until you watch it. I mean, look at the implication of the last countdown. With the photo at the end that ties back to the cursed video, looking at a series of 12 haunted videos makes you haunted in the end. And what is the Q YouTube channel? A season of 12 videos and a second season that's currently on its 10th. Maybe Q is doing this for their own good. Maybe it's to better understand what's happening. Perhaps they're like the taxi driver and the video store manager. They don't even know why they're doing it, they just are. But until further notice, they're going to keep posting videos that show us things from the other side. And it seems they're going to keep doing it until something reaches over. There's so many other little puzzles in this series I didn't even really get into. Like, numbers show up a lot. Like I mentioned earlier, how the ghostly voice heard on the radio in Sanctuary that says 8673 coincides probably with the date of the Voices of the Dead in the last countdown. But even then, I don't really know what that means. Sometimes I swear I feel like the channel is just messing with us because they know they can. Like the ghostly voice on the radio was saying the date of a recording of people who were dead and like in hell or something. So was that date just playing on the radio? Does it even mean anything that they're connected? And also in the second video of the series, on the answering machine, one of the voices that I believe to be one of the dead people mentioned in the telephone video near the end of the channel, that voice says 6451, which does 64.
Did you eat lunch or anything?
Yeah, no, I ate a while
If
ago.
it's still a date, that would be May the 1st
5.
of 1964, which hasn't shown up in the series. And it's also bizarrely exactly 2 digits of each number removed from 8673.
I'm usually
Again,
pretty
does
good about
that
it.
mean anything? There's a lot of weird symbols like Orange Robinson's profile picture or like a count icon in Obscure was like the number 5 in a die. So like, does the number 5 mean anything? Obviously 9 has significance because of the relation to Q. So in places that 9 shows up in the series, am I supposed to look at that? There's also a lot of pieces there to make a rough timeline of the series, but there's also so many other things that are still in question, like when specific dates happened or things that are contingent on other dates. And I think it's something that's worth looking into, but not yet. See, like I said, this series has a ton of extra information, but because the channel is still relatively obscure in the US, a lot of it isn't in English. So I want this video to serve as an introduction for a primarily English-speaking audience, and hopefully things like the associated book or blog post get translations. Like I mentioned, the user on the subreddit's already going through and translating the book to English chapter by chapter, but I mean, come on, this is a YouTube horror series that has a book attached to it. I need to read it. It just has to be in a language I can comprehend and understand the letters of. I'll be keeping an eye on this series, and as more information comes out, I'll probably get around to it again. This series far exceeds the quality of most found footage movies I've watched recently. I think Fake Documentary Q is one of the coolest horror projects on YouTube, and I want to see more people talking about it. I want this video to serve as a jumping off point, and I'm sure I've missed a ton of stuff. Like I said, this project is huge on the Japanese side of the internet, and some of those guys have written like dissertations over this stuff. I mean, not literal dissertations, I don't think, but you'd be surprised by the links of the comments. So let me know what I missed in the comments, and by all means, talk about it. This is a cool series. There's a ton of theory crafting you can do. There's so many puzzle pieces that probably fit together, or we just don't have all the pieces yet. Something that's worth your time that I wanted to share, and above all else, I just want to say, thank you for watching. Again, links to the subreddit and the YouTube channel and other YouTube channels talking about the series will be in the description. Be sure to check them out and keep the theories going. And like I said, the main point of this series is to be some cool short horror films. So turn on Film Inferno or Passengers for a friend and see what they think of it. The series has been a delight to dig into, and hopefully you enjoyed it. As you can see, I am once again in a new setting. I refuse to remain still for longer than like a month, but I'm going to put up some more stuff to make it more YouTuber-ish. Like, those angel hair guys are pretty cool, right? And that says Creepcast, and that's a lava lamp, so you know I tried hard. Look, I even got, there's antlers. There's antlers. I bet if I crouch down, well, there's a chair in the way. I bet it's 3 in the morning. You can see, 4 in the morning. Gosh, you can see where my mind's going if I crouch down like that. Looks like I'm wearing them. That's pretty cool. Once again, you've got like a week left to get in on the Redacted collection. Again, link to that in the description at wendigoon.shop. And you've got like a day left to get in on the Cryptid Enamel Pin, so be fast. New content on the way, and I believe that should do it for now. Before I go, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. I was going to say something funny, but it's 4 in the morning, and this curtain keeps slipping open, and I keep thinking about that hanging guy from the telephone video, so I'm not in the mood.
And finish this one.
California, who saw the last roperite, authentically reported the animal has a large set of rattles on its tail, which it vibrates when in pursuit of game, thus producing a whirring sound like that of a giant rattler. The effect of this upon an animal closely pursued may be imagined. Lumbermen operating in the region between Pitt River and the southern end of the Sierras are urgently requested to make every effort to secure a living specimen of the roperite. There's really like three main categories of fearsome critters. There's weird hybrid impossible animals like the roperite, and then there's stuff that explains things that happen in the woods.
What's your favorite horror story ever?
And then there's other ones that just kill you. It's like they're either whimsical, or they make you afraid of something, or they explain something. That's typically one of the categories these stories will fall into. For an example of one that will just outright kill you, we have...
I don't know if I've
Snolligoth.
given it much
In the cypress swamps of
thought.
the south, and particularly in the region about Lake Okeechobee, Florida, woodmen tell of a strange and dangerous animal known as the
I don't know
Snolligoth.
if I have a favorite, just
This creature is
thought
of
about
enormous
it.
proportions and is credited with a voracious appetite. Worst of all, its appetite is only appeased by the eating of human beings. In form, the Snolligoster resembles a huge crocodile, but it is covered with long, glossy fur and has no legs or fins except one long spike on its back. A person naturally wonders how such an animal can manage to travel through the water and mud of the swamp region where it lives, but nature has provided it with the means for driving itself along. On the end of its tail are three bony plates, much resembling the propeller on a steamboat. These revolve at a terrific rate, driving the animal like a torpedo boat through the mud. They serve other purposes as well, for when a Snolligoster catches an unfortunate child, or even a full-grown adult, upon which it delights to feed, it tosses the victim up and backward so as to impale him upon the spiked fin, where several may be carried until sufficient for a meal.
I don't know if I have a favorite, to be honest.
The Snolligoster's tail is then driven into the mud and revolved until a hole is scooped out and the victims scraped off the spike and tossed in, whereupon the Snolligoster beats them into a batter with its rapidly revolving propeller and inhales them. Mr. Inman F. Eldridge of Defuniak Springs, Florida, while hunting for an outlaw in the swamps, had a most unusual experience. He caught sight of the outlaw, dead and impaled upon what at first appeared to be a slender cypress knee, but which presently began to move away. It was then seen to be the spike of a Snolligoster's back. Eldridge's first impulse was to shoot the strange beast, but upon second thought, he concluded that it was doing a good work and was entitled to live on. The very report of such a creature inhabiting the swamps would deter evildoers from venturing into these wild places to avoid their pursuers and escape justice. For one, this creature is absolutely terrifying. A giant snake thing that churns you up in basically a blender because it has a propeller tail and then drinks up the soup. That's awesome. I love it. But this one's kind of a hybrid of the two I talked about earlier. It's an animal with technological parts on it, like a propeller tail, but it also is, again, a thing that makes you afraid of venturing too far into the swamp. I guess a sort of fourth category or half category is things that are just carried over from other traditions. For example, a lot of the lumberjacks or people that worked in the mountains of the northern United States were people who were immigrated over from regions like Ireland or the UK. So because of that, some of their legends were directly transported over to our campfires. One of those being the leprechaun. During the early days of Upper Canada, before it became the province of Ontario, there were brought into a logging camp on the Madawaska River several young leprechauns from the north of Ireland. This animal was even then rare and has since become extinct in its native land. It is said that during the last famine, hungry Irishmen killed and ate the few remaining specimens of this queer beast. On its native bogs, the leprechaun was a harmless creature, celebrated for its playfulness and laughable antics. It would hop across the bogs, turn somersaults, and leap over hillocks with wondrous agility. Favorite trick was to bore into a pile of drying peat and then, with sudden spring, send the clods of peat high in the air to look a motion look like
You seen or heard anything creepy like tapping on the window?
Ireland, but when the animal was brought to Canada, its disposition changed.
Doesn't happen
once.
often.
The pets on the Madawaska escaped
As
into
if I'm-
nearby tamarack swamps, increasing and spreading until an occasional one was seen on the upper Ottawa and even over in northern
Spooked,
Michigan.
but
Sneaking through the tamarack and cedar, or leaping across the muskegs after whatever
just-
appealed to it as food, the leprechaun became a creature to be feared and avoided.
But
Teamsters who owned supplies
yeah.
across the swamp roads
Sometimes
had
these are on
various
for the most part, so I don't really
which would bound clear over
yeah,
the load, snapping its
hear the
teeth
little
at the driver
things.
and reaching for him with its villainous claws. Hasty flight to thick timber, leaving the team to its fate, was the only choice of the driver. who thanked his stars that, in running through Tangle Tamarack, even the leprechaun is no match for a frightened man. What I find so interesting about it is, yeah, the leprechaun has some like negative legends in like original Irish folktale and stuff like that, but here it's expressly evil, right? Like it waits at night for people that are transporting either a carriage or supplies, then it cuts the rope so the driver leaves, and whatever he's carrying is left abandoned for the leprechaun to take. So it's implied as like a thief and a violent creature, whereas explicitly the leprechaun isn't known as that. Again, it is another legend that is adapted into the harsh woodlands of the northern United States. And now for a complete turn of pace, let's talk about the exploding coffins with the Funeral Mountain Pteroshot. This animal explains the origin of the name of the Funeral Range, California. The creature has a casket-like body, 6 to 8 feet long, with a shell running the whole length of its back. Its 4 legs are long and wobbly, causing the pteroshot to sway uncertainly from side to side and forward and backward as it travels along.
There was one day where I was getting out of my mom's car, nobody was with me, and I heard whispers or like a gasp. Ooh.
The desert from a certain mountain range, afterward named the Funeral Mountains. They also witnessed the tragic fate of the creatures. One of the Mormons, aroused by his curiosity, made an investigation which resulted in finding out about all that is known of the pteroshot. It seems that the animal lives in the little meadows and parks in the higher portions of the range, where it gradually increases in numbers, until, by a strange impulse, it is seized by a desire to immigrate. They then form long processions and march down into the desert with the evident intention of crossing to other ranges that can be seen in the distance, but none of them ever get across. As they encounter the hot sands, they rapidly distend with the heat, and one after another, they blow up with resounding reports, leaving deep, grave-shaped holes in the sand. So this does a couple of things. For one, it's very weird and funny. I can only imagine how many people were convinced that there is a coffin creature that explodes randomly. But what's also interesting about them is I think this is one of those creatures that explains a couple of things. For one, Funeral Mountain is a location out west that there were a bunch of different legends and myths around. So this works as a kind of lighthearted example to why the mountain was named that. Or I should say the entire Funeral Mountain range. But I think it also explains something else that is kind of a dark reality that happened out west a lot, especially at this time, and that's grave robbing. People died a lot out west, and people had to be buried quite a bit. And it wasn't uncommon for someone looking to profit off that to dig up a grave. Well, that last mention of the Funeral Mountain Pteroshot leaving a grave-shaped hole whenever it blows up gives a much more lighthearted explanation to a harsh reality. Then the Funeral Mountain Pteroshot goes from something that's kind of strange into something comforting, especially if someone in the group is younger and wants to know what the holes mean. You can simply tell them it's the work of this fearsome critter. After that, we've got one of my favorite ones, the Slide Rock Bolter. In the mountains of Colorado, where in summer the woods are becoming infested with tourists, much uneasiness has been caused by the presence of the Slide Rock Bolter. This frightful animal lives only in the steepest mountain country, where the slopes are greater than 45 degrees. It has an immense head with small eyes and a mouth somewhat on the order of a sculpin, running back beyond its ears. The tail consists of a divided flipper with enormous grab hooks, which it fastens over the crest of the mountain or ridge, often remaining there motionless for days at a time, watching the gulch for tourist or any other hapless creature that may enter it. At the right moment, after sighting a tourist, it will lift its tail, thus loosening its hold on the mountain, and with its small eyes riveted on the poor unfortunate and drooling thin skid grease from the corners of its mouth, which greatly accelerates its speed, the bolter comes down like a toboggan, scooping in its victim as it goes, its own impetus carrying it up the next slope, where it again slaps its tail over the ridge and waits. Whole parties of tourists are reported to have been gulped at one swoop by the Slide Rock Bolter, and guides are becoming cautious about taking parties far back into the hills. The animal is a menace, not only to tourists, but to the woods as well. Many a drawn-through spruce-covered slopes have been laid low, the trees being knocked out by the roots or mowed off by a scythe where the bolter has crashed down through from the peaks above. A forest ranger, whose district includes the rough country between Ophir Peaks and the Lizard Head, conceived the bold idea of decoying a Slide Rock Bolter to its own destruction. A dummy tourist was rigged up with plaid Norfolk jacket, knee breeches, and a guidebook to Colorado. It was then filled full of giant powder and fulminate caps and posted in a conspicuous place where, sure enough, the next day it attracted the attention of a bolter, which had been hanging for days on the slope of Lizard Head. The resulting explosion flattened half the buildings in Rico, which were never rebuilt, and the surrounding hills fattened flocks of buzzards the rest of the summer. Okay, the Slide Rock Bolter is absolutely insane, and I love him so much. Like, just the idea that you can be just walking in the woods and a whale flies down a mountain at you, that is absolutely nuts and terrifying. It's great. And the whole story about them setting up a decoy to blow it up, I mean, you can already see how narratives were created out of this. Someone goes out of camp and then never comes back. You can say the bolter got him. Not to mention this is another explanation, because things like landslides or rock faces falling off mountains were not uncommon. So if you come to a place in the woods that has all the trees wiped out down the side of a ridge, you can say it was the bolter. Another fascinating story that both explains and terrifies. Speaking of things that are explanations to stuff that is encountered in the woods, we have the Tote Road Shagamaw. From the Wrangley Lakes to the Allagash and across in New Brunswick, loggers tell of an animal which has puzzled many a man, even those who are not strangers in the woods. Frequently, the report is circulated that the tracks of a bear have been seen near camp, but a little later, this is denied and moose tracks are reported instead. Heated arguments among the men, sometimes resulting in fistfights, are likely to follow. It is rightly considered an
I've had bad dreams where two of them were basically a bomb that dropped. Oh.
Either of these animals.
Sometimes I'll have like
timber cruisers and rivermen is the explanation
dreams of like where I'm
tracks.
falling.
Gus Demo of Old Town, Maine, who has hunted and trapped and logged in the
Oh,
Maine
no,
woods
I think-
for 40 years, once came upon what he recognized as the tracks of a moose. After following it for about 80 rods, it changed abruptly into unmistakable bear tracks.
Yeah.
80 rods, and it changed to moose tracks again.
Those dreams always do
By
suck.
Mr. Demo, that these changes took place precisely every quarter of a mile, and furthermore, that whatever was making the tracks always followed a tote road or a blaze line through the woods. Coming up within sight of the animal, Gus saw that it had front feet like a bear's and hind feet like those of a moose, and that it was pacing carefully, taking exactly a yard at a step. Suddenly it stopped, looked all about, and swung as on a pivot. Then, inverting itself and walking on its front feet only, it resumed its pacing. Mr. Demo was only an instant in recognizing by the witness trees that the place where the animal changed was a section corner. From this fact, he reasoned that the Shagamaw must have been originally a very imitative animal, which, from watching surveyors, timber cruisers, and trappers patiently following lines through the woods, contracted the habit itself. He figures that the Shagamaw can count only as high as
Get a bad night.
440. Therefore, it must invert itself every quarter of a mile. I can't tell you how many times I've been in the woods and come across a series of animal
I don't
tracks
remember the last
that
time I had.
start and end without reason. Like, you know what probably happened is the animal stepped sideways,
Pardon
down
me.
a direct line, and wherever they're
Being honest, I feel like I'm
facing
too
down,
tired.
hold the impression as long, or something like that. But there's just enough room for imagination in your mind that maybe something strange occurred, maybe something supernatural happened, and that's where the Shagamaw likes to fit. It carries a series of different animals' footprints to stamp out, and it mimics the paths humans follow. So the next time you see deer tracks on a hiking trail, maybe it was a Shagamaw. And that makes the world just a bit more fun to look at. Speaking of things that make the world a bit more fun, we have the Wapaloosie. In the damp forest of the Pacific coast and eastward as far as the St. Joe River in North Idaho, ranges a quaint little beast, known among loggers as the Wapaloosie. It is about the size of a sausage dog, but is not even distantly related to the canine.
Very odd.
The Wapaloosie, according to lumberjacks, lives upon shelf fungus or conches exclusively, and he is able to get them with ease no matter if they are growing on the tip top of a 100-foot dead tree. It is a pleasure for one of these animals to climb, for he has feet and toes like those of a woodpecker, and he humps himself along like a measuring worm. Even his tail is spiked at the tip and aids him as he mounts the lofty firs in quest of food. One of the most peculiar features of the animal was discovered only recently. A lumberjack in one of the camps of the Humped Tulips River, Washington, shot a Wapaloosie, and upon examining its velvety coat, decided that it would make an attractive and serviceable pair of mittens, which he proceeded to make. The hide was tanned thoroughly, and the mittens made with care, fur side out, and as the lumberjack went to work, he exhibited them with pride. Imagine his surprise upon taking hold of an axe to find that the mittens immediately worked their way up and off the handle. It was the same with whatever he took hold of, and finding that he could not use the mittens, they were left in a skid road, and were last seen working their way over logs and litters across the
Yeah,
plain.
musician. Hello,
So
welcome to the
this one
chat.
finds itself in the area of like the Paul Bunyan stories. Like there's an animal that did this special thing, and then either even after death or just by its effect, other strange things happen. The idea that if you make a Wapaloosie set of gloves, it just climbs whatever wooden thing you touch it to, that's adorable. It's almost like a Dr. Seuss kind of creature. Even in the illustration, it kind of looks like that. You can imagine how this would work its way into stories. Maybe two men are having a competition as to who can climb a tree, and one of them sabotages the other by giving him Wapaloosie gloves, causing him to run to the top of the tree really quick and get stuck. Again, these creatures are the inception for a lot of storytelling. And speaking of, we have the Cactus Cat. How many people have heard of the Cactus Cat? Thousands of people spend their winters in the Great Southwest, the land of desert and mountain, fruitful valleys, flat-topped means, Pueblos, Navajos, and Apaches, of sunshine and the ruins of ancient cliff dwellers. It is doubtful, however, if 1 in 100 of these people ever heard of a cactus cat,
Do
say
the
nothing of
cat
seeing one sporting about
dream?
Cholla and Palo Verde. Only the old-timers know of the beast and its queer habits. The cactus cat, as its name signifies, lives in the Great Cactus Districts and is particularly abundant between Prescott and Tucson. It has been reported also from the valley of the lower Yaqui in Old Mexico and the cholla-covered hills of Yucatan. The cactus cat has thorny hair, the thorns being especially long and rigid on its ears. Its tail is branched, and upon the forearms above its front feet are sharp, knife-like blades of bone. With these blades, it slashes the base of giant cactus trees, causing the sap to exude. This is done systematically. Many trees get slashed in the course of several nights as the cat makes a big circuit. By the time it is back to the place of beginning, the sap of the first cactus has fermented into a kind of mescal, sweet and very intoxicating. This is greedily lapped up by the thirsty beast, which soon becomes fiddling drunk and goes waltzing off in the moonlight, grasping its bony forearms across each other and screaming with delight. This one's just funny. It's like a weird cat that gets drunk off of cactus juice. I guess you could say it's an explanation for stuff if finding like bled cactuses in the desert's common. I don't know if it is or not. Maybe if it is, you could say this is where that comes from. But I just think it's cute. It's a cat that gets drunk. After that, we have an especially famous one, the hodag. This animal has been variously described by woodsmen from Wisconsin and Minnesota. Opinions differ greatly as to the appearance of the beast, some claiming it to be covered with horns and spines and having a maniacal disposition. The description which seems most authentic and from which the sketch of the animal has been made is as follows. Size about that of a rhinoceros and somewhat resembling that animal in general makeup. The creature is slow in motion, deliberate, and, unlike the rhinoceros, very intelligent. Its hairless body is mottled, striped, and checked in a striking manner, suggestive of the origin of the patterns upon Mackinaw clothing, now used in the lumber woods. On the hodag's nose, instead of a horn, there's a large spade-shaped bony growth, with peculiar phalanges extending up in front of the eye so that he can see only straight up. This probably accounts for the deliberate disposition of the animal, which wanders through the spruce woods looking for suitable food. About the only living creature which the hodag can catch is the porcupine. Indeed, it would appear that the porcupine is its natural food. Upon sighting one rolled up in the branches of a spruce, the hodag begins to blink his eyes, lick his chops, and spade around the tree, cutting all the roots until the tree begins to totter. He then backs off, and with a rush, rams his shovel nose under the roots, and over goes the tree, knocking the breath out of the porcupine in its fall. The hodag then straddles the fallen tree, follows it out to the top, where the huge pointed hoofs of its front feet crush the helpless porcupine, and then deliberately swallows him head first. In the autumn, the hodag strips the bark off a number of spruce or pine trees and covers himself all over with pitch. He then searches out a patch of hardwood timber where dead leaves lie thick on the ground. Here he rolls about until completely encased in a thick, warm mantle of leaves, in which condition he spends the winter. The hodag is a perfect example of the creature starting out somewhere and then going somewhere else. Like, for example, if you watched my Cryptid Iceberg series, when I got to the hodag, you'll know that the legend of it is much greater than that in the modern age. Like, now it's stories about how the creature lives deep within caves and smells of rot, and how it was born from the ashes of oxen that were worked to death in the timber woods, and now those spirits have come back as this compiled, snarling, angry creature looking for revenge. And you can do that with any of these stories. Any of them can be something greater than just what their pieces describe. And the hodag is a testament to what can be done with just a basic starting point of how far a legend can go. And speaking of how far a legend can go, we have one of the most famous fearsome critters, the squonk. The range of the squonk is very limited. Few people outside of Pennsylvania have ever heard of the quaint beast, which is said to be fairly common in the hemlock forest of that state. The squonk is of a very retiring disposition, generally traveling about at twilight and dusk. Because of its misfitting skin, which is covered with warts and moles, it is always unhappy. In fact, it is said by people who are best able to judge to be the most morbid of beasts. Hunters who are good at tracking are able to follow a squonk by its tear-stained trail, for the animal weeps constantly. When cornered and escape seems impossible, or when surprised and frightened, it may even dissolve itself in tears. Squonk hunters are most successful on frosty moonlit nights, when tears are shed slowly and the animal dislikes moving about. It may then be heard weeping under the boughs of dark hemlock trees. Mr. J.P. Wentling, formerly of Pennsylvania, but now at St. Anthony Park, Minnesota, had a disappointing experience with a squonk near Mont Alto. He made a clever capture by mimicking the squonk and inducing it to hop into a sack, in which he was carrying it home, when suddenly the burden lightened and the weeping ceased. Wentling unslugged the sack and looked in. There was nothing but tears and bubbles. The squonk's adorable. I love him. You love him. Everyone loves him. A creature that is so ugly, it does nothing but cry all the time and will eventually dissolve into a puddle of tears. Much of you are the same. That was kind of mean, but you're also sitting here listening to some guy on the internet talk for 3 hours about campfire stories, so I'm just saying. Jokes aside, I think the squonk is so famous just because of how unique the creature is. Again, most stuff just wants to kill you, but it seems that the squonk is far more afraid of you than you are of it. Now, as far as something that you absolutely have to be afraid of, we have the whirling whimpus. Occasionally, it happens that inexperienced hunters and others wandering in the woods disappear completely. Guides are unable to locate them, and all kinds of theories are offered to explain the disappearances. From the hardwood forest of the Cumberland Mountains, Tennessee, comes the rumor of an animal called the whirling Wempus, the existence of which may throw some light upon the fate of those who fail to come back to camp. According to woodsmen who have been looking timber in eastern Tennessee, the Wempus is a bloodthirsty creature with no mean proportions. It has a gorilla-shaped head and body and enormous front feet. Its unique method of obtaining food is to station itself upon a trail, generally at a bend in the trail, where it stands on its diminutive hind legs and whirls. The speed is increased until the animal is invisible, and the motion produces a strange droning sound, seeming to come from the trees overhead. Any creature coming along the trail and not recognizing the sound is almost certain to walk into the danger zone and become instantly deposited in the form of syrup or varnish upon the huge paws of the Wempus. This thing is just like a creature with these giant claws that spin so fast, if you get close, you're immediately turned to red mist. As a matter of fact, in Treon's account of the creature, it spins so fast that you can't see it. All that you can do is hear a slight humming noise and maybe see a few leaves getting blown a little too fast around the area. But if you just so happen to step where it is, because again, it's moving so fast it's invisible to the human eye, you just die instantaneously. Talk about a way to terrify someone who's not familiar with the woods. You can just randomly walk into the spinning claw thing at a point and you can never hope to see it, so you better listen to a low humming or else you are super dead. Speaking of things that just kill you for doing nothing out of the usual, we have the agropelter. Leading a vengeful existence, resenting the intrusion of the logger, the agropelter deals misery to the lumberjack from Maine to Oregon. Ill fares the man who attempts to pass a hollow tree in which one of these creatures has taken up its temporary abode. The unfortunate is usually found smashed or pinned by a dead branch and reported as having been killed by a falling limb. So unerring is the aim of the agropelter that despite diligent search, I have been unable to locate more than one man who has been the target for one of their missiles and yet survived to describe the beast. This is Big Ol' Kittleson, who, upon a certain occasion, when cruising timber on the upper St. Croix, was knocked down by a partly rotten limb thrown by an agropelter. This limb was so punky that it shattered on Ol's head, and he had time to observe the rascally beast before it bounded from the tree and whisked itself off through the woods. According to Ol, the animal has a slender, wiry body, the villainous face of an ape, and arms like muscular whiplashes, with which it can snap off dead branches and hurl them through the air like shells from a 6-inch gun. It is supposed to feed upon hoot owls and woodpeckers, the scarcity of which will always prevent the agropelter from becoming numerous in any locality. It is a monkey that is sitting in the top of a tree and it hurls branches at you so hard it's like a gunshot. You just die. The only reason this guy survived one is because the branch was rotten enough that it blew up on his head instead of blowing his head up. So yeah, you can just be walking through the woods and get hit by a small log traveling 90 miles an hour. These are classic stories to scare people who aren't familiar with the timberlands. And as another example of that, and one that I find to be one of the most humorous, we have the splinter cat. A widely distributed and frightfully destructive animal is the splinter cat. It is found from the Great Lakes to the Gulf and eastward to the Atlantic Ocean, but in the Rocky Mountains has been reported from only a few localities. Apparently, the splinter cat inhabits that part of the country in which wild bees and raccoons abound. These are its natural food, and the animal puts in every dark and stormy night, shattering trees in search of coons or honey. It doesn't use any judgment in selecting coon trees or bee trees, but just smashes one tree after another until a hollow one containing food is found. The method used by this animal in its destructive work is simple but effective. It climbs one tree, and from the uppermost branches, bounds down and across towards the tree it wishes to destroy. Striking squarely with its hard face, the splinter cat passes right on, leaving the tree broken and shattered as though struck by lightning or snapped off by the wind. Appalling destruction has been wrought by this animal in the Gulf states, where its work in the shape of a wrecked forest is often ascribed to windstorms. The splinter cat cracks me up because could you just imagine being like an owl or a raccoon just chilling in a tree and then a cat flies through at the speed of sound and just blows the tree up? Like, yeah, there's no tactical precedence for that. There's no way to prepare for that happening. It just sucks. Also, that would be hilarious to watch too. You're just walking through the woods and then just a missile flies by and into a tree. But it also, again, like a lot of these other fearsome critters, is an explanation for something. Because when you see these random trees that are blown in half, sure, it's probably effective wind blowing over the top half and then maybe the part that was knocked off rotting away, or maybe the effect of lightning or something similar, but it's a lot more fun to imagine that it was the giant bowling ball cat. Now, moving back to the incredibly terrifying, we've got the snow wasset. On the most northern logging camps of Canada, we hear
that I have $2 in my wallet.
This is surely an animal of the boreal zone. It is a migratory
I think so do I.
living in the lumbering region between the Great Lakes.
Not on my account, but certainly my.
Summers far north in Labrador and the Barren Grounds. Unlike most wild creatures of the north, the wasset is said to hibernate during only the warmest weather, when its hair turns green and it curls up in a cranberry marsh. During the summer, it has rudimentary legs, which enable it to creep slowly around and remain in the shade. After the first howling snowstorm, the wasset sheds its legs and starts south, dipping about in the snow. It soon attains remarkable skill in this method of travel, which enables it to surprise burrowing grouse, crouching rabbits, and skulking varmints of many kinds. Later in the winter, when food becomes scarce and more difficult to obtain, even wolves are seized from below and dragged howling and killed by snowdrifts. According to woodsmen, the tragedies of the far north are more numerous beneath the crusted snow than above it. There's no telling how many creatures are pulled down and eaten by the wasset, for this animal has a voracious appetite, comparable only to that of the wolverine. But since it is 4 times as big and 40 times as active as the wolverine, it must eat correspondingly more. The only specimen of this beast ever examined by white men was an imperfect one at James Bay, where a party of surveyors found an Indian in a peculiar canoe, which, upon examination, was shown to be made from one wasset hide greatly stretched. There being no leg holes in the white winter pelt, it is peculiarly adapted to the making of shapely one-man canoes, which are said to be used also as sleds by the Indians. A whole battery of deadfalls are believed to be used in trapping a wasset, since it is impossible to tell in what direction the animal's body may extend. The trigger is set so that a dozen logs fall in from all sides towards the bait, pinning the animal under the snow wherever he may be. Like with things like the aggro pelter, you could maybe look to the top of a tree and see it and get some hint that it could be there, but the snow wasset is kind of in the same vein as the whirling whimpus, in that there's just no way to prepare. If it's snowing outside, cool, there could be a giant polar bear-faced snake thing that will drag you under the snow and kill you, and you just have nothing you can do. It's not hard, again, with creatures like this, to see how it became the stuff of scary stories. And now for a just very weird one, we have the Central American wind tosser. In the spring of 1906, there appeared suddenly in the coast ranges of California an uncanny animal from the region of the Isthmus. It is not a large beast, but what it lacks in size, it makes up in meanness of disposition. None of the lumberjacks who
What the fuck am I gonna do with $2?
Or Coat Road experience repeated. Central American wind tosser is always looking
Peanuts.
for trouble or making it.
Peanuts are always a good option.
In fact, the beast seems to be constructed for the purpose of passing through unusual experiences. Its head is fastened to its body by a swivel neck, so is its short, tapering tail. And both can be spun around at the rate of 100 revolutions a minute. The body is long and triangular, with 3 complete sets of legs. This is a great convenience in an earthquake country, since the animal is not disturbed by any convulsions of the earth. If the floor suddenly becomes the ceiling, it does not matter, for the wind tosser is always there with the legs. Its hair is bristly, and all slants forward at sharp angle. It has been found that a cat's 9 lives are as nothing to the one possessed by a wind tosser. This animal may be shot, clubbed, or strung on a pike pole without stopping the wriggling, whirling motions, or screams of rage. The only successful way of killing the beast is to poke it into a flume pipe so that all its feet strike the surface.
I can get a bottle of water.
It starts to walk in 3 different directions at once and tears itself apart. John Gray of Anidar, Trinity County, California, knows where a pair of wind tossers live in some broken up country along Mad River. So this thing is basically a log-shaped creature that can walk on 3 different sides, and there's really no way to kill it unless you put it in a tube, and then all the sides will get scared and walk away from each other, ripping its tail.
Fair enough.
I mean, I can only imagine all the stories that were made up. Some old hunter's tale talking about how he's taken down his share of bear or deer, but it was the wind tosser that was his greatest foe. And then he talks about how maybe he trapped it in a log and the creature ripped itself apart or something like that. It's so easy to see where the legends come from. Also, that's just a really funny and weird thing to imagine, so I like it. Now, for a more whimsical one, we have the bildad. If you've ever paddled around Boundary Pond in northwest Maine, at night you've probably heard from out the black depths of a cove a spat like a paddle striking the water. It may have been a paddle, but the chances are 10 to 1 that it was a bildad fishing. This animal occurs only on this one pond in Hurricane Township. It is about the size of a beaver, but has long, kangaroo-like hind legs, short front legs, webbed feet, and a heavy, hawk-like bill. Its mode of fishing is to crouch on a grassy point overlooking the water, and when a trout rises for a bug, to leap with amazing swiftness just past the fish, bringing its heavy, flat tail down with a resounding smack over him. This stuns the fish, which is immediately picked up and eaten by the bildad. It has been reported that 60 yards is an average jump for an adult male. Up to 3 years ago, the opinion was current among lumberjacks that the bildad was fine eating. But since the beasts are exceedingly shy and are hard to catch, no one was able to remember having tasted the meat. That fall, one was killed on Boundary Pond and brought into the Great Northern Paper Company's camp on Hurricane Lake, where the cook made a most savory slumgullen of it. The first and only man to taste it was Bill Murphy, a tote road swamper from Ambigegis. After the first mouthful, his body stiffened, his eyes glazed, and his hands clutched the table edge. With a wild yell, he rushed out of the cockhouse, down to the lake, and leaped clear out 50 yards, coming down in a sitting posture, exactly like a Bildad catching a fish. Of course, he sank like a stone. Since then, not a lumberjack in Maine will touch Bildad meat, not even with a pike pole. So the Bildad starts out as like, a basic kind of mythical creature design, but then it gets the fun tone of if you eat it, you basically do the same thing it did. You also, like a kangaroo, begin hopping across the water and you can't help yourself. And this guy who ate one just took off into the night. And keeping with the theme of whimsy, we have the Tripodero. The chaparral and foothill forests of California contain many queer freaks, of one kind and another. One of the strangest and least known is the Tripodero, an animal with 2 contractile or telescopic legs and a tail like a kangaroo's. This peculiarity in structure enables the animal to elevate itself at will, so that it may tower over the chaparral, or, if it chooses, pull in its legs and present a compact form for crowding through the brush. The Tripodero's body is not large, but is solidly built, and its head is nearly all snout, the value of which is seen in the method by which food is obtained. As the animal travels through the brush-covered country, it elongates its legs from time to time, thus shoving itself up above the brush for purposes of observation. If it sights game within a range of 10 rods, it takes aim with its snout and tilts itself until the right elevation is obtained. Then, with astonishing force, blows a sun-dried quid of clay, knocking its victim senseless. A supply of these quids is always carried in the left jaw. The Tripodero then contracts its legs and bores its way through the brush to its victim, where it stays until the last bone is cracked and eaten. The Tripodero is effectively a living tripod, effectively shooting any prey it finds in the brush and then lowering itself down again like a tripod to eat it. It's plain to see where these kind of stories could come from. Someone leaves a tripod out in the field and you convince the kid in your group that it's a Tripodero and you better not get closer, it's going to shoot him with clay. Another thing that could equally be as dangerous, even though it's not so much in its stories, is the Hyumpum hog bear. Ranging from mouth of the Columbia River southward to the Klamath, woodsmen report the existence of a bear known as the Hyumpum hog bear. This is a small, sharp-nosed, curly-haired variety of the black and brown bear of the coast ranges, but must not be confused with the peak-teal cinnamon. To appreciate the importance of this animal, one must remember that hog ranches are common in northwestern California. The country there is peculiarly adapted to hog raising, and the industry would be attractive and highly profitable were it not for the existence of the hog bear. The mountain slopes are covered with scrubby and creeping oaks, which bear prodigious crops of sweet and very nutritious acorns. These naturally ripen earliest upon the lower slopes, where the young hogs begin to feed. As the acorns higher up the slopes begin to ripen, the hogs ascend the mountain, each week finding them a few hundred feet higher and many pounds fatter. About Christmas time, the last of the acorns are reached on the upper slopes, and the hogs have by that time become so fat that their legs scarcely reach the ground. The slightest jar is all that the hog bear gets in his destructive work. He mooches along the base of the mountain before the ranger is there to rustle his pork, and finding hogs so plentiful and so helplessly fat, he takes just one bite out of the back of each, leaving the porker squealing with agony and the rancher swearing with rage.
Right.
While examining timber on a tributary of the Klamath River, California, Mr. Eugene S. Bruce of the Forest Services captured a cub hog bear, which he presented to the National Zoo in Washington. Its development will be watched with interest and its disposition studied by members of the Biological Survey. So the hog bear is weird. It doesn't explicitly say it like kills you or whatever. It just takes a single bite out of every pig in the field, which makes me wonder, was there like an epidemic of pigs having like a bite cut out of them? I guess maybe wolves would do that or something, but you think they'd eat the rest of it, not one individual bite from every one. I wonder if this was to explain a problem or if it was just a tall tale. It makes me ask a lot of questions, which I guess is good. It's what the stories are supposed to do, but it's just a really weird detail. I mean, all these are weird details, but you get the point. So everything we've covered so far has been stuff from Cox's original work. So now we're moving on to a lot of the stuff Treon covered. And again, a lot of this is more narrative. There's like folklore elements added. Not as much as stuff like Yarn of the Big Woods where it's exclusively stories, but it's more anecdotal, a lot of the stuff within this one. For an example of that, look at the Axe Handle Hound. The bane of Supply and Depot Camp's northern logging operations has a head shaped like PV axe. The body is slender and axe handle shaped with short, stumpy legs. Looks a good deal like a Dachshund, but really bears a closer resemblance to B.B. Bickford's Bureau Dog. Distinctly a nocturnal prowler, frequents the camps after nightfall, hunting for axe and peavy handles, of which it is voracious fond. One hound has been known to consume 2 boxes of BB handles and 16 6-foot peavy stalks in one night's eating. They make nice pets, but are costly to feed. Jim Peters once tamed one. That was short-sighted because Jim had a wooden leg made from an axe helve. The only way he could keep his leg whole was to wear it to bed. But he got rid of the pup by feeding it red oak handles, which it dislikes as heartily as any experienced chopper. For one, the detail that he had a leg made out of an axe handle and the dog kept trying to eat it is funny. But the axe handle hound is also just like kind of cute. It's a dog that's like a dachshund, and it just likes to eat axe handles, and that's pretty much it. There are numerous stories of people using this to prank their friends. For example, someone leaves their axe out, just take the shaft off of it and leave the axe head, and then be like, ah, must have been that hound. Again, a lot of the fearsome critters aren't that fearsome. It's just kind of the name used to describe them altogether. But the axe handle hound is actually a friend of man, which is pretty neat. Now, for another kind of household critter that is definitely not a friend of man, we have the ball-tailed cat. In the early days, this feline undoubtedly enjoyed a much wilder circulation than at present. Recent surveys indicate that it is now pretty well confined to Harney County, Oregon, and Sullivan County, Pennsylvania. A fair-sized animal of about the dimensions of a wildcat, but with a far more aggressive disposition. Its chief physical characteristic is a hard, heavy, bony ball on the end of its tail. The feet are clawed, as with all true cats, making it an excellent climber. And the species has the stealthy habit of lying out on a limb, and when the unsuspecting lumberjack passes beneath, the cat drops on its victim and pounds him to death with the ball. In the rutting season, the male uses this instrument to call the female by drumming on a hollow log. This species has occasioned much discussion and peppery argument. It has often been confused with both the silver cat and the dingmall. A careful study of the equipment and habits of the 3 species shows plainly that they are by no means the same. It is quite possible that they are all distantly related. Perhaps the ball-tailed boy is a less highly developed variant of the same phylum. For some reason, there's a lot of these, like cat or like mountain lion looking things that have a ball tail at the end, and we're going to get to some more of them in a minute, but they're at like varying different degrees of danger. Like some of them don't do anything, and some of them just like eat people. I do think it's interesting, though, how there's like the ball-tailed cat and then the dingmall and the sliver cat, and they're all very similar, but they all have different attributes, and what that sounds like to me is an oral tradition that broke into different branches. Like, for example, maybe the story of it started somewhere in like central North America, right? But then maybe the western lumberjacks developed the story into what became the sliver cat, and then the eastern ones developed it into the dingmall, or vice versa. It seems like it started at one place and then changed, and because you can kind of use stories to track history and culture and the way information moves, I think it's fascinating. For another one that's equally fascinating, if a bit more insane, we have the Columbia River sand squink. Of limited distribution, but possessing most unusual characteristics. Reported to date only by prospectors, hunters, and sheep herders in the remote mountains of Washington, built somewhat on the lines of a coyote, somewhat on the pattern of a bobcat, but with ears like a jackrabbit. The tail is long and bushy, and is carried recurved along the back, the same as a squirrel's. A night prowler, emerges after dark and sinks down to the river to fish. The squink isn't particularly fussy about its diet, but has a great fondness for electric eels, probably on account of their higher pH content. When hungry, it is a timid animal, but its courage returns after feeding, and it will then stalk boldly along the mountain trails until it sights a prospector returning from town. Thereupon, the squink will precede its victim by 2 or 3 rods, slowly waving its long tail and touching one ear and then the other. The previous few miles of travel on a heavy feed of electric eels generates a substantial charge of static, and these alternating contacts produce a series of brilliant discharges which invariably please and attract the traveler, who follows and is never seen again. Several nests of this animal have been located and carefully examined. They were all lined with portions of old inner tubes, while the eggs, for the squink is oviparious, were shelled with bakelite. Okay, so I just want to know with this one, I have some questions. Like, was this used to explain away something? Because in a lot of folklore, there's stuff about ghost lights, or like the Brown Mountain lights that I made a video about, right? So there were already stories of lights floating. So was this a way to explain that? Or was this just completely made up and someone thought it'd be funny to add the part about it, you know, having like static electricity? Because the creature's insane. It's like a half rabbit, half squirrel, half mountain lion thing that eats electric eels and then because of that becomes electricity. And then when people follow it at night, they get killed by it, supposedly. Like, that's so wild. I just want to know if it was used to explain something or entirely made up. Either way, I like it, but it's just like a giant electric cat rabbit thing. That's fun. I know a lot of these are just me being like, oh, that's cool, I like it, and then describing it. Yeah, I can't help myself. I just thought this stuff was cool and wanted to share it with you. So, fight me, I guess. For another cool one that is incredibly short, we have the Comanabody. Reported by Mr. B.B. Bickford of Gorham, New Hampshire, not found outside the White Mountains. A short, stubby, rather small animal resembling a woodchuck but having very soft, velvety, kitten-like fur. Harmless, but surprising, has the terrifying habit of suddenly rushing directly at you from the brush, then stopping only a few inches away and spitting like a cat. A strong mink-like scent is thrown, and the Command-a-body rushes away. For one, I love the name. It is a thing that comes
I think the spider's still in my...
the Command-a-body. Also, it's just like... it's just a woodchuck that runs at you and spits at you.
At the newspaper.
Anything else? It's so funny. Like, what probably happened is someone got scared by a woodchuck, and from there the legend just grew. People were joking about later. It's like, oh, I bet it wasn't a woodchuck. I bet it was a Command-a-body or whatever. And then that just became a story that got recorded here, and now I'm telling you. It's funny how like legends can do that. It can just be from a small like corner of culture, or even just a thing that happened once, and then can result its way into 100 years of history to now being told to however many people are listening to the video at this point. I don't know, it's just fascinating the way stories work. It's fascinating the way they stay alive. For another example of the whole ball-tailed cat thing I was talking about earlier, we have the Dingmall, well known the White Mountains. In fact, above timberline in the col between Mount Adams and Mount Jefferson of the Presidential Range, there's a conspicuous, flat-topped boulder which for many years has been Dingmall Rock. Conclusive, exhaustive researches have clearly proven the existence of two distinct varieties. Northeastern, both varieties are cat-like, being long, slim, slick, sorry-looking gentlemen having wolf-like pelts. Their bodies are long with short, powerful legs. As Irving Cobb has put it, he's built low to the ground like a carpet sweeper. The head is round, sessile, feline, with tufted ears and glowing eyes. Neither variety is harmful, but both possess a curious, inquiring nature. They are fond of lying out in open, sunny spots, top of Dingmall Rock for example, carefully scrutinizing what goes on in the valley below. The tail is very long, frequently twice the length of the body, but the California variety carries a medium-sized bony ball on the end thereof. This is used to keep off flies, to pound on dead trees to produce supply of soft silvers for lining the nest, and, in the mating season, to beat on the male's chest to call his mate. The female also wears a ball a shade bigger than the male's, but she only uses it to beat him with when he gets too obstreperous. Ranger Bill Gott once watched one of the California variety galloping along the crest of the Siskiyous, with the ball lashing from side to side and striking the trees with tremendous force. That, commented Ranger Bill, is the biggest kindling cat I ever saw. The cry of the eastern species is a dreadful, horrendous wail, while the call of the western variety sharply resembles the toot of a logging donkey. Females of both species invariably whelp on the top of a large, exposed rock. See, it's very similar to the cat talked about earlier, but this one is expressly more friendly. It doesn't, like, attack people or things and eat them. It uses its tail to hit trees to build a nest, and then the females use it to hit the man over the head when he becomes too annoying. It's like a peaceful version of the other story rendition that was more violent. And again, I think this is the same story, at least initially, that has branched out into some...
Got up and it went behind so fast.
Maybe one region can talk about how the ones here are peaceful, while the ones on the other side of the country are more violent, or vice versa. It gives credence to the tale by making it something bigger than just a thing that happened once. Now, while on the topic of things that are terrifying and just kill you, we have the Dungavan hooter. Formerly quite common from Maine to Michigan, today only occasionally met with on the upper peninsula of the latter state. A marsh dweller, dangerous to human beings, shaped a good deal like an alligator, but curious as to equipment in that he has no mouth. The nostrils are abnormally large, the legs short, and the tail thick and powerful. The only cry is a loud snort. Concealing itself with satanic cunning behind a whiffle bush, the Dungavan hooter awaits the passing logger. On coming within reach of the dreadful tail, the victim is knocked senseless and then pounded steadily until he becomes entirely gaseous, whereat he is greedily inhaled through the wide nostrils. Rum-sodden prey is sought with especial eagerness. This one's really funny. It's like a snoutless crocodile that churns you into powder and then snorts you. Which again, it's very funny because it is a creature that is terrifying, right? Like no one wants to be churned up into powder and then snorted, I hope. But also, it's like absurd, just the fact that something like this might exist. But because it has some like alligator characteristics, someone who's not that familiar with how nature works or science or something like that could be convinced into this thing existing. Again, especially if it's coming from seasoned veterans. Also, the mention at the end that if you're drunk, it especially wants you is hilarious, because I imagine the story works much better while inebriated. Speaking of drunken stories, we have the Philomaloo bird. A curious character, varying widely from the unusual run of feathered animals, a bird distinctly low in intellectual curiosity, showing complete and consistent indifference as to where he's going. He prefers only to see where he's been, hence, he always flies backwards. A rather rare species, frequently heard of, but seldom seen. Authentic reports are none too common. This is odd for a turkey-like head on a long, bottle green neck, sparsely spangled with large, silvery scales, a black right wing, and a pink left one make a color combination hard to miss. The nest is usually built upside down. The eggs, 7 to a clutch, are invariably grade D. The call resembles the clank of a Johnson bar being shoved into reverse. Variously called the goofus bird, the flue fly bird, etc. The Philomelu bird's interesting because there is a chance this came from a true sighting. There are some species of things like stork or crane that can temporarily glide backwards for a moment. So maybe someone witnessed that and then the story came from it. Obviously, stuff like the nest is built upside down, it looks like a turkey, those were added on later, but it could have had an inception that was real. Which leads the question, how many of these other ones might have had inceptions that are real? Like the Kamada body is just a woodchuck running up to someone. That's believable. But what about some of the other ones? What if maybe the boulder cat, or whichever the first cat with the boulder on its tail was, maybe someone was attacked by a mountain lion that had a weird growth on the end of its tail, and then the legend started there. How many of them came from something and then were made into something bigger? Now, as far as ones that are absolutely insane in every regard, we have the gumbaroo. An uncommon, but nevertheless well-known and thoroughly authenticated animal. Paul Bunyan often met them in the upside-down country. His description, given to me personally, was as follows. A pot-bellied body, almost exactly like the bunkhouse stove, even to the umbilical damper, and covered with very tight, tough, black, shiny skin. A pair of long, powerful, monkey-like forearms, and a little round head and no neck. His head sets right down on his shoulders like a hop toad in a cool spot. He's got 3 bowed rear legs, each with a clawed foot, clutching an iron ball, the same as an iron stove. There's no speed in these rear legs, but they're handy for weight and dumps. For real travel, he's got 8 pairs of strong, springy legs set around his middle. He's plenty rapid on these. He'll go to a hilltop by swinging from branch to branch with his forelegs, then toss himself out a rod or two, landing sideways on the middle legs and rolling over and over down the hill, moving faster than the eye can see. That's why he's so rarely observed. The hides from the middle legs used to make fine waterproof boots, but they're pretty scarce now. The gumbaroo was usually found in burnt lands. Practically an indestructible animal, bullets always bounce from his taut hide, but heat would make him swell and explode. S.W. Allen photographed one, but the negative exploded. This is one of the only ones we're talking about today that directly cross over into the Paul Bunyan mythos. For those who aren't familiar, Paul Bunyan is a figure within, I guess, American mythology, or more accurately, American folklore, that was effectively a giant lumberjack. There's stories about how he dragged his axe behind him that created the Grand Canyon, how he created waterfalls by, like, smacking his hand down on the ground, and a lot of these fearsome critters show up in his stories. And the gumbaroo, I think, is explicitly from one of his stories originally. Paul Bunyan, similar to a lot of these fearsome critters, would sit around, be talked at campfires, and then these entire stories would come out of it. Which would probably be a good idea to make a Paul Bunyan video one day. That seems up my alley. Well, Paul Bunyan stories are usually happy and like have like a good message or like ending to them, and I normally like it when stuff dies, but I can make an exception. I also like the idea that the gumbaroo is so explosive that if you take a picture of one, the picture will also explode. After that, we have one that is a personal favorite of mine, the hide behind. A highly dangerous animal, but owing to its intense aversion to the odor of alcohol, never known to attack an inebriate. One bottle of Uno beer has been proven to be a complete safeguard, even in thickly infested country. A biggish beast, standing about 6 feet and walking erect. Slender body makes it possible to hide completely behind the bole of a 10-inch tree. The pelt is long, thick, and black, and the tail is carried or curved. Looks like a French sheepdog's. Almost impossible to tell whether the critter is going or coming, and practically hopeless to locate its face, if any. The short, well-muscled forelegs are equipped with grizzly-like claws. Its food is chiefly intestines. Leaping from its hiding place with a demoniacal laugh, it swiftly disembowels its victim with one swipe. Sometimes a fiendish howl frightens the prey to death before the blow falls. The hide behind is never found in the open. He always conceals himself behind a tree trunk. His marvelously quick, stealthy gait makes it possible for him to stay constantly behind his prey, no matter how quickly the suspicious victim may spin about in the hope of glimpsing the marauder. The beast can go 7 years without eating. So the reason the hide behind is one of my favorites is, for one, I think it's pretty cool. The idea of a creature that no one even knows what it looks like. Sometimes you'll see depictions of them that kind of make them look like a wolf. Other times it's more humanoid. But no one knows what it looks like because anyone who's seen one's dead now. So it is just a thing that exists behind the trees. So that makes it easy for people to describe it however they want, because different areas can have their own different legends around it. And it also makes it something terrifying because it is something that is always there, just out of view. It also has fun interactions with other monsters. Like there's the mention that if you're drunk, then the hide behind doesn't want you. It no longer considers you a prey animal. But also remember, if you're drunk and you know the story of the Dungavin Hooter, well, now the resistance from one creature makes you susceptible to the other. But another reason that the hide behind is one of my favorites is because it was probably my first interaction with the fearsome critters. When I was a kid, my grandfather told me about the hide behind, although he had a different name for it. Turnaway. Because, as most people would do with these stories, my grandfather made the story longer. He said that the only reason a hide behind attacks somebody is because they try to look at it. Basically, the creature is terrified of being witnessed by a human, perhaps out of shame or fear, so if you go looking for it, it gets furious and attacks. So if you see one, the best thing to do is turn around, hence the name Turnaway. Turn away or turn around, I believe he called it both. But it adds another layer to the story. If you're ever walking through the woods and you see something out of the corner of your eye, something that looks like it darted behind a tree, it's best not to go looking. Because sure, hopefully the animal can get away, but if you're a little too good at trying to find it, well, it looks like you won't be around to tell the tale. And that's what I love so much about these stories. They can start off as one little piece, and then they can become something that recontextualizes the way you look at the forest. To this day, if I'm walking through the woods and I see something out of the corner of my eye, I try not to look because it might be a turnaway. Now, do I truly believe in these creatures? Do I think they're real? Well, no, but that doesn't matter. The piece of the story is still in my head. It is still something I think about that makes the woods just a little bit bigger. So sometimes I won't go look, because sometimes I might as well let the story be real. And while this is just one example of where the hide behind can go, any of these creatures can take another step like that. Any can become something that is a story in your head, something that sticks with you long after you've read it. And for another story that probably terrified a lot of people who heard it, we have the hoop snake. A well-known menace. Its existence is thoroughly established by numerous reports from highly credible parties. The characteristics appear to be about the same in all regions. Its habit of tucking its tail in its mouth and rolling at incredible speed in pursuit of its prey or a fancied enemy is not duplicated, fortunately, by any other member of the animal kingdom. The tail ends in a stinger carrying venom of such power that a dose of but 0.003 parts per million is sufficient to make even the leather-skinned hodag turn green and swell up and die inside of an hour. No wonder that folks wise in woods lore are wary of the circular engine of destruction. He may travel on just one cylinder, but that's all he needs. The speed reached in rolling is nothing short of remarkable. A full-grown jackrabbit is pie for this snake. A mature snake, when hooped, has a diameter of 1.5923 feet. He has been clocked after being enticed onto a cleverly designed rolling metered platform at an RPM of about 1,056, or a straightaway speed of some 60 miles per hour. The only way to outrun him is to climb over a fence. The snake must unhoop to get through. There are many authentic cases of death from this reptile's venom. Possibly the most convincing bit of data is that, in a fit of pique, a hoop snake stung one of Paul Bunyan's peavey handles. Of course, his handle was a sizable stick to start with, but the venom swelled it to such dimensions that Paul cut it up into 946 cords of wood. And then the dang stuff wouldn't burn, just lay in the stove and hissed. The hoop snake is certainly one of the more popular ones that came out of the fearsome critters. I've heard this reference in like westerns and stuff like that. It's just the idea of a snake rolling at you at that speed is terrible, especially considering it's described as so venomous it could take down even other fearsome critters with a single bite. I can imagine people hearing the story being too afraid to leave the fence line just so they can jump over really quick if they see a hoop snake coming. And once again, we have a mention where the creature tied into Paul Bunyan's lore, connecting all of the different stories that would be passed around lumber camps across the entire United States into one sort of narrative. They don't all have to connect, they don't all have to make sense or perfectly fit into each other. They can be their own story one place and another story somewhere else. And again, another story that probably terrified a ton of people is the Lunger Lang. A dangerous fellow to meet up with, very likely to attack without any provocation. Bites but once a year, but the bite is sure death. Certain unique features make it easy, however, to identify the animal. A dark blue stripe down the spine, a bushy, swivel-jointed tail set in the middle of the back. This appendage is most useful in keeping off the flies. And all four legs triple-jointed are what the traveler should look for. These legs make it possible for the Lufferlang to run equally fast in all directions. In case of an attack, the victim should suddenly hold a large mirror up beside himself. The double image will so confuse the beast that he will rush off in disgust. The biting season usually occurs on July the 12th. An orange-colored handkerchief conspicuously displayed will invariably afford full protection. Green clothing of any shade should be studiously avoided at this season, as it serves to arouse the animal further. I don't know what it is, but the depiction in this book, I hate it. The way its eyes look, the way it's staring at the guy, terrifying. And again, it's fun because it's a creature that's never spotted, right? I mean, okay, these are all urban legends, none of them are spotted, but you know what I mean. Within the legend, the creature is never spotted. So it has this like super bright, ornate features that are so mysterious, just holding a mirror up to it turns the creature away. I also think it's so funny how the biting season is July 12th. Not the summer, or even just July, it is the 12th of July. So imagine how terrified, because if they only attack once a year, they're probably going to attack that day. Imagine how terrified, like, some kid would be in the week leading up to July 12th. He's carrying a mirror everywhere, and I'm sure everyone else laughed at him for that. But to him, the story's very real. I mean, these guys who know better told him about it. So on July 12th, you better believe he has a full-size mirror, and that's a funny detail that he can't even carry a small one. It is a full-size mirror he has to carry around camp. Or even the smaller stuff, like the orange-colored handkerchief. Like, if on July the 12th you see a bunch of people wearing orange handkerchiefs, then they probably fell for the joke. I like the specificness of creatures like this. You can see where the story became a gag. And because it makes it so much real in people's minds, I think it's all the better for it. And talking about stories that caution you from something, we have the rumtificell. In luring a victim within its reach, this animal employs one of the oldest strategic devices known, that of playing on the cupidity of its prey. Being a rather slow-gated beast, it has to resort to some form of low cunning. The rumtificell is large, strong, and ferocious. The pelt is fine, long, and thick, with a rich color like a mink. The body is oddly flattened, somewhat the way old Hank McGinnis looked after he rolled off the porch roof following the annual fireman's dinner, and sort of spread himself out so flat, we just slid him edgeways between a couple of shed doors for a coffin. This shape makes it possible for the rumtificell to drape himself closely over a stump or about the butt of a tree standing near a tote road, in such adroit fashion that he looks exactly like a high-grade fur coat or robe that someone has dropped. Naturally, the passerby comes over to have a closer look. With a lightning-fast flick of its blanket-like body, the rumtificell completely envelops its victim. The numerous minute, sucking pores lining the inner ventral surface are promptly brought into action, and in no time at all, the bones are sucked clean. Some of these high ginger scientists will tell you that those little balls of fur you often see beside an old stump were spit up by owls. Don't you go and swallow that yarn. Those balls are all that's left of the clothes worn by some greenhorn who ventured too near. This one's fun because I'm sure there were a ton of times that someone saw a coat or a piece of cloth lying along the side of a trail. And again, what once becomes someone dropping something off of a wagon or leaving their jacket behind now becomes a whole legend. Or alternatively, you tell the story around camp if you don't want anyone touching your jacket. Also, just the idea of like a living blanket thing that eats people's cool. It kind of reminds me of the El Quiero from Central and South American cryptid beliefs of like this piece of cloth that looks like a piece of clothing and then kills you. So there's a fun crossover there. Maybe one story inspired the other, but it's also just fun, again, with something to terrify people who see a jacket on the ground. After that, we have the santer. One of the few marauding varmints reported below the Mason and Dixon line, common in western North Carolina, rarely dangerous to mankind, but a frequent predator on livestock. His body is long, covered with reddish long hair. His head is large, round, and bald. His legs and feet are long, and his eyes are small with a mean look. His tail is almost as long as his body, and has 8 hard knots in it. Looks like a string of beads. He can swing this flail with plenty of power and skill, enough to knock out a cow or a hog with one slap. And obviously, this tail can be effectively used in combat. But he can travel so fast, he seldom has to put up a scrap. Lives mostly in wooded swamps in the neighborhood of small villages where cattle and hogs are kept. A remarkably fast animal, but rarely seen. Its cry is a piercing, baby-like wail. Dogs will seldom run one. A calf known to have been killed by one of these varmints near Statesville showed 8 distinct bruises, 7 on the body and 1 on the broken foreleg. The hair about each bruise was severely singed. The santer is interesting because it reminds me a lot of the way that, like, dragons would be described in old folklore, right? Like, it's a mysterious thing in the mountains, it's so fast you'll never see it, but it's like a mighty beast to be slain. I like the illustration of it too. It's mysterious. You only see the tail and the dog barking at it. You never see the beast. So if things near the Western Carolinas go missing, it may be the work of this Appalachian dragon. So the santer's cool, I like it, but not as much as I like our next one, the side hill gouger. We've had a good bit of perceptibly acrimonious discussion as to the correct Vulgate name of this engaging little animal. Some Easterners say side hill badger. Some Californians insist that side hill winder is correct. There are some vigorous proponents of Godifro, Proc, and side hill wowser, while a few technical parties claim that Gyascatus is the one and only. The majority of the pleadings are in favor of the gouger, so we'll stand on that. Always a dweller in hilly country, he has to be, since his nigh legs are shorter than the off pair. There are 6 to 8 pups in a litter, and once in a great while, some of them arrive with the relationship reversed. After being weaned, these sports are rarely seen again by their orthodox-legged brothers and sisters. Normal gougers must, obviously, travel around the hillside, and in making their daily rounds for food, they wear the characteristic, partly gouged-out paths so familiar to woodsmen. These paths were once very common in New England, but today they are thought to be most frequently seen in the partly forested regions of the West. I am indebted to Mr. Bill Erickson of North Haven, Maine, and various other points, for the following account of how the gouger population migrated from New England. It seems, said Bill,
Sorry about
the
that.
gouger population was getting too thick. There weren't enough food to go around, and somebody just had to move out. A pair of these ambitious little varmints, one orthodox, one abnormal-legged, got together and decided to strike out for a new location. Of course, they could navigate on the hillsides and slopes all right, but they knew mighty well they'd bog down on the flats. So, when they struck level going, they just leaned against each other with the longer legs outermost, sort of like a pair of drunks going home from town. This mighty smart adaptation of a natural deformity took them well across the central states and made it possible for them to found the gouger colonies now existing in the West. Okay, this is everything I love about the fearsome critters. For one, it is an animal that is a little messed up. Its legs are longer on one side than the other, so that's kind of fun, but then it's everything that gets done with that legend that's so interesting. So if you've ever been walking on a hillside, you've probably seen, there's different names for them. I've always called them game trails. It's places where things like rabbits or deer will run through enough that it becomes kind of a little pathway. I've also heard them called like paths of desire. I've also heard runoff trails because water runoff will stop there, kind of.
Oh, that's fine if you like. I'm on.
There's a bunch of different names for them, but everyone has been walking through the woods, has seen this little trail along the ground that they thought nothing of. Well, now the side hill gouger gives an explanation for that. Because the animal's legs are bent a certain way, it can only walk around the hill a certain way, and over time, tramps out a path. It's a cool idea that if a child is born and its legs are the other orientation, the mom has to abandon it because it's not like it can turn around. And they mentioned that the way they immigrated is one of one orientation and another of another orientation, leaned against each other and just walked out to the plains. And then there's other stories that came about people like tying them together in order to get yard work, of rare variations that could switch the direction their head was pointing so that they could reverse along a mountainside. It explains stuff that is seen, it is mythical, it is special. It's like the lore for it has been thought out, even in an oral tradition told around campfires. It's so much fun. And you best believe, every time after I learned about it, that I've been in the mountains and seen a game trail, I tell someone about the side hill gouger. And that's the coolest part about these stories. They keep living on because they're interesting enough to live on. Now, back to the terrifying stuff, we have the scariest rendition of a giant cat with a ball in its tail, the sliver cat. A northern pine woods dweller, harmless on the ground, but dangerous when up in a tree. A big animal, sometimes reaching 300 pounds weight. Its ears are tasseled and its eyes red with horizontal slits. A mature sliver cat carries a tail 11 feet long with a hard ball on the end. Half of this ball is polished smooth, half is studded with a burr-like barbed growth. Like the dingmaw, cat beats the ball on his chest in the mating season, being careful to use only the smooth side. But the chief function, or should it be secondary, of this tail is to obtain food. Crouched on a limb overhanging the trail, the cat pats the passerby on the head with the polished side of his ball, and then slaps the bird side into the senseless victim's hide, draws him up to the roost to be consumed. Sliver cat crouched on a limb with his bald tail poised for instant action, makes a startling silhouette against the full moon. The sliver cat, it's just mean, it just bonks people over the head and then eats them while hanging from the tree. That's awful. And again, as mentioned earlier with the dingmaw and boulder cat, it seems like a rather harsh rendition of the same legend. And I like that. I like how we can track stories off of how they became. Maybe one region was suffering a more fatal season, and maybe the stories they told were more violent to match. Or vice versa, maybe the story was nicer because it gave them a reprieve from everything they experienced, and then the opposite happened on the other side of the country. It's interesting what can be learned about people and the folklore they would tell through just their stories. And if all of that is true, then anyone who is in a snow-covered region at all absolutely hated themselves, because similar to the giant polar bear snake thing earlier, we have the snow snake. During the year of the two winters, when the July temperature dropped to negative 62 degrees, these pink-eyed, white-bodied savage serpents crossed over from Siberia.
So does my brother.
They are bad actors. The venom is deadly, with a speed of action second only to that of the hood snake or the hamadryad. Hibernating in summer, but becoming active in winter, the snow snake coils on a low drift where its pure white color makes it wholly invisible to its prey. One strike is sufficient. Mankind is not often bitten, as he makes too big a mouthful. Sometimes the snake will get over-ambitious. When this does happen, tanglefoot oil is the only known remedy. Hobbs treed by a snow snake is still a much-used explanation of a late homecoming. This one's just mean. Again, it's like there's a snake that is the color of snow that is under the snow, and if you get bit, you die. There is the kind of lighthearted mention there at the end that people say they got treed by a snow snake, which is funny. Like, you know, if you're late out hunting and, you know, the missus asks where you're at, you can just say, oh, well, you know, those snow snakes. But if anyone actually believed it, that's awful. They can just be walking on the snow, and then something the color of the snow kills them. But again, it is another new way to look at an area that the person's already familiar with. Speaking of stuff that's just terrifying, the swamp auger. This boy, often mistaken for an old snag, is found in freshwater lakes. He carries a swiveled proboscis especially adapted to boring 3-inch holes in the bottoms of boats, and will do so unless stopped. But his work can be easily halted, either by tickling his snout or by sprinkling it with cayenne pepper. Either procedure will make the auger sneeze violently, which he hugely enjoys, and he will then hold his expectant nose tight in the hole until the boat can be beached. So the swamp auger is kind of funny in that, if you feed a pepper, it goes away. But also imagine just being in a boat and then something comes and just drills a hole in the boat. That's mean. Also, the mention that the cayenne pepper makes it sneeze, but it loves sneezing so much that it can't help but stay there. It's kind of all right. But again, that's what's fun about these stories. They're so creative. Like I would never expect that out of a narrative anywhere else. But out of the American Mountain Men, I could see it. Next up, we have another one of the more famous fearsome critters, and one mentioned earlier, the tree squeak. Some folks will claim that the mating call of the tree squeak is just a dry tree lodged in a school marm. But we old boys know better. The sound is made by an untrustworthy animal, still quite common in the North Woods. Built something like a weasel, and with the same nice, friendly disposition, he is a chameleon-like, and can wrap himself around a tree trunk and match the bark exactly. He is sometimes aggressive, but only after a long, dry spell. Has a variety of calls, whine like a panther, squeal like a young pig, sometimes a roar like a bunch of cannon crackers at a shotgun wedding. Look out for him on windy days, along towards sundown. The tree squeak is fun. Anyone who's been in the hills can tell you that they have heard something that they cannot place the origin of. So you can say, oh, well, it's this little weasel-looking thing that can camouflage itself the color of trees and then wrap around them. Because there's no way to disprove that on its own existence, because it could be camouflaged literally anywhere in the woods. And we've already seen in the example I read earlier how this story would be implemented. Someone mentions they heard something scary, and then two people start to spin a yarn, trading details back and forth that make it seem all but definite to the person who heard something that it might have been a tree squeak. Because it's easy to paint stories of things that there isn't evidence of. An example of that is the wampus cat. Since the first specimen was discovered scratching false blazes on mount trails, the wampus cat has been blamed for a variety of forest tribulations. If a wampus wades a stream, the fish won't bite for 7 days. When the wampus is on the prowl, the only game abroad is the fool hen. The howl of the wampus on a lonely night will curdle a crock of sourdough. Females of the species may be killed only with a crosscut saw. The males, practically indestructible, carry in their fur the germ of blister rust. Under the influence of a full moon, the glare from their eyes starts forest fires. Their footprints are visible only in solid rock. They steal prospectors' picks to brush their teeth. Now the wampus, still abundant in its native Idaho, and particularly large and violent during the season when the crop of dudes yields a bushel to the picket line, has an opportunity to redeem itself. A favorite pastime of the feline is snatching eagles. Trappers on the Salmon River are plagued, they say, with eagles killing deer. The game department is angry with the eagles and seeking a solution to a vexing problem. Eagle lovers, their name has been Legion, are angry with the game department. The simple solution suggested by the Wampus Society, which is composed of every man who has seen a rampant wampus cat at dusk menacing a mountain lion with a jackhammer, is that the burden be turned over to the wampus breed. Once the wampus reaches the eagle country, the feathers will fly. Nature has endowed the marvelous cat with an amazing right forearm. It works like a folding pruning hook on the pantographic principle. The wampus lurks on a craggy promontory, with its tufted ears a saint like the budding prongs of a young goat, and its voice softened from the customary howl of a disenfranchised banshee to the bleat of a kid. When an eagle approaches, strange arm shoots out with astonishing speed and direction. The eagle is caught and reeled in. So for one, the wampus cat kind of feels like a Looney Tunes character with all the hijinks it can get up to, and also like, the extendable arm or whatever. But also there would be stories around it that made it make sense to the people who were in the area. For example, apparently eagles used to be a problem. Well, now they're not. Oh, it's because of the wampus cat. There's also mention that the wampus cat is at peace with the native people of the land, and because of that, they don't hunt it. That's the reason you'll never see their fur for sale at any trade post. And you can see how all of these details would feed into the mind of someone who might believe these stories. That being said, I also just like the idea of like a comedically fictional cat grabbing eagles out of the air. That's hilarious. For another absurdly over-the-top story, we have the whiffin' poof. A tasty fish found only in perfectly round lakes, hence quite rare. To catch him, row to the exact center of the lake, using the hog yoke to determine position, and bore a square hole in the water. Bait the edge of this hole with a bit of cheese, preferably brie, Stilton, Liederkranz, or best of all, Limburger. Whippet-poof will quickly scent the bait and come for it. When he emerges, spit tobacco juice in his eye. This will make him so swell with rage that he won't be able to withdraw into the hole, and you can easily net him. I can't help but imagine this came from a singular instance. Like there was a guy and another guy sitting on the edge of a circle pond, and one of them was like, hey, if you go into the middle of that and you got cheese, and if you put the cheese over, this big fish will come up, and then you have to spit tobacco juice in its eye. And it's called the whiffin' poof. Yeah. So good luck with that. Because I mean, like, the details are way too explicit. It's too easy to see this being used to gag someone. There are a ton of stories like this, by the way, of just people using an individual thing to make someone else go hunting for it. One of the best examples outside of narratives was like taxidermied things that were used to convince people there was something to go catch or hunt. The most famous example is the jackalope, right? The rabbit with the deer antlers. People would take a taxidermied rabbit and then these small deer antlers and put them on the rabbit and then tell people that, oh yeah, out west you can go hunting for these. There'd be so many stories that would arise about like, well, they're rare because they can only breed during a lightning strike, like the micro instant of a lightning strike. There were states that sold permits to hunt them, but the permits were always on fictional dates, like the 31st of a month with only 30 days or something like that. So these stories would be bred off of just a taxidermy statue. Another example is the fur-bearing trout. Again, a trout that is wrapped in rabbit's fur, so people would be convinced that if they stay at the fishing hole just a little bit longer, they might be able to catch one. Stories like that, stories that were immediately used as like a hazing ritual on newcomers to the area, are a lot of fun. And speaking of stories that were used as hazing rituals, we have what is probably the most famous fearsome critter, and the last one we're going to talk about today, the snipe. A common bird, occasionally seen but never yet caught. Legions of sharp-eyed young foresters, engineers, cruisers, cookies, rodmen, and hard rock apprentices have made repeated, careful, and valiant attempts to corral one, but notwithstanding the bushels of careful advice and instruction handed out by the older hands in the party, success has not yet been attained. Seldom does the seasoned woodsman make the attempt. He is probably too discouraged to try again, but he is often willing to travel along with the hunting party just to see what happens, or perhaps to offer an occasional word of advice. Many years ago, I was taken on a snipe hunt and was able to get a good look at one bird which strayed near the bag I was so carefully holding. I couldn't get my hands on the little fellow, but I did have time to study him a bit, and I find that my observations tally very closely with a detailed report received from Mr. Howard S. Gardner. Here's the summary. A bird of marvelous coloration, green, blues, pinks, and here and there the glint of gold. Wears both fur and feathers, with the fur side inside like Majecawees. Stands erect with 17 centimeters high on 2 legs, but has a third auxiliary slightly aft, for use either as a stabilizer or as a starting mechanism. Lacking this additional leg, permanent unstable equilibrium would result. The eyes are fired with a constant sulfurous glow, occasionally emitting small showers of sparks. One pupil is vertical, one horizontal, and winking is done alternately, keeping the snipe constantly alert. The sharply hooked little beak is mounted on a bull wheel base like a steam shovel, making possible the capture of insects without turning the head. All in all, a most interesting and elusive animal. The fur and feathers combination makes the ideal protective coat for the natural marshy habitat. When the snipe is swimming, the rigid feathers fold back, forming a perfectly smooth outer surface, which reduces skin friction to a minimum. With the fur inside, the snipe possesses a waterproof, fur-lined overcoat. So, I don't need to describe the snipe to you. You've all heard the phrase snipe hunt. Maybe some of you have even been on a snipe hunt. Different versions of the story have different characteristics. I remember when I was a kid, it was described as like it had stork legs. It was like 3 feet tall and golden or something. And that the meat on them was like super, super expensive. So if you caught one, you were rich. Like there's different variations of the story wherever you go. What I would like to mention is that I actually was a victim to a snipe hunt when I was younger. When I was like 10 or 11, there were some older guys that our family was hanging out with who told us about snipes and said that they found a couple in the backyard the night prior and they needed help catching them. So, I mean, I'm a child. I don't believe anything that I'm not told. So they hand me like a sack, I think like a potato sack, and a flashlight. And I was out there at midnight, like looking through the bushes. And then they started freaking out like, oh, one's in that bush, one's in that bush. So like me and a couple other kids like ran and jumped on the bush with the sack and like kept punching each other because I guess I thought I was under attack by a snipe. And then when we come out of the bush, the older kids are gone. And we were lost. We had to get back. At the time, I was terrified, but looking back, it was hilarious. But that's what these stories are. They're like, they can be used for memories like that. They can be used for gags, these fleeting moments, because otherwise, that night of just, like, sure, it was a good time hanging out with, like, friends my age and stuff, but now it's become something that I'm telling you all about, something I'm going to tell my kids about. It is something that makes moments in life so much more, and that's why I love these stories. At the opening of Tryon's book, there's a dedication that says, to those who have held the bag on a snipe hunt, who have jumped sideways at a call of the tree squeak, who have studied the trail of the side hill gouger, and who perhaps have had a ring-size seat at a badger fight, this little collection is sympathetically dedicated. I guarantee you, if you watching talk to a grandparent, talk to a distant relative, talk to someone in the family or a friend who grew up in the mountains or familiar with American folklore, they have some story like that, of being tricked into a whirling whimpus being up the trail, or hearing a story of a tree squeak like that lived near their property and wouldn't shut up at night. These stories make the woods, they make the people in them a little bit bigger. And I can't appreciate that enough. There are so many people that are simply lost to history, right? Like the names of these lumberjacks who sat around the fire. Sure, we know a few of them. People like Cox or Trion who put these stories together, or people who lived around the time. I'm not saying that they're completely forgotten, but a lot of them aren't. It was a lot more than just stories around. A lot of them worked and lived a life, and then they died, and they're forgotten. But the stories are still here. I'm telling you about them right now, and in that sense, they're never really gone. At the beginning of Cox's book, there's another dedication he writes, or not a dedication, an introduction, about why he feels recording these stories are important, why he wants to list them down, and he ends on this paragraph. The lumber regions are contracting. Stretches of forest that once seemed boundless are all but gone, and many a stream is quiet that once ran full of logs and echoed of the song of the river driver. Some say that the old type of logger himself is becoming extinct. It is my purpose in this little book to preserve at least a description and sketch some of the interesting animals which he has originated. Not only do I think these stories are fun, not only am I most definitely going to take my child on a snipe hunt one day, but also I feel like it's important to share. I feel like these were stories that meant something to someone, and who are we if we just let them die? So now I know about it, and now you know about it. Now you're stuck with it. You can't get rid of that information. You may forget it one day, but not on purpose. So you're welcome for that. So hopefully you found something interesting out of these stories. Hopefully you found some story to pass along or to keep someone up at night with, to scare them just a little bit more, and I think that's really cool. And you're really cool. Thank you for sticking around, and I just want to say thank you for watching. For real, thank you all so much for being here, for the support you've shown the channel. I know uploads have been a little lacking lately.
So it's only like, what, 7, 8 for you over there on the West Coast?
My wife and I were doing a lot of work at the house and stuff like that, so I wasn't that available to record videos, but I appreciate you all being there, for showing up for the upload afterwards regardless. For watching this one all the way to the end, it means a lot. So there will be more content all the way. Like I said at the beginning, we're getting into the spooky season, so I'm excited. Hopefully you are as well. As far as for the Fearsome Critters, like I said, there's a link to the lumberwoods.org website where you can read all of these online. Most of them are like pushing 100 years old at this point, so for the most part, they're like Creative Commons. You know, anyone can read them, publish them how they want. I will mention that these books are very old, like I said, so when the author talks about people of certain minority groups, they are less than nice in their description of it. And I've omitted a lot of that phrasing and stuff in this video, but if you are sensitive to that kind of thing, then your discretion as you go into it, of course. Thank you all so much for sticking around. Hopefully these stories can serve to your interest in the future, and that's really cool, and I appreciate it. Let me know in the comments if you've ever been scared by one of these or scared someone else with one of these, or if you have a similar snipe hunt story like I did when you were a kid, because those stories that we birth out of these pre-existing stories are stories in their own right. They're stuff that can carry on and go forward. So be sure to share those, because a story that you let die with you is of no use, right? So get those out there. Thank you all so much for watching the video as long as you have. Stay tuned for the Halloween season. Got a lot of cool stuff coming on here, on Creepcast, on the Red Thread, and you all have been a blessing supporting me all around. It means a lot. Thank you. But regardless, I believe that should be it. But before I go, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one.
I think heat naturally will make people tired just because it takes a lot more, whereas if it's freezing, it's less so.
2007 probably didn't. It is certainly a force multiplier and lets you see people a lot quicker than they can see you. This combined with the IR laser on the gun gives us an invisible lightsaber that points directly at our target. It's one of the superpowers of modern warfare, along with things like air support that the series takes great advantage of. Eventually we find the room where Nikolai is being held, and after we kill an ultranationalist holding a flashlight, the flashlight falls and reveals Nikolai lying on the ground. He says he can still fight, and as the team exfils through a helicopter right outside, Nikolai asks if the American attack on Al-Assad has began, and when Price says it has, Nikolai says it's a huge mistake because they'll never take Al-Assad alive. This mission not only lets us see more cool dynamics out of the SAS and give us character intros like Nikolai that are pretty memorable, but also shows us more tools and proficiency out of operators like Captain Price and the SAS. But then in our next mission, we move into something that I think the first and second Modern Warfare games don't get enough credit for, and that is the way they play the contrast between two kinds of warfare. We got elements of that in previous Call of Duty campaigns. We would bounce between an American campaign and a Russian campaign or a British campaign, but most of the time, with some exceptions, it was two instances of a line of soldiers pushing into another line of soldiers. But in Modern Warfare, battle lines aren't that clear. So while sure, in the Call of Duty Modern Warfare campaigns, we jump back and forth between two different scenarios.
It's a little too close.
In previous Call of Duty titles, they give us two different perspectives and narratives within the same war. But here in COD 4, we see two different approaches to warfare altogether. We have the British SAS, a special forces unit that is deployed like a scalpel. They are proficient and precise and given equipment to get the job done quickly and quietly. Well, in our next mission, we see the other side of that spectrum. the American war machine. When Charlie Don't Surf opens, we're in a helicopter among a fleet of helicopters making their way into Saudi Arabia. Through this level, we see the massive scope of warfare. We see tanks, we see soldiers repelling from helicopters, we see people setting up road blockades, chaotic gunfights crossing over one another, all from the perspective of a United States Marine named Sergeant Jackson. If the SAS are a scalpel, then the Marines in this game are a hammer. They've completely shut down the city and are going house to house looking for al-Assad, and along the way getting into gunfights with his supporters, the OP-4. Which I do have to say, that is a gripe that I still have with this game, and I think it continues into Modern Warfare 2, and that is that this unorganized force is called the OP-4, which I don't mean unorganized as an insult to say like, haha, they're not good at organization. I mean in the literal definition, like they probably don't have like captains and lieutenants and a general and whatever, as they're simply the triggermen for al-Assad. The reason I don't like that they're called the OP-4 is because OP-4 is a term within military exercises that means opposing forces. So say you're training in a war game where there's hostiles you have to take out or are looking for you. Well, those hostiles would be called the OP-4 because they are the opposing forces you're going up against. So when naming the enemies for this game, they called them opposing forces. Like, I don't know, what are we going to call the people who oppose with force? And then someone in the office was like, I got an idea. Like, I don't know, you made up a name for al-Assad, just make up a name for them too. This really doesn't matter, but it matters to me. Our team within the Marines is being led by Lieutenant Vasquez. And as Vasquez and his men are clearing houses, al-Assad's speech plays on TVs around town. So the Marines believe that al-Assad is held up in the TV station on the outskirts of town and begin to fight their way over to him. One thing Call of Duty has done since their first games is every allied soldier you point your crosshairs at will have a name. Even if it's someone with no dialogue who's completely disposable, a private or specialist or sergeant identification will pop up, which is a nice touch and goes to make engagements feel more legitimate. That being said, whereas when you're playing in the SAS and everyone in the team has a name and most of them have like mission specific dialogue, in the Marine campaign they really are just cannon fodder. Anytime one of them gets killed, another one with a slightly different name will just run up and take their spot from behind lines. One of those touches that looks good initially but kind of loses its luster if you stare for too long. That being said, all the NPCs look good, the gunfights feel good, even if realistically you're moving through a predetermined path and you're really the only one who can advance the level. All of the noise surrounding you does a good job at making you feel like a piece in a much larger war front. I will also add here that once again I played through all of these games on veteran in preparation for this video because I hate myself. Hello. Hi. I'm not wearing pants. They don't know that though. I'm making a video about Call of Duty. Are you disappointed? Okay. just you coming home from work, me pantsless in camo, talking to myself. Nate's listening to all of this. He'll be editing.
I have to tell Nate what degeneracy. Nate, when we went home for Christmas, one of his friends gave him a purple gun and a bag of salt and vinegar Lay's. It's been sitting over here, and I told him 2 months ago, you need to get rid of this because it's gonna get bugs. He gave him a purple gun as a joke, and he wrapped it in a bag of half-eaten salt and vinegar Lay's. And I told Isaiah 2 months ago, can you please throw those away because it's gonna get bugs.
It's a Taurus with 2 flashlights. Look at that, it's covered in like chips and stuff. As I was saying, when you're playing this mission on veteran, all of the cars you come across will explode a lot. It probably happens all the time, but you don't notice it until you have to slow down. And it was the bane of my existence. I don't know how many times I died, but it felt like forever. That's because, as most of you probably know, the biggest thing that happens in any Call of Duty campaign when you play on a high difficulty is grenade spam. That's because the higher difficulty you play on, the better the enemy is at knowing where you are, shooting at you, or getting you to change position. And because you die pretty quick, you have to take cover a lot. And if you're in cover, that means the enemy can't directly shoot at you. But what they can do is throw grenades at you. So everything just explodes all of the time. It's really fun and definitely not aneurysm inducing. Also, while I'm dying over and over to grenades, it's probably a good time to mention the Call of Duty death screens. So this is something that I think began here in COD 4, but has continued to my knowledge in every Call of Duty campaign since, or at least every Modern Warfare campaign since. And that's when you die, a quote appears on screen. Now, sometimes these quotes will just be a fact, like the cost of a single Javelin missile, or the cost of a B-2 bomber. Or sometimes there'll be a sarcastic or humorous quote about warfare from someone like Mark Twain. But other times, they'll throw in quotes that are kind of profound. At least, you know, the quote itself was profound, not necessarily their inclusion in a Call of Duty death screen that you immediately revive from. I mean, maybe if you died and then a quote appeared on screen and you can't play the game anymore, that's kind of profound. But sometimes it'll be a quote about good men dying in war, or about the travesty of war in general. There's even a few I remember that I was first introduced to while playing Call of Duty. Like, for example, the Albert Einstein quote, "I know not what weapons World War III will be fought with, but I know that World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones." Or this quote from Voltaire that says, "It is lamentable that to be a good patriot, one must become the enemy of the rest of mankind." Robert E. Lee's quote, "It is well that war is so terrible, or we should get too fond of it." Or this quote by Bertrand Russell, "War does not determine who is right, only who is left." I feel conflicted conflicted about their inclusion in the games. Sometimes you just learn a fun fact, like, wow, I didn't know that a B-2 cost literally billions of dollars. That's real, by the way, look it up. Imagine how that pilot felt when he crashed one, like a year or two ago. More money than any of us will ever see in our life, right there, in pieces, on a runway. And I'm happy they're in the game if for no other reason than the fact that my first exposure to a lot of these quotes was when I was a kid playing Call of Duty. But sometimes they feel weirdly out of place. Like maybe if you save some of the more dramatic or heavy quotes for climactic moments in the game or dramatic deaths that the player
I don't know if it's that odd to not like coffee. I mean, I wonder if it's just odd because, you know, they're asking. You don't want to see. I'm sure they're fine with I'm sure they're not going to think coffee.
player can run into, because a lot of these quotes lose their gravity after you've been blown up by the same car for the 8th time in a row. Again, it's not that I think they're a bad inclusion, I just wish they were implemented with a bit more strategy rather than just all of them being thrown out in a random selector at any moment. But it is another implementation of the developer's determination, albeit successful or not, to stick with the themes of the game. Hey, we're going to talk about warfare, we're going to talk about coups in Middle Eastern countries, we're going to talk about civil wars in countries that have tenuous relationships with the United States. Here's real quotes from history from themes we are trying to express in this game. And I have to give respect for that regardless of how successful I think it came out. It's certainly something the devs didn't have to put in the game, but overall I'm glad they're there. It's also worth mentioning here, since I kind of brought up the idea of the devs committing to the controversy of these games, that while yes, a lot of the aesthetics they're using are controversial, like Americans raiding homes in the Middle East, they have created a villain and conflict that is much and more black and white compared to the real world counterparts of that setting. Al-Assad, for example, in the game was the former military leader of Saudi Arabia. He, once again, executes the president on live TV and then launches into a full dictatorship of the country with the eventual goal of destroying the West, with nuclear weapons that he is trying to procure from the ultranationalists who are trying to take them from Russia, by, you know, taking over Russia. That is a target you're not going to hear a lot of complaints about. Or
I feel like I was left out.
Yeah, I guess. Sure what to do. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much they, you know, put stock into the value. Who knows? Also, are you drawing a drunk gnome? Yes. Harold. He's very much drunk for the most part.
the ultranationalists, for example. We haven't seen a lot of them or their leaders yet, but they're called the ultranationalists for a reason. They believe in Russian supremacy and dominance overall. And as we're going to see throughout these games, there is no body count too high to stop them from placing Russia over the world. So while yes, we get a lot of the aesthetics of modern conflict, there is some minutia in the teeth of the controversy of modern conflict that gets lost. Every target we run into is a good target. It is a person with a gun that is shooting back at us and ready to die for their beliefs. There's never controversial targets or targets mixed in with non-targets. At least not in the original trilogy. When we talk about the new trilogy, we'll get into that. Which is why I think this came to mind in association with the death quotes that appear on screen. Those quotes are from real, complicated conflicts that took real human lives. So while in the real world, a lot of these sayings have gravity or weight attached to them, in the game, we're simply good guys who are shooting at bad guys. So when the bad guys shoot at us or throw grenades at us a little too much,
First attempt, I would say.
Real conflict, it's kind of insulting. Not insulting in a way that I'm invented, but insulting to the nature of warfare. When we see quotes about how warfare is awful and how the winner determines history, it feels weird to compare that to a game where the lines are so black and white and ultimately the gameplay's fun. Something that the quotes keep emphasizing should not be the case. It's almost like the quotes themselves were a sort of parental safety tool. Almost like if your kid's having too much fun shooting bad guys in Call of Duty, whenever they die, they're going to take a moment to think about how awful warfare is. It seems like the game keeps making these concessions between discouraging warfare or propping it up. I don't know, probably more thought that went into the original implementation of it, but figured I'd mention. Anyway, the Marines eventually make their way to the television station. Not to undermine everything I just said about, warfare being awful or whatever, but the gunfight in the TV station station is pretty fun. We fight between cubicles and break rooms. This really annoying thing happens if you get too close to an NPC, at least on higher difficulties, where they'll just scream and run at you and then hit you with the gun and you die instantly. Yeah, that's annoying. I hated that a lot. Once we get to the front atrium, we'll meet the most memorable character from the Marine campaign, Sergeant Griggs. You can tell Griggs is cool because he doesn't wear a shirt under his plate carrier, and he plays cool music, and he has an M249, which is a cool gun, and he's the only named survivor when all of the Marines die tragically later, but we'll get to that. Eventually, the Marines make their way into the recording room of the TV station, only to find that the broadcast of Al-Assad has been pre-recorded. As the Marines say that Al-Assad is long gone and they need to find him, the mission ends. Similar to how Crew Expendable and Blackout gave us a really good look at the SAS side of things, Charlie Don't Surf gives us a great introduction to the Marine side of things. Large forces of troops hitting with all the firepower they've got, and the assault on the TV station makes a great vignette for their opening mission, but not as good as their next mission, the Bog. In the briefing for the Bog, we're told that during the assault towards Al-Assad, a tank with the designation War Pig has been disabled and the crew are now under fire. So Vasquez and his team of Marines go to rescue the tank crew. I like this mission because despite the grand theater that the game is taking place in, our mission here is to simply rescue a tank crew. It uses the spectacle of war to tell stories of individual soldiers, and I like that. Also, something about the beginning of this mission feels really good. How you're thrown right into Sergeant Jackson's perspective as everyone is already running towards the gunfire. While clearing the building, if you throw down your night vision, you can see not only your own IR laser, but the IR lasers of every other Marine. As mentioned earlier, IR lasers, or infrared lasers, exist on the invisible spectrum and can only be seen through night vision. So it would make sense that all the other Marines that are also using night vision would have them. So it's just a nice little attention to detail. We come to one section where tanks are attacking us from an overpass, and we have to pick up a dead soldier's javelin launcher to take them out. Javelin missiles are another really cool implementation of Modern Warfare that, again, a lot of people probably weren't familiar with until they played this game. Javelin missiles lock onto a specific target or location before the missile gets lunged out of the tube.
I mean, I wouldn't be against it, but it's, you know. It is based on Gnome Show, and I'm like, still a relatively new series, so I wouldn't feel super. Or at least I give it a little bit of time before I did it.
Shoots straight up into the air and then comes down on their target like a mortar, or javelin. Again, another one of those modern superpowers the game makes use of. When we get to the War Pig, they are under heavy fire. So the Marines help clear out the enemies, take out an anti-aircraft gun, allowing 2 Cobra helicopters to come in and provide air support. Again, another moment demonstrating the power of the war machine. After this, everyone regroups at the tank and Vasquez lays out their defensive positions. I like the small note that he drew out the defensive positions on the tank itself, and the Marines hunker down while they wait for the tank to get moving again, and the mission ends. It's after this we cut back to the SAS right after they rescued Nikolai. As the helicopter is flying away, they're hit with a missile. The helicopter goes down and we see Price pulling Soap out of the wreckage. The only survivors of the crash were Price, Soap, Gaz, and Nikolai. So the 4 of them have to make their way to their exfil point on foot. As mentioned with Blackout, the team is still in Western Russia, deep in ultranationalist territory. So we get our first stealth segment of the game, and it feels pretty good. Dodging convoys of trucks, synchronized takedowns. The ultranationalists seem desperate to find us. And at one point, we find them harassing a farmer in the middle of the night to see if he has any information. Price says to shoot them before they kill the old man. And sure enough, if you do nothing here, they will straight up kill the old dude. It's during these gunfights we also run into our first dog encounters of the game, which if you don't shoot the attack dogs before they get to you, they'll send you into an animation where they jump on top of you, and if you don't do the quick time event fast enough to break their neck, the dog will straight up rip out your throat and instant kill you. That's also a really fun way to die on Veteran. Ask me how I know. Speaking of dying in this mission on Veteran, there's this one part in the level near the end of it where a helicopter is attacking you, and anytime you come into the spotlight of it, it shoots at you. And on Veteran, it kills you really quick, and there's this one part where you have to run from like a house to a barn that has a missile in it, a Stinger missile, to take down the helicopter. And I was writing notes for these levels when I was playing the game at like 3 in the morning, and I don't know how many times I died to that helicopter, but I wrote down in my notes, stupid chopper, good missile. So I probably died to it a lot. Again, in this mission, it's always fun to see the SAS operate, how despite being a small team behind enemy lines, they have a precision that allows them to stay together. Again, dramatic, but not impossible. I will say one pet peeve of mine, not just in Call of Duty or this game, but in video games in general, is when a game has optional stealth segments mixed in with mandatory loud gunfight segments. Like for example, in this level, there's a couple of moments where you can be silent and move by unseen, or you can go loud to make a more dramatic gunfight. So then if you're like me and you're trying to play it stealthy and you get to one of the parts where you have to go loud, it can be hard to tell if I did something wrong or if this is just mandatory. Not the end of the world, but like I said, a pet peeve. It's mentioned throughout the level that an AC-130 will be arriving to support. And at the end of the mission, it arrives and support it does, as it completely obliterates everything in the team's path. It's here that the mission ends, and in the next mission, Death from Above, we play as that AC-130. Death from Above is one of the most iconic levels in Call of Duty ever. That thing I was talking about earlier, how a lot of people had seen weapons or tactics from modern conflict but had never got to use them in a game before. Well, the AC-130 level is the thesis of that. Most people who played the game had probably seen footage or pictures of thermal cameras from a gunship looking down at a battlefield. Considering the power of the cannons and turrets on an AC-130, there's something strange about how much destruction is brought from through a TV monitor. And this mission puts you in the role of that camera operator. And you know, going back and playing through a lot of these missions in 2025, they certainly lose a lot of their luster. The graphics aren't as good. A lot of the things that were new in COD 4 I've seen a couple dozen times in other games I've played since. But even now, going back and playing this level from Call of Duty 4 feels really cool. The view from the AC-130 as the plane orbits the battlefield, switching between different guns and thermal imaging. Something all of the Modern Warfare games do really well is their radio chatter, like how authentic communication between people on the ground to Overwatch to command elements. It all feels really genuine, and that's on full display here, because we are in the AC-130 hearing Price and his team explain what they need on the ground, and then reporting all of that back to high command. And also just for the setting, the mission feels really authentic. Because it's in an area mixed in with civilians, we have to wait for positive ID on targets. We can't fire on buildings until we see gunfire coming from them, then we're allowed to level it. The visual aesthetics are great. RPGs that are fired on the ground leave behind smoke trails. We're given different rules of engagement in different areas, like for example being told we're not allowed to fire on a church. And after fighting on the ground for several missions, it is a stark difference to see how invincible we are in the sky. Death from Above truly lets you wield a warhammer of war. As we cover Price and his team, they steal a few cars, and they make it to their extraction point where helicopters take them away. Again, it goes to show just how impactful Modern Warfare was. You could play another World War II game again and shoot people in France or at Normandy, again, not saying there's anything wrong with that, but you know, we've all done it like 12 times at that point, or you can man an AC-130 gunship. It's up to you. Our next mission, War Pig, takes us back to the Marines. Instead of the normal briefing for this one, we hear a series of newsreels that are explaining the American assault on Al-Assad. It does a good job at portraying how large this
Hey, I
war
think I'm good.
is,
I'm
and it
calm.
puts the player in the shoes of a
Laughing
single
for
soldier
that.
amongst a giant unanimous push to get one guy. And when we load in, we are at the site of the War Pig from the Bog, only now up and running and ready to fight. Other than the overall setting that's happening around Jackson and Vasquez, this mission is pretty paint by numbers. It's us pushing through Al-Assad's men, or the Op-4, again, an annoying name, as we provide cover for the tank to move up, and then vice versa. It is a nice touch that the tank crew we saved in the Bog is now the ones that allow us to have so much firepower in this level. But I will say what's not nice, and again, I think this is a veteran thing, not like I'm a veteran, I mean the difficulty I chose was veteran, but a bunch of the Op-4 NPCs have rocket launchers, or RPGs, in order to blow up the tank, because again, one of the objectives in this mission is to protect the tank. And while I think, if memory serves, that works just fine on other difficulties, on veteran, they're much more interested in you than they are the tank. So playing this mission, you will explode a lot, constantly, forever, forcing you to mostly stick to interiors so people don't have a line of sight to you, which is a good idea in theory until like 15 people spawn in the same hallway. Near the end of the level, the Marines are taking fire from an upstairs balcony, so Griggs and Vasquez push up a dumpster to provide moving cover, which is neat. Then at the end of the level, we're about to be attacked by one of Al-Assad's tanks, but then the War Pig figures out where they are through a building and fires a round through the building into the tank, instantly destroying it, which was really cool when I was like 11 years old and is still cool now. Our team makes it to their extract, but are told that Al-Assad has been cornered in the capital city and it's all hands on deck to get him, which leads us into our next mission, Shock and Awe. Again, playing as Sergeant Jackson, it takes place immediately after War Pig. In the briefing, we see the scale of this operation. A total of 30,000 troops are surrounding the city in order to make sure that Al-Assad doesn't make it out. He's reckless, he wants a high body count, and he has the means to make it happen. It's now or never, and the beginning of the mission shows the weight of that. It's like the intro of Charlie Don't Surf, but on steroids. Not only do we see helicopters, but we see tanks and ground detachments and
Games.
jets, all attacking in different sectors in a coordinated...
It's yes, I know. Yes. Oh yeah, he used. I loved his. What was it? It was his specific. For me, it was was the Super Mario Busters, I think. Yes. No, mine was the Mario Party.
Effort to make sure that Al-Assad doesn't escape. In the helicopter we're in, Jackson is manning a Mark 19, or in other words, a fully automatic belt-fed grenade launcher. This mission showcases the war machine at full force and nigh unstoppable. After a couple skirmishes, our team is sent to rescue a ground team who's been held up on the outskirts of the city. After we make our way over to them in order for them to extract, we're told that the Navy SEALs have made it into Al-Assad's palace, and that Al-Assad is not there, but in his place is a nuke. One of the nuclear weapons that was hinted about in the beginning of the game, weapons that the ultra-nationalists were getting access to, made its way into the hands of Al-Assad, undoubtedly by Imrim Zakayev. So the objective changes immediately. There is no longer the guy here that we're trying to take out, but there's a nuke that has the capability to destroy the city and everyone in it. So all American forces begin to evac, but as we're on our way out, the Cobra pilot that's been giving us assistance up until this point gets shot down. Through the radio we hear that one of the two pilots is still alive, but under heavy gunfire. Vasquez asks to go get them out, and the following exchange takes place.
You will not be at a safe distance in the event that nuke goes off. Do you understand? Huge fans ever since I was little. I remember, like,
to me, small vignettes like this, yes, the SAS and Captain Price and Soap and all of that, they're cool, I get it. But little moments like this are what make up the best moments of Call of Duty for me. If you're gonna have all this high action and you're gonna have our characters fighting from behind the turrets of military might, then the thing that makes me care about them, other than just boots on the ground, is sure showcasing character dynamics and relationships, but especially bravery. It adds weight to a lot of the conflicts we take part in. It makes me care about the characters just a little bit more. Sure enough, Vasquez and his team drop on the ground, and we have a timer to go rescue the downed pilot before it's too late. After we pull the Cobra pilot out of the helicopter and bring them back to our helicopter, we take off and begin to make our way out of the city along with the rest of the American forces. Till suddenly, the unthinkable happens.
I repeat.
Nuclear weapons have been the monster in the closet of every conflict since 1945. For all of human history, only 2 nuclear weapons have ever been used in conflict, yet it has decided the course of history ever since. We have spent this entire mission, the entire Marine campaign up until this point, showcasing how unbeatable a military superpower is, only to watch it be eviscerated in a flash. If you're going to make a game about the beast of war power, then you have to show the monster that the beast is always afraid of. And then if that wasn't enough, the next mission, Aftermath, is like the coup earlier in the game in that it's mostly a cutscene, but it's a cutscene of Sergeant Jackson dying in the aftermath of the game.
Anime Jacksepticeye.
Yeah, so I looked on his channel and I saw it. He did do a Jacksepticeye for did a couple, I think, for and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really get big. I didn't watch a lot of like 11 years ago. Or
we see Jackson crawl out of the downed helicopter in the fallout of the nuclear weapon. He lands in the street, the body of Vasquez lying next to him. Buildings around him turn to rubble. A playground nearby literally voices the laughter of now dead children. And in his final moments, Jackson stares at the mushroom cloud as he fades into the light. At the end of Shock and Awe, we saw the list of soldiers that were killed in this explosion, all 30,000 of them. Here at the end of Aftermath, we see that our player character, Sergeant Jackson, is among those killed in action. This, like a lot of other things that have happened in the game up until this point, was unprecedented for the time. Like not killing your player character, that's happened before, but making a game about the American military and then they lose. Think about it, when we first started playing as the Marines, their mission was to get Al-Assad, and they kept chasing him, and then it turns out Al-Assad tricked them, and now everyone's dead. And it doesn't pull punches either. Similar to the third thing think we saw in this game being a first-person public execution, here we get to play as a Marine that dies of a radioactive death. If nothing else, it is gutsy, and one of the reasons that COD 4 remained in people's memories for as long as it has. Well, as you can imagine, the hunt for Al-Assad is now as on as it ever was. So Nikolai gives the SAS a safe house that he believes Al-Assad is hiding in. So we switch back to the SAS as they go in for the kill in the next mission, Safe House. Price and his team once again link up with Kamarov, who helps them assault the compound. It's a fun dynamic here. Effectively, there's 3 buildings and you can choose to clear them out in any order you wish. Sometimes on harder difficulties, again, ask me how I know, it can be frustrating to take fire from one of these buildings as you're trying to clear out another one. But between the SAS and all of Kamarov's guys, as long as you get far enough into an encounter, normally your friendlies will come up with enough force to take out the enemy. A lot of people probably don't know this, but Al-Assad will always be in the last house you check. Now, 3 of these houses are very close together, and there is a barn way out at the edge of the map. So typically, because you start by the 3 houses, most people just clear those 3 and then go to the barn, and that's always where they find Al-Assad. But if you want to play it differently for whatever reason, you can start at the barn out there, and then again, whichever one is the last one you check out, that's where he'll be. His guards are killed, and Price takes him alive. We then cut to a while later after Al-Assad has been tortured for some time, with the SAS asking again and again where he got the nuke. Until suddenly, Assad's phone rings, Captain Price answers it, and after hearing whoever it is on the other end, executes Al-Assad. Gaz asks who it was, and Price says it was Imran Zakhaev. So I need to give a little context for that move to make sense. We know that Imran Zakhaev is the one who supplied the nuke because we knew that Zakhaev and Al-Assad were working together, and also because I told you to make things less confusing. See, in the coup, when we were playing from the president's perspective, we saw Zakhaev hand Al-Assad the gun. But the rest of the world didn't see that. For all they knew, Al-Assad acted alone, overthrew the government, and was staging a coup on his own volition. Even the player, on their first time playing that mission, they have no context for who Zakhaev or his son Victor is. So the first time you play it, it's just a weird one-armed guy that handed Al-Assad the gun. But when Price picked up that phone and heard Zakhaev on the other end, he put 2 and 2 together and figured out that Al-Assad is just a puppet. As we'll find out in the next mission, Price knows Zakhaev and knows that he's smart. If Zakhaev was to lead the ultra-nationalists in a civil war against the Russian government, well, that wouldn't go over smoothly with world governments. Zakhaev knew that if Russia or any sovereign nation in the world was getting overthrown by a rebel fighting force, well then countries like the United States and Britain would probably step in. That is, unless of course there was a coup in Saudi Arabia and the person running that coup said that America would be next. So Zakhaev needed Al-Assad to start the coup in order to stage a distraction. A distraction that effectively tied up American resources in the Middle East, allowing him to continue his operations in Russia unabated. That's not to say Al-Assad wasn't a willing participant in everything he was doing. He certainly wanted to overthrow the government and did hate the West, but his choice of when and how wasn't really his to make. Also, in hindsight, I really like how in the coup, Zakhaev points the gun at Al-Assad before he hands it to him, as Al-Assad quite literally had the weapons of his revolution handed to him by Zakhaev, including a nuke, not realizing that he was a carrot on a stick, and the first on the chopping block of the Western advance. As a matter of fact, when we see that brief interrogation scene before Price kills him, Al-Assad...
Apparently that's his most popular one. I remember watching them. So, nothing. Oh, though, I'm glad he's... Well, I'm glad he's doing good. Still uploading, obviously. Much. But...
mumbles to himself in Spanish and German, "It wasn't me." And to some degree, that's true. He was a piece in a game that he didn't have a choice to play in. So that means the guy that instigated the coup in Saudi Arabia in the first place and also nuked 30,000 American soldiers in Saudi Arabia is still out there. So who is Zakhaev and how does Captain Price know him? Well, our next mission, All Gillied Up, answers just that. In the briefing, Captain Price says 15 years ago, when he was still a lieutenant, the British government sent him and Captain Macmillan on an assassination. The first assassination ordered by the British government since World War II. The target was Imran Zakhaev. Actually, after I've said that a bunch, I feel like they call him Zakhaev, but I feel like other characters call him Zakhaev. Have I been making that up? Is it Zakayev? Am I stupid? 15 years ago, Zakayev was an arms dealer. While he had a following, it was long before the ultranationalists became what they are in the modern age. At the time, Zakayev was sourcing nuclear materials from the Chernobyl nuclear disaster site and selling them to the highest bidder in order to manufacture nuclear weapons. So, seeing this as a problem, the British government sent Price and Macmillan into Pripyat to kill him. For one, it's really cool after we see the effects and the devastation of a nuclear weapon to then throw us into the aftermath of a famous real-world nuclear incident. And from there, we get into the mission, which, honestly, what is there to say about all gillied up that hasn't already been said? It is one of the most famous...
The only reason I know about it is he made a movie and it was the best movie to me. Which movie did he make? I noticed he only did. Yeah, based on what I can see, it looks like it's got re-up. Interesting.
Stealth segments from any game, or really campaign missions from any game ever, for a reason. Again, we're playing as Captain Price 15 years ago, and at the beginning of the mission, we don't even see Macmillan until he begins to move. Both of them are covertly making their way into the abandoned city in order to perform an assassination. The entire mission is certainly on rails in the sense that individual enemies or engagements are predetermined or supposed to be carried out a certain way, but I don't care, it's so fun. Waiting for one or two guards to get off on their own before Macmillan and you take them out simultaneously. Choosing to take out deployments of guards or just sneak by them. Counter-sniping other snipers.
It's so good.
There's even this one segment that
Music
in
and
hindsight is
animation.
really cheesy, but was the coolest thing ever when I was a kid, where you're walking across a field and an entire patrol starts to come through the same field. So Macmillan and Price hold still, and the patrol literally steps over them. Every moment of this mission is fun. There's only one moment that, like, bothers me. So, like, the whole, you're wearing ghillie suits, you're in a field, you lay down, they step over you, I can suspend my disbelief, whatever. But there's this other part where there's, like, a huge convoy and, like, trucks pulling up in a field, and for whatever reason, Macmillan decides to just crawl through it, and you go from crawling underneath cars people are getting out of to rolling out of the car and just sprinting through the middle of everyone, and I guess no one hears or sees you, which again, cool and all, but okay. We're getting really close to the whole like spectacle to impossible ratio. Or I guess not a ratio, it's like a triangle diagram or whatever. You get what I mean. At one point Macmillan says the quote,
"Look at this place. 50,000 people used to live in the city. Now it's a ghost town. Never seen anything like it."
So not only do the characters interact with Chernobyl and Pripyat aesthetically, but they directly call out the horror and the gravity of the setting they're in. I was talking to my buddy Drew, shout out Operator Drewski, the GOAT, but I was talking to Drew about these games in preparation for making this video, and he said something interesting. He said that these games have a great understanding of where the player wants to go. And I never thought about it that way, but that's absolutely true. When you're in a setting like the Middle East, you want to do the large-scale war machine efforts, but you also want to do the door-to-door, house-to-house clearing. And in these games, you get to do all of that. And like here when you're at Chernobyl, you get to do all the sneaky stuff in the fields, but then you want to walk through the abandoned expo centers and the abandoned apartment complexes and the abandoned city centers. And much the same, you get to do all of that. You leave every setting in this trilogy satisfied that you were there. And it's something to be said that the game uses its locations to its advantage. Also, for a game that up until this point has been very high speed, take out targets, eliminate everyone you see, All Gillied Up is very reserved. Not only in the fact that its stealthy kills over the loud gunfights we're used to, but even in its bullet count. In most previous levels, again, especially on Veteran, I was dumping hundreds of rounds out of...
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's I think more so like based on what I can see, like he not like he hasn't been as active as when 4 years ago. So could be a variety of things. Yeah, but I think he was more the old school kind of thing. Yeah. Just based on what I can tell. And also he was a Flash animator. A lot of the not Newground, Flash animator.
The gun the game gave me at the start of the mission and was having to pick up enemy guns by the end of it. But when I was playing through All Gillied Up for this video, I fired a total of 7 shots in the whole level. But those 7 shots are far more memorable than nearly any other shot in the campaign. The game is able to temper itself when it counts, and I appreciate that. Eventually, Matt finds a hotel to which he says the top floor will give them a vantage point to an arms deal that Zakhaev is supposed to be at. And with that, the mission ends. Our next mission, One Shot, One Kill, takes place immediately after this. We see the Price and Macmillan waited in the top floor of that hotel for 3 days. Why the arms deal was shut down after Zakhaev's men and assumedly the men of whoever he was doing the arms deal with, all of their guys were found dead in the fields outside of Pripyat. Why they didn't shut it down, I don't know, but they did it anyway. We once again assume the role of Price as the arms deal is beginning to take place. We load up on a Barrett 50 cal, which a Barrett 50 cal is an anti-material rifle. It would not be a gun you would use for like a long-range precision shot, but it's a cool gun, whatever. That may be the nerdiest actually I'm going to pull in the whole thing. Probably not, but we'll see. The shot we are going to take is from a considerable distance, so Macmillan tells us to watch the flag that is set up at the arms deal to see the wind's position. Because depending on how strong the wind is blowing and what direction it's blowing, our bullet will curve with the wind. Once the deal begins, Zakhaev steps out, and from here until he walks away and we get a mission failed, we can take the shot at whatever time seems most suitable to us. Regardless of how or when you shoot him, the round will always fly and rip off Zakhaev's arm, with Macmillan remarking it's a good shot and he'll probably die of blood loss. But as we know in the present day, that did not happen, and also explains why Zakhaev only has 1 arm. Immediately his men are onto us. A helicopter locates our position and we quickly kill the pilot before rappelling out of the hotel and making our escape on ground. A cool detail here is you'll always have the M21 that you had during All Gillied Up, and if you're playing the campaign through and are playing One Shot, One Kill right after you played All Gillied Up, your other gun will be whatever it was when you finished that mission. But if you're just selecting by individual missions and just play One Shot, One Kill, then the game will just give you an AK for your second weapon. All of the stealth from All Gillied Up is completely gone, as all of Zakhaev's men are trying to kill you really loud all at once. This is a lot of guys for 2 people to effectively push their way through and get out, but it's cool, so whatever, I guess. It bothers me, but it probably doesn't bother anyone else, so I'll shut up. We fight our way through the abandoned apartment complexes of Pripyat. It allows for some cool gunfight segments where you can set up claymores on certain doors as you're fighting people in one direction, and when you hear the claymore go off, you know that enemies are starting to pour in from that previous doorway. Again, this is one of the reasons I like playing the games on Veteran, because if you're playing it on a lower difficulty, you can pretty much just shoot people as you see them and keep running. But if the game is difficult, it forces you to use the game's tools to your advantage, and because of that, you get some unique engagements. Eventually, you make it to one passageway between 2 buildings, and a helicopter begins to target you. Macmillan takes a knee and shoots the pilot, but as the helicopter goes down, it crashes into the ground, and in the wreck, destroys Macmillan's leg and nearly kills him, forcing you to carry Macmillan throughout the rest of the level. I will say this is all fine and dandy, but after you've played the game enough times and you go back and watch the whole animation that gets Macmillan injured, it's really goofy, because there's so much distance between him and the helicopter, and he takes so long to respond to it crashing towards him, and as he's starting to run, he just falls. I mean, I don't even care that the helicopter took out his leg. Just could they have made it start a little closer so he didn't have to like throw his arms up and like trip twice trying to get away? Anyway, you carry Macmillan through the rest of the level, and as you're approached by enemies, you set Macmillan down, and he provides cover fire while you take out the enemies and then pick him back up and continue on your way. You eventually come to an extraction site beneath a large Ferris wheel. It'll be some times before the helicopters get there, so you set Macmillan up in the grassy area behind the Ferris wheel, and then load up the area in front of you with claymores and C4. And if you're like me, this is really cool for 5 minutes, and then it's 5 minutes of trying to find the most convoluted way to gimmick your way out of the rest of the mission. Because eventually so many people come, you can't keep up with them. So you just have to get in a corner where Macmillan will kill them, and they think they can see you, but they can't really, so they don't move over towards you. They just keep shooting at a wall. And then eventually the helicopter shows up, and you can just pick up Macmillan and get on the helicopter. It doesn't help that the higher difficulty you pick, the longer the amount of time it will take for the helicopter to arrive. So, yeah, don't judge me. You don't know the things I've been through. And as we fly away, the mission ends, giving us not only a history of Price and his former expertise, but why his war with Zakhaev is personal to him. So with this flashback out of the way, we then cut back to the modern day, right after Price put a bullet in Al-Assad's head. We're told in the briefing that it's taking some while for Extract to get there, and that all of the ultranationalists are now closing in to kill the SAS, and that the team is going to have to hold out against them until rescue arrives. This is an interesting dynamic because it's the same map from Safe House, only now in the day, and instead of being on the attacking side, we're now in the defensive. All the team members have set up explosives and defensive positions throughout the small town, and we get to use all of that firepower to hold out. The mission is called Heat for a reason. It's incredibly fun to wait for the ultranationalists to come up before you set off the explosives, to use the minigun that is in a downed helicopter to hold off waves of enemies. Initially, the team hears that Extract will be at the barn at the back of the map, the same one that most people would have killed Al-Assad in. But after defending their way all the way to the barn, the team is told that that landing zone is too hot, and they instead have to go down the hill they were just fighting away from for Extract at the river, the same place they infilled during Safe House. This entire segment is punishing on Veteran. There are so many people you have to shoot your way through. And they're using smoke grenades, and they're coming over the hillside, and they're coming up from the village. I would have to look at the timestamp on the recording, but I think I was trying to get back down that hill for at least an hour. And like I always do, I just found a way to kind of cheese it by like laying in a drainage ditch and shooting a couple people at a time, and like crawling in increments until I got to checkpoints, and then just pressure testing different strategies again until I got to another checkpoint, and I just did that over and over. Eventually, I found that the strategy that worked for me is pushing your way when you're at the barn on the drainage ditch on the left side of the field, and then you cut hard right to make it over to a church, and then you cut hard left to get to the stairs that lead down the hill, and then you can just sprint from there. When you do get to the bottom of the hill, it is the Marines who have arrived to rescue you, and Sergeant Griggs is among the team. So the SAS...
I'll be right back. Very tired. Oh yeah.
Slowed up onto the helicopter, and the Marines get the team out of there. Which takes us into our next mission, Sins of the Father. So the SAS now know that the target they should have been chasing from the beginning is Imram Zakhaev. And we're told that the mission to get him is now a joint op between the SAS and the US Marines. Now, not to be a stickler, and I'm actually again, but I'm gonna do it. There is no way for like a covert assassination, whatever operation like this, it would be a joint effort between a British Special Forces branch and like an entire Marine regiment. I understand that they did this because in the American campaign, we had been with the Marines, and we already know Griggs. And I like Griggs. I'm not complaining that he's here. I'm just saying logistically, the United States would attach a Special Forces unit rather than like an infantry unit. Again, no one cares but me, but I care, and it's my video. So it seems that no one knows where Zakhaev is, but they do know where his son Victor is. If you remember, Victor was the person sitting in the car during the coup earlier in the game. And here we learn that Victor has been leading a lot of the ultranationalist forces on the ground. So the team's plan is if they can take Victor alive, they can find out where his dad is. The team learns that Victor is going to be passing through a specific region early in the morning, so late the night before, they team up with Kamarov and the Loyalists, take out the guards at a checkpoint Victor will be passing through, don their uniforms, and wait for him to arrive. It's a clever setup because all of the Americans and British that would immediately give themselves away are wearing guard uniforms far away from where Victor and the ultranationalists will be, and Kamarov and his men, who can pass as Russian ultranationalists because they are Russian, stay on the ground to find which car Victor is riding in. When Victor and his men arrive at the checkpoint, Kamarov calls out the car that he's in, and Price gives the order to kill everyone else. As soon as the shootout begins, Victor rams his car directly into the tower that Griggs and Soap are staying in. They fall out, and through blurry vision, Soap watches Victor get away. I can't believe he's still wearing that stupid tracksuit. So, a foot chase begins. Again, we can't kill Victor, we need him alive, and the game won't let us shoot him in the leg for some reason. So as Victor runs through lines of his own men, we have to fight through them in order to catch up. It's a cool chase sequence. Frequently, you'll turn a corner and see Victor turning a corner just ahead of you, and the entire time there's a helicopter above us calling out locations he's running towards.
You're back.
Victor runs into an old apartment complex. And as the team makes their way
getting
to
a
the
drink.
first floors, he traps himself on
These
the roof.
sparkling
At the
ice
end of the
things.
building, Soap moves in to make the arrest. Victor, realizing he can't escape and he's not going to be taken prisoner,
Like 'em.
takes the other
Better
option
than
out
soda,
and shoots
obviously.
himself in the head. Gaz remarks that their only connection to Zakhaev is now gone, but Price correctly responds that Zakhaev will not let this go unanswered. With that, the mission ends. Again, it's a nice touch to see the good guys lose. Not that it's unprecedented, but it's just nice to have like these huge fighting forces similar to the nuke we saw earlier, who do everything right to accomplish a mission and it still doesn't work out. At the beginning of the next mission, Ultimatum, in our briefing we hear a speech from Zakhaev. Now, other than, again, just the name ultranationalist and the fact that they want to take over Russia, we haven't heard a ton of Zakhaev's motive, but during this briefing we get glimpses of that. He says that the leaders of Russia have prostituted their people to the West, and that their people are suffering because of it, and that now, in what Zakhaev believes to be his fight for a better Russia, his son's blood has been spilled as a consequence. Zakhaev has taken over a Russian missile base with nuclear weapons, and says that if all British and American forces do not immediately leave the country, there will be hell to pay. So our team has got to stop him fast. Our team deploys to the woods on the outskirts of this base to get in and stop him. On their landing, Griggs became separated from the group and has been captured. So at the very beginning of Ultimatum, we have to go save Griggs. As we clear the building to get to Griggs, we can hear him reciting his name and rank, meaning that in spite of their interrogation, he of course hasn't told them anything. After we save him, there's this funny exchange between him and Price.
I was starting to think you guys were going to leave me behind. That was my first thought, but your ass had all the C4. You all right? Yeah, I'm good to go.
Again, it's nice in the middle of all of these global conflicts and high-stakes gunfights to have these little moments of brevity. The team makes their way to the outskirts of the base, and we hear that another team that is infilled elsewhere kills power to the base for 20 seconds so that the team can make their way in without setting off any alarms. There's this one move that's really bizarre to me. So they get up to the fence to make their way in, and Gaz pulls out this, like, spray can and sprays the fence, and it, I guess, like, freeze-dries the chain link or something, and he's able to just pull it off. And it's like, is that a thing? It's like a Mission Impossible tool. I don't think that exists. Maybe that exists in like some experimental lab somewhere, but I don't think that's real. There's like breach pins or stuff you could use to burn it off, but like this magic freeze dry can, I don't know. It's never set right with me. We make our way through a few what I call shooting galleries, places where enemies pop up from
I have a
several
Mountain Dew and a
locations at once.
Hello
You just have to pick them off one at a time before you move a bit, or enemies spawn and you do the same. If you're me, you eventually get
That is an American classic right there. Hello, Katie Stanley. That's right. 30-hour workday. Hell yeah, brother.
get tired of it and just start spamming C4 at trucks to try to blow everyone up before they can get out. Eventually, your team meets up with another team that is infilled elsewhere on the property, and as they're talking, 2 missiles get launched into the air. Zakhaev stayed true to his word and has now sent 2 nuclear weapons towards the United States and Britain. So now the clock is ticking, and the team has to get into the base to deliver abort codes. Otherwise, Zakhaev is about to find a death count in the millions. As a matter of fact, this mission ends, and when the next mission, All In, begins, in the briefing we see that if the missile that is fired towards the U.S. reaches the U.S., it will kill an estimated 41 million people.
That's all I had.
A full assault of the missile base. This is similar to some instances earlier like Shock and Awe and Charlie Don't Surf, where we see like full-scale warfare or like the war machine working in tandem with each other. Even in small touches, like the sniper team we met at the end of the last level Ultimatum are up in the hills, and you can hear their gunshots and see them giving covering fire for you as you work your way through the base. Otherwise, this mission itself is pretty short. You just clear out the top level of the base, take out some BMPs, before the team cuts holes in the air vents and rappels down into the bowels of the base itself. With that, that mission ends, and our next mission, No Fighting in the War Room, begins. For one, the title of this next mission, No Fighting in the War Room, is a reference to the movie Dr. Strangelove, and that has nothing to do with anything. I just wanted to bring up Kubrick. Now, for most of the game so far, sure, there's been a lot of action movie set pieces, or there's been a a lot of, high stakes, high operator stuff. But for the most part, it has tried to keep itself in a footing of real world engagements versus just, action movie stuff. Well, in this mission on, it's just action movie stuff. And I'm not even that mad about it. I mean, the game's been good with it up until this point to keep a realistic grounding, so it can be a little zany in its final moments. As we fight our way through the missile base, we see bodies lying on the ground from previous fights of other groups that have already pushed through these hallways before us. Again, every world power that can is sending troops to try to stop Zakhaev. There's these cool moments where doors shut behind us right as other missiles are beginning to launch and the flames engulf the hallways. There's this one moment where Price is trying to get a blast door open and it's very slow, so Gaz gives a sarcastic remark.
Guys, can't you make it open faster?
Negative, sir. You can try pulling it if it makes you feel better.
Even down to a heroic breach into the war room as Soap enters the abort codes right before the missiles make contact with the mainland. So they did it. The day is saved. The missiles are no longer going to kill tens of millions of people. But Zakhaev is seen on the security cameras getting away. And if they can, they're not going to let him leave these mountains alive. So the team makes their way to the hangars and commandeer trucks to stage an escape, and hopefully catch Zakhaev. Which leads us to our final mission of the game, Game Over. In our briefing, we hear Griggs and Price and Gaz casually discussing how they drink beer.
Too hot, man. But room temperature? Please, a beer should be ice cold. A lager, maybe. Or a glass of water like you drink. And a pint of stout. I'm gonna have to school y'all both when we get back stateside.
Yeah, well, either way, we're stopping in London first. I'm buying.
Well, at least the world didn't end. Hit it.
For one, I don't know when they would have had time for this conversation, considering they're currently on trucks trying to track him down. Maybe before the mission even began, like before Ultimatum began. But this conversation is certainly a 2 weeks to retirement convo, if you know what I mean. The mission begins and the trucks we're in are racing down a mountainside and make their way onto the highway, where we're intercepted by several other trucks of ultra-nationalists who were also escaping the base. And then all the stuff I said for the previous level about it being an action movie set piece is like tenfold here. We are on a truck weaving through civilian cars on a public roadway, shooting at other trucks. A helicopter's trying to take us out, so we have to dodge that while we're shooting at, again, the other people who are also shooting at us from other moving vehicles. Eventually, we come to a bridge where the helicopter cuts us off and fires a missile, causing the team to be thrown from their vehicles onto the roadway. When Soap comes to, the bridge is in shambles, and behind the destroyed pavement, our team is making their last stand. Waves of ultranationalists are pouring out on the roadway before us. In the midst of the gunfire, a tanker truck on the bridge explodes. Our team around us is being slaughtered. Griggs tries to carry us to safety before he fire back, and in the midst of his gunshots, he's cut down and killed. Price is injured, trying to get back onto his feet.
I'll be honest, I just have a hydro flask.
Soap looks forward, we see that Zakhaev is now standing at the end of the bridge. Flanked by 2 guards, it seems that just as we couldn't let Zakhaev get away, Zakhaev refused to let Price escape as well, determined to kill the man who took his arm and his son. Zakhaev approaches an injured Gaz, who glances up at him before Zakhaev, looking down, puts a bullet in Gaz's head. Zakhaev then sets his sights on us, but just as he does, the helicopter behind him is hit with a missile. Some force has shown up to get our team out of there. And as Zakhaev turns his attention away, Price, with his last breath, slides Soap his 1911. And with the last of Soap's strength, he uses the pistol to kill Zakhaev's 2 men, and then finally, Zakhaev himself. Zakhaev was a man determined to lead Russia to a new age of glory, but his determination for revenge seemed to be his downfall. Soap, injured but his mission complete, resigns himself on the bridge to finally let death take him. But he then realizes that the force that is shown up to support them is Kamarov. Kamarov and his loyalists descend onto the bridge and begin to provide evac for Soap. We see another loyalist trying to revive Price, seemingly to no avail. And in the final moments of the game, as Soap is being extracted off of the bridge, we hear a news report that shows us how clueless the world truly was, and how close they came to death. Because as far as the news report is concerned, there have been rumors of infighting among nationalists, and humorously, the search for a boat lost in the Bering Strait has been called off. The boat we watched sink all the way back in Crew Expendable. Also, after beating the campaign, you unlock a bonus mission called the Mile High Club, where you play as an SAS team member who has to rescue a hostage from an airplane while it's in the sky. You have to fight through waves of enemy before you eventually do a breach, save the hostage, and then parachute to safety. For one of the SAS members is Walcroft from earlier in the campaign during Crew Expendable, so that's cool. And
Get a Hello Kitty stand. I don't have any hobby. Well, very few Hobby Lobbies near me.
So they just made it a fun challenge mode at the end of the game, which on its own is pretty neat, and beating it on Veteran is so difficult that there's an entire achievement for it. Not really relevant to the story, but a nice touch. And with that, Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare ends. I've talked about it throughout the video up until this point, but it is once again hard to overstate how impactful this game was. Not even touching the multiplayer, which was a landmark in itself. But this campaign changed the possibilities of dynamics, set pieces, and the era that war stories could take place in. It is a landmark title and always will be for good reason. But if you want to know what I think of it, despite how great it was, despite how cool the characters are that it set up, the best thing COD 4 ever did was allow Modern Warfare 2 to exist. And I'll explain what I mean by that.
Fair enough.
Let me put into perspective how important Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is to me. Modern Warfare 2 came out in 2009. This was the beginning of the development cycles between Infinity Ward and Treyarch. So Infinity Ward would have a year and release an entry in the Modern Warfare series, and Treyarch would have a year and release release an entry in the Black Ops series, and the two would alternate every other year. In 2009, I was 10 years old, and at that time, my parents did not let me play M-rated video games. I was a child, to them, M means mature, across the board, done deal. Well, every now and then I would go over to a friend's house and we would play Modern Warfare 2. My friend did not have Xbox Live, so we would just split screen on again and 1v1 for hours on end. Well, a few months later, that friend did get Xbox Live. So I would go to his house and watch him play the coolest thing I have ever seen. There were kill streaks, there were perks, you could level up your weapons and attachments, you could unlock new weapons. Every kid I knew that was a little bit older than me was playing the game, and on top of that, I had played the first few missions of the campaign mode at my friend's house, and was hooked on not only that, but the Spec Ops mode that I wasn't good enough to make,
Clean out of
but
my
it still
way.
looked neat. So I begged my parents to let me get the game, but they were still adamant that no, it's rated M, you're not getting it till you're older. So, and I wish I still had this to prove it, but you're just gonna have to trust me on this. I used my dad's computer to go onto the Modern Warfare 2 wiki page, and I printed out pictures of every single gun, perk, attachment, literally every item in the game, or at least the multiplayer side of the game. And I stapled all of it together, and for a solid month or two, I carried around this Bible I had created, and I would talk constantly about what I would do if they let me play the game. Not like in real life, like the classes I would set up and the attachments I would put on guns if they let me play the game. So eventually I wore them down, and I still remember it plain as day. My dad had me come into his office and was like, if you get this game, I only want you playing with your friends who we trust, and I don't want you playing the story, because I guess he assumed, you know, the bad stuff or the swearing or whatever would be in the story. I don't want you playing the story or anything else, I just want you playing with your friends. I think at one point I remember literally getting on my knees to ask him to let me get the game. And my parents let me get Modern Warfare 2, and it was probably the happiest I've ever been. I mean, I've also gotten married. One of those is second place to the other, but it's not by much. So I played the multiplayer with my friends, learned a lot of new words in game chat that I don't even think they thought of putting in the campaign, but I still never played the campaign because I was a good kid and my dad hadn't approved it yet. I think I might have talked him into it by trying to convince him that it was actually like really patriotic, like pro-American, because it has American soldiers in it, and it's like, it'll be good for me or something. And if I recall right, it was for my 11th birthday, he said I could play the campaign. So with zero exaggeration, there never was and never will be a video game storyline that was as hyped for me as the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 campaign. So all of that anticipation leading up to my 11th birthday to set down to play the game, was it worth it? Yes. I say all of that to make clear I am going to be a completely biased party through this section of the video. This story was not only the most highly anticipated, coolest thing I ever did as a child, but I also contorted it into a weird rite of passage. I think from an objective sense, it is still the best in the series, but even if it wasn't, I probably couldn't tell the difference. So with that weirdly personal confession out of the way, what happens in the Modern Warfare 2 campaign? Well, when you start the campaign for the first time, you see a slideshow that shows moments of the previous game as a sort of refresher for what we're stepping into. The first mission is called SSDD, which stands for Same Shit, Different Day. In the briefing, we get some world building and narration from someone named General Shepard. Pretend like you don't know who that is yet, we'll get to that trauma later. We learn that Modern Warfare 2 takes place 5 years after the events of Modern Warfare 1. And while we'll see what happened to people like Soap later, for now we see what happened to Russia after the events of the first game. Despite Zakayev being killed, the ultranationalist party still came to power. It seems that Zakayev's death maybe ended the conflict, but there was enough support on the ground for the ultranationalists that they became the ruling party. Or at least their influence dramatically changed the government in their favor. We see that in Moscow, a massive statue of Zakayev has been erected, with the nameplate describing him as the hero of the new Russia. This is underlined by General Shepard saying history is decided by the victor. So since the ultranationalists won, Zakayev's history has now been rewritten, and he's remembered as a hero for the people rather than an enemy to everyone else. Also, Shepard's monologue does a great job at setting the stage for this game.
The objective. Yesterday's enemies are today's recruits. Train them to fight alongside you, and pray they don't eventually decide to hate you for it too.
Shepard then begins to speak to someone named Sergeant Foley, and he tells Sergeant Foley that he's looking for special recruits to join his new team. Also, there will be more instances of this as the game goes on, but the voice acting in this game is still stellar. Not that it wasn't good in COD 4, but it really stands out here. For one, Shepard is voiced by Lance Henriksen, who does an incredible job, but Sergeant Foley is voiced by Keith David, which I've never seen that guy not be great at a role. And that performance will especially shine as we get later into the game. But now, similar to the beginning of the first Modern Warfare, our first mission takes place on a training ground. More specifically, a military base in Afghanistan, which once again, credit where it's due, they didn't make up a country, they're just like, yep, it's Afghanistan, that's where this is happening. We play as Private First Class Joseph Allen, a member of the Army Rangers. This game, by the way, has to be the best propaganda the Army Rangers have ever received. I guarantee you there are several people out there, maybe even some watching this video, who joined the Rangers because they played Modern Warfare 2. Sergeant Foley is teaching the local Afghan fighters how to shoot, and we're demonstrating on the gun range. Of course, at the same time, this allows new players to familiarize themselves with the controls. We're then told to walk over to the pit, effectively a shoot house that will work as this game's time trial. Another thing that will become more apparent as we get into the game, but the NPCs within Modern Warfare 2 have had a lot of attention added to them, and that can be seen from just walking around the military base. Some soldiers are in fatigues playing basketball, others are eating or working on vehicles. There's a very natural breath of life to the space, and all of the movements, no matter how minimal, seem very well thought out and accounted for, something that will become very evident during combat portions later in the game. When we get over to the pit, we meet someone
Care Bear countdown.
Dunn.
5, 4, 3.
Another mainstay of the Rangers campaign throughout this game. Dunn points out that Shepard's watching, and if we look up to the left, we can see General Shepard himself overseeing our performance. As said in the briefing, Shepard is looking for new recruits for his special team. Dunn adds a layer of sarcasm to this, referring to it as the Prima Donna Squad. While it may be stereotypical, I like the dynamic between Dunn and Foley throughout the game. Foley is a straightforward, no-nonsense sergeant, and Dunn is often a sarcastic relief. And it's interesting to see where they go as the game progresses. We run the pit, which is effectively the shoot house from FNG back in the first Modern Warfare, only quite scaled up. Not only is the area larger, but some of the targets move, they show up in more varied positions. There's civilian targets mixed in that we get time added if we accidentally shoot. And similar to FNG, depending on how we do in the pit, the game gives us a difficulty recommendation. And of course, just like before, people have speedran this thing into oblivion. As we make our way out of the pit, Humvees show up to base, having just retreated from the front.
Never cared for
Men
it.
shot and injured make their way out of
I'll be
vehicles,
honest.
as our group of Rangers then suits up to fill their place. Which leads us into our next mission, Team Player. In the briefing for Team Player, Shepard continues to muse on the importance of warfare, and how what the soldiers do here matters back home. And when the mission begins, once again with us playing as Private Allen, we're coming out of a haze in the midst of a gunfight as General Shepard stands before us, reloading his .44 Magnum. Tells us to get up, pulls us off the ground, and says Rangers lead the way before kicking us into the fight. This does a great job of setting up General Shepard. As a matter of fact, he's one of the strongest elements in a game made up of strong elements. For one, his aesthetic is cool. He has a revolver, he wears a beret, he's got a neat mustache. But it is not typical for a general to be in the midst of gunfire. Yet here he is standing tall while everyone else takes cover around him. Between that and his speeches of warfare and the need to win, you get the impression that he really believes what he says, and that he's willing to win no matter the cost, even his own life. In this initial combat encounter, we also see a lot of new updates from Modern Warfare 2 from Modern Warfare. For one, the guns look a lot better. They still have the EO
How
tech
dare
that
you.
was in Modern Warfare, but you no longer shove the entire thing directly
Hey, what
into
can I
the
say,
controls
huh?
to use it. The reticle looks weirdly small, but whatever, it's a step in the right direction. But one of the biggest changes is the dynamics and animations we see of the soldiers around us. No more are they on basic NPC scripts to shoot at the enemy, then return to cover, then shoot at the enemy. A lot of them have unique animations for how they take cover, how they reload. If you go to the stairs over to the left, you can see a soldier eating food. All the while, we are taking fire from enemy forces across a river. While who we're fighting doesn't matter much to the rest of the campaign, I believe this is supposed to be remnants of Al-Assad's forces, or the OP-4. But for now, you can just picture it in your mind as generic resistance force that the United States wants to stop resisting. During the gunfight, one of the military trucks deploys an extendable bridge across the destroyed overpass. We make our way up to the overpass and get into a Humvee to then make our way into the city. The Rangers are standing by for air support, and again, a lot of the NPCs here feel so authentic. They're waiting for jets to destroy a target building up ahead, and none of the Rangers know which building is the actual target.
Which building is it, sir? That's all at 1 o'clock. Hey, which building? The one at 1 o'clock. Hey, Dave, which one is it? Is it the one on the left or the right? On the left.
Also, yes, that Ranger was voiced by BoJack Horseman, not the voice actor, BoJack Horseman himself. There's even one Ranger off to the side who pulls out his phone to record what's about to happen. One Ranger remarks, "Isn't this danger close?" To which another replies, Danger close is a term in the military when an explosion or attack is going to be dangerously close to friendly forces. So the line, "Since when does Shepard care about danger close?" implies that he has a history for not only putting his own life at risk to get a mission accomplished, but the lives of others at risk. Eventually, the jets arrive and take out the building, and the Humvees with Rangers make their way in. This is similar to things I talked about in the first Modern Warfare, where we see the scope of warfare, we see the war machine in action. But notably here, it is much more reserved and, in my opinion, authentic. Sure, we just saw a jet level a building, and now we're in in trucks with miniguns, but we can't use them just yet. As the Humvees go through town, Rangers begin to clear out alleyways. They remark that it's quiet and the quietness makes them uneasy. Civilians are seen running into their homes, quickly trying to get away from the action they anticipate is about to happen. A group of men wait on a balcony staring down at us, and while Dunn remarks they're probably scouting them out right now, Foley says that they can't fire unless they see guns. This is a bit of the nuance that I feel the first game kind of missed. Sure, we may have big weapons and arsenals and soldiers, but that doesn't mean we get to use them all the time. The rules of engagement aren't always black and white. Even if it's just for a short moment, I appreciate it, because immediately after that this changes. Enemy fighters with rocket launchers run onto rooftops and begin to shoot down on us. So the guns go hot and we have a hurried gunfight through the streets of the town as more and more fighters show up from the buildings and try to take out the Humvees. Eventually, a rocket hits its mark and the Humvee is turned over. Private Allen as well as Dunn and Foley are thrown out. They make their way into a building and then have to fight room to room before making their way to an elementary school that seems to be the operating base for the OP4. Again, there's little touches here that just make it feel more authentic. Foley doesn't say that he is clearing the room on the right or moving left. He says that he's cutting through the history class. Again, so much of the game world feels lived in to good effect. After leaving the school, we fight down some alleys and eventually link up with another detachment of Rangers. When we get to their rear line, we see that Shepard is coordinating the movement of injured troops and says that they should use his helicopter to get the wounded out. A lot of subtle character notes are given to Shepard this early on. He cares about what he's fighting for, he believes in his soldiers, and when they're injured, he's willing to use his own helicopter to do whatever it takes to get them taken care of, but he believes in what he does to the point that he's willing to risk himself or those around him in order to get it done. Shepard says that Private Allen has now been recruited to his new team, and as Allen leaves the battlefield with Shepard, the mission ends. Now from here on, the Rangers campaign will change dramatically because of story events that are about to progress very quickly. And while it's for the better, I wouldn't change a thing about the Ranger campaign moving forward. I do wish there was at least one more level of the Rangers in Afghanistan or in some foreign or standard conflict for the Army Rangers. Not that we didn't get enough here, I just liked it. But SSD and Team Player do a great job at establishing the American characters we'll see throughout the game. For now, we get to see what Shepard's special team is in our next mission, Cliffhanger. In the briefing for Cliffhanger, we hear that Private Allen has been recruited to go deep undercover. We'll learn more on that later, but for now we hear about this task force that General Shepard has assembled. A task force known as 141. 141 seems to be based out of the United States, given that Shepard is an American general, but he recruits operatives from all over the world. The goal of Task Force 141 is to accomplish complicated missions within short time windows and without attaching a country's flag. To give an idea of the kind of things 141 does, Shepard says that the team is currently recovering a downed satellite deep in enemy lines, or in other words, far into the Russian mountains. I suppose I should kind of mention what it seems Russia's current state is in the game, because none of this is explicitly said, and you kind of catch glimpses of it through the way people talk about factions within the game. It seems that while Zakhaev and the ultranationalist influence have certainly had an effect on the Russian government, they are not as gung-ho about the destruction of the United States as Zakhaev was. That being said, hostilities between Russia and the United States, as well as other UN nations, are pretty high. It feels very Cold War era, with everyone rounding their troops in case something is to pop off. So when an American satellite goes down in Russia, 141 is sent to get the data from that satellite before the Russians can do anything with it. Fitting for the mission's title, Cliffhanger shows 141 infiltrating on a mountainside at a military base far within Russia's borders. We play as a 141 member codenamed Roach, which that's another cool detail about 141, given the fact that it is a clandestine operation of soldiers of different ranks and names from around the world. Everyone is assigned a single codename, except for the person we're infiltrating the base with, Captain McTavish. But if you'll remember, John McTavish is the real name of Soap from Modern Warfare. So this is Soap from COD 4, now in Modern Warfare 2. It's been 5 years, he got a promotion from Sergeant to Captain. I don't think you can do that, but whatever. Okay, so the internet's telling me, unless British ranks are highly different, that no, a Sergeant cannot become a Captain, but if the Sergeant attends Officer Candidate School and then becomes a commissioned officer, then they can work their way up to Captain, but that's effectively re-entering the military under a whole new system than the enlisted ranks. I'm being a nerd again, I'm sorry. Given everything that Soap did in the first Modern Warfare, it makes sense that Shepard would want to recruit him to 141. But still, Price is nowhere to be found, so assumedly, he died on the bridge at the end of COD 4. Again, pretend like you don't know where this is going. I promise this is new to someone watching. Even though he now goes by Captain McTavish, I'm going to ignore that and keep calling him Soap. This is a great reintroduction to the character, with Soap and Roach ice climbing up the side of a mountain, at one point performing a daring jump to which Roach almost falls off before Soap saves him in the nick of time. A throwback to Price saving Soap in Crew Expendable at the beginning of the first Modern Warfare. So Roach and Soap have to break into the Russian base and get the ACS module from the downed satellite unseen. And this entire thing is a ton of fun. There's a blizzard rolling in, so you can be completely unseen from just 10-20 feet away. Soap provides overwatch, so you and him have time takedowns. All of the guards walking around feel really natural too. If you find one inside of a building, they seem more relaxed or nonchalant, whereas outside they're blowing hot air into their hands or keeping their arms pressed against their jacket. Again, the attention to detail in the AI goes a long way. It's so fun, I'm not even going to call out all of my nitpicks with it. I'm not going to call out, once again, the fact that you can be a foot from someone and fire a suppressed gun and they don't hear it, or the fact that Soap starts out with 600 rounds for his ACR, which is like the combat load of 3 people. Not even going to talk about how much that would weigh or how difficult that would be to climb up a mountainside with, not to mention all the other equipment he has on him. I'm not even going to mention the absurdity of a heartbeat suppressor attached to a gun that gives you a perfect radar of where everyone is in the thick snow. I'm not going to do that because it's fun, and I can have fun without needing to correct it. There's this part where you meet back up with Soap, and Soap kills a guard by throwing them into a locker and then cutting their throat. And again, playing this game for the first time when I was a child and watching Soap do that and then the blood pull out on the ground, I thought it was the coolest thing ever. Eventually, the two make it to a hangar, and Roach finds the ACS module upstairs. But at the same time, the soldiers on the base find the 2 of you. So earlier in the mission, Roach planted explosives in case they needed to make an escape. Now that they're caught, it's time to use them. So Roach goes loud, and the 2 fight their way out of the base. I will say I do kind of wish this mission had the follow-through of Gillies in the Mist. Like, it was doing something really cool with the stealth angle, and then kind of dropped the ball to make a generic cloud gunfight at the end. I think it would have been cooler if you just got away unseen, but whatever. The 2 fight their way out and eventually come across Russian troops on snowmobiles. After commandeering said snowmobiles, the end of the mission shows Soap and Roach escaping on snowmobile while fighting other snowmobiles to get to a helicopter evac point outside of the base, ending with a massive canyon jump as the music swells. As Roach and Soap make it to Extract. Now, if you enjoy this, if you think it's cool, that's perfectly fine. Again, I was 11. This was, once again, the coolest thing ever. But in hindsight, I think the games are strongest, again, when they keep a grounding in reality, or at least with semi-realistic operations. In hindsight, a cliff jump and gunfight on a snowmobile is a bit too much for me to really buy into what's happening. But granted, moments like this are few and far between in this game, so whatever. I just hate fun, I guess. So after that, we get into the level. And you know what level I'm talking about. The level everyone talked about. If you were not around or paying attention in 2009 when this game released, this level was on every news station. It was in every political discussion around video games and violence in media. I think it's safe to say this level is the most famous Call of Duty has ever been, for good reason. So, let's give some setup. In the briefing for this mission, we are back to General Shepard and Private Allen. And General Shepard is explaining to Allen what his undercover assignment will be. Allen is to get near a new target, a target named Vladimir Makarov. It's almost cathartic for me to be saying these names out loud for a YouTube video, like General Shepard, Task Force 141, Makarov. Remember how I said it seems that while Russia has taken influence from the ultranationalist and developed animosity for Western countries, that despite that they aren't as gung-ho to destroy other nations as Zakhaev was? Well, this new guy, Makarov, is Zakhaev turned up to 11. He has started his own military force called the Inner Circle. And while in the first Modern Warfare, you can kind of see the ultranationalists as like a radical rebel group or something like that, the Inner Circle is outright a terrorist organization. As General Shepard is explaining Makarov to Private Allen, we see a list of things Makarov has done. Among these things include taking a cruise ship hostage in order to demand a ransom, selling women into prostitution in order to finance his war efforts, and a ton of assassinations. Honestly, Shepard probably describes him best.
He has no rules, no boundaries. He doesn't flinch at torture, human trafficking, or genocide. He's not loyal to a flag or a country or any set of ideals. He trades blood for money.
Makarov has spent the past couple decades amassing wealth in order to wage his own war. It seems that he's inherited the hate for the West that Zakhaev had, and Makarov is willing to do whatever it takes to make that war happen, regardless of the bloodshed. So, Private Allen has been sent undercover to become a top member of the Inner Circle. Shepard remarking that Allen couldn't understand the price that has already been paid in order to put Allen in this position, and that to gain Makarov's trust, Allen would have to sacrifice a piece of himself. We're going to find out what that means in just a moment. Now, you're probably asking yourself, how did a random American get placed as a high-up member in the Inner Circle? And that will be answered later, but just roll with it for now. So, we play as Private Allen undercover amongst Makarov's inner ranks. So what is Makarov willing to do in order to get his war? Whatever it takes. And that is where our mission, No Russian, takes us. The mission begins and we see we're at the Zakhaev International Airport. Fitting that what we're about to see would be a place that carries Zakhaev's namesake. We hear weapons being loaded, and when the camera comes to, we see that we're on an elevator with Makarov and other Inner Circle members loaded out with body armor and rifles. Makarov simply says, "Remember, no Russian." And Allen steps out of the elevator to reveal to us what Makarov's plan is. Makarov is committing a terrorist attack at a Russian airport while speaking English and, as mentioned earlier, being sure to not speak Russian so that the attack will be blamed on the United States. I mentioned earlier how we get musings of Shepard being willing to do whatever it takes or use as many lives as is needed to get his goal across. But Makarov isn't just willing to put Russians at risk, he's willing to slaughter Russian civilians if it means getting his day. This level is so controversial, even the devs knew it was controversial before it came out. When the level starts, you have the option to just skip it entirely. Sure, you may lose a lot of context for the story, but in 2009 and even now, this is a lot to watch. There's 3 different ways you can go about it. Like I mentioned, you can skip the level entirely. You can walk through the level and never shoot any civilians, although at the end when the police respond it gets kind of sketchy. Or you can shoot just as many civilians as Makarov is. The aesthetics of this mission are brutal. Not only are people screaming and trying to get away as they're cut down, but the NPC improvement we've seen through the rest of the game applies here. Some people crawl away and begin to cower in corners holding their hands up. Others are seen trying to drag the wounded out of the way, their friends and family. There is some resistance as the occasional security guard will step out to fight, but they're of course no match to the firepower of Makarov and his men. There is a brutal amount of attention to detail in this level. In areas where people evacuated, there's luggage broken open and strewn across the ground. As we pass by the terminal, every flight in and out of the airport is updated to delayed. If you walk over to the restroom and listen closely, you can even hear a baby crying. Undoubtedly crying for a mother who's never coming back. As with everything else I've mentioned up until this point, I think if you're going to show something, show it. Terrorist attacks are a horrifying reality that I'm sure everyone watching this video is sadly familiar with. So if you're going to use it as a plot point in your game, then you don't need to sugarcoat it. It's almost disrespectful to real-world tragedies if you go too light on the depictions of them. So regardless if you like its inclusion, you have to admit it's pretty gutsy. Also, on a lighter note, I cannot describe to you what 11-year-old me's reaction was playing this level for the first time. Like, I've just been playing as, like, an army ranger, and then, like, oh, these cool guys infiltrating a Russian military base. And then, when I get to that level, and we're in the elevator, and you step out in the middle of, like, a crowd at an airport and pull up a gun, I was like, what? And then that was followed by 5 minutes of... After making their way through the airport, Victor remarks that he's been waiting a long time for this. By the way, Victor and Andre are the 2 notable members of the inner circle that we see in the airport terrorist attack, who will matter later. Makarov responds to Victor, haven't we all, and then says this is for Zakhaev, further cementing Makarov's dedication to Zakhaev from the first game. And in the next game, we'll see what their literal connection was. Makarov and his men fight through the police responding to the incident, eventually making it to an ambulance that will work as their cover for escape. As they're stepping into the ambulance, this happens.
That was no message. This is a message.
This was Makarov's plan all along. This is why he allowed Alan to get close. He needed an American body to be at the scene of the crime. This, along with him speaking English on security cameras and from living witnesses, cements the idea that America was responsible for this terrorist attack. Now granted, the media knows who Makarov is, but this at least applies that there was United States backing to his terrorist attack. From the events of the first game, Russia and the United States was already pitted against each other, and with tensions already high, through this attack, Makarov led the match. The only ones who know the truth of this operation, that Alan was just an undercover agent, who mind you, even if he was an undercover agent, he still didn't stop the massacre. But the only ones who know of this are Task Force 141. So while the rest of the world waits to see what response Russia gives, 141 sets about finding Makarov. Shell casings from the terrorist attack points to Makarov's arms dealer, a gun dealer in Brazil named Alexander Rojas. Also, these games like to use arms deals as like their middle grounds, right? This is the second one, because Zakhaev was originally an arms dealer back in All Gillied Up. I guess the writers just like that dynamic. So 141 is sent to Rio de Janeiro to track down Rojas, hoping that he can give them the connection to Makarov's location. This leads us into our mission, Takedown. The opening of it's really cool, where we're in a vehicle following a group of guys who are supposed to be talking to Rojas's right-hand man. And when they eventually find him, a gunfight breaks out, and we have to hide under the dash while our driver gets smoked. Once again, we're playing as Roach, and Soap and Roach begin to chase this guy down on foot. It seems enough people complained, or the devs just thought about the chase with Victor from the first Modern Warfare enough, because now we can just shoot him in the leg. We get this quick scene that emphasizes the kind of things 141 can do that a traditional country's military cannot. Since they plan to interrogate him for Rojas's location, given the jumper cables, it seems they're going to do that by some not-so-Geneva means. Soap tells us to go into the village with Meat and Royce, 2 other 141 members, to find Rojas, while he stays here and interrogates Rojas' second-in-command with another new member of 141, Ghost. When I first played these games, I thought Ghost was the coolest guy ever. And I mean, everyone did. He became the face of the series for a while, along with figures like Captain Price. So going back and replaying these games, I was shocked how little he actually appears or does. Like, in my mind, he was one of the main guys making moves along with Soap. But really, other than the way he exits, which is iconic, the only reason he he has as much clout as he does is the mask. It is wild how much the decision to give him a ski mask with a skull painted on it changed him in the minds of little me and people like me forever. Because otherwise, not to be rude, he's kind of just there. Like, his voice is cool. Sometimes he'll have some fun lines where he's like sarcastic or upset with command. But for the most part, he's not that different from other NPCs besides the mask. And because of the mask, he's special and I'll remember him forever. Anyway, Roach, Meat, and Royce make their way into the favela in order to find Rojas and are immediately confronted by Rojas's men, gun runners throughout the city. This door-to-door fighting is brutal on high difficulties. People will pop out on rooftops, people will pop out from doors, they will straight up shoot you from behind closed doors. It can be incredibly frustrating to make your way through. Regardless of how well you do, Meat and Royce will always die in this first segment, leaving Royce to go on his own to find Rojas, who in the meantime, Soap and Ghost interrogation has worked, and Rojas' second in command says that he is up at the top of the village. So the rest of this mission has you running through the favela in order to catch Rojas. Similar to the beginning, this is a nightmare. People pop out from rooftops, they'll pop out from basements, they'll pop out from rooms you just cleared. It becomes a game where you have to find ways to inch forward one room at a time until you get a checkpoint, and again, just die like 40 times to pressure test your way to the next checkpoint. It also doesn't help that anytime you take damage, your entire screen becomes red, and Roach just throws his gun straight up into the air. Eventually, you make your way to the top of the village, and as Rojas is about to get away, Soap tackles him from a balcony window. It's really cool tackle and all. He shatters through the glass. Rojas and him land on top of a car. I will say, it doesn't make that much sense. Like, was Soap waiting in that room? Was he like sitting at the back of the room like any minute now? He's gonna walk in front of that window. And rather than opening the window, I'm gonna choose to jump through a pane of glass. But whatever, I get it, it looks cool. Ghost calls for air evac, but Command says they can't bring it. So for now, it seems 141's on their own. In the meantime, we go to our next mission, Wolverines. So I'm gonna go ahead and get my hot take out of the way. I really like the 141. I like Soap and Price and Ghost. They're very cool and memorable. But in my opinion, the Ranger campaign is the best part of this game. And it's because from Wolverines on, it really accomplishes something in a first-person story campaign that I haven't seen done since, or at least not done as well. In the briefing for this mission, we hear that Overlord, our command center throughout the game, is getting reports of dozens of unidentified aircrafts above in airspace. Overlord checks with the intelligence centers, who say satellites are clear, and it seems that there's no one there. That is until Overlord talks to a command center on the ground, and we hear this. It seems that the downed satellite Soap and Roach were working their way to in Cliffhanger wasn't retrieved in time, and the Russians managed to crack it and get through the American satellite surveillance system. There's something so insane about hearing that there are Russian fighter jets over I-95. Overlord tries to contact the closest available unit on the ground, and that unit is, of course, Sergeant Foley's Ranger team. I'm not sure how Foley and the Rangers went straight from Afghanistan to back in the States. If I had to theorize, I would say after Makarov's terrorist attack in Russia, and Russia began to blame the United States, resources in foreign lands were probably called back in case something went down, which, sure enough, it has. So now, because our previous player character within the Rangers, Private First Class Allen, got assigned to 141 and is now, dead, we have a new player character with the Rangers, Private First Class Ramirez. So in this mission, Wolverines begins, we see firsthand from Ramirez's perspective the Russian invasion of the United States. And to be completely honest, it is simply so cool. I mean, look at this. We're sitting in a Humvee watching Russian paratroopers fall on neighborhoods in Virginia, see people landing on roofs and then getting lit up by miniguns. We take contact and have to break away from the vehicles and start making our way through people's backyards. We passed abandoned grills and dog houses. All the while, the music does an incredible job at delivering the gravity of the moment.
Sarge, did HQ just tell us to go F ourselves?
You can even tell subtle changes in the Rangers. Now no one's acting nonchalant, no one is casual about this battle. Dunn may have the occasional snide remark or angry reaction, but his sarcasm is all but gone. And Foley has got to be one of the coolest characters from all of these games. His constant lines of reassurance, or when they're fighting and he doesn't take a moment of hesitation when he's told he has to do something else or they have to push harder. Because for him, this is no longer a war in a foreign land. He's home. As far as he's concerned, it's do or die, and he gets that across to the other Rangers and the player. The aesthetic of this mission works so well. The title of the mission, Wolverines, is a reference to the movie Red Dawn, a film about a Russian invasion of the United States. As a matter of fact, this Gorka top I'm wearing is the fictional camouflage that the Russians wear in that movie. I got it through Commando Store, by the way, and this isn't sponsored. I bought this with my own money. I just think they're neat. Speaking they're neat, and I have to emphasize once again that this is not a sponsorship. I'm just saying this because I want to. End of this year, they're doing another drop of these Gorka suits, but it's going to be the red urban camo that the Russian army wears in this game. A completely useless camouflage that I'm going to buy like 12 of. As the Rangers make their way forward, they eventually push through a gas station and find themselves in a public area similar to any interstate exit in the United States. Something I appreciate about this level is how well it makes you feel like you're having a gunfight in the United States. Like with a lot of shooters, and even like the first Modern Warfare, for example, we're moving through a lot of generic or nameless buildings, and while cool, it can feel kind of the same after a while. But during this gunfight, Foley calls out specific locations. He says to go to the diner, he says to go to Nate's, which seems to be a sort of sports bar. We have to defend Burger Town, which is now like a meme thing in the community. As of course, if you're going to have a gunfight in the United States, we're going to have to defend a burger place at some point. Russian waves come from different directions. We could use a series of different weapons, from Stinger missiles to Predator missiles. There's a high-value target that we have to move to a safe area, so we put him in in the walk-in refrigerator within the Burger Town. All of this feels great. Similar to what I talked about in the first Modern Warfare, whenever I leave a setting in this game, I feel satisfied. I feel like I got everything out of the setting that I wanted to get. It's fun to be at a place that is indistinguishable from roadside destinations I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with, and then turning that location into a fortress. Eventually, mobile transport arrives and the Rangers hop on board. There's a one-off line from Sergeant Foley at the end of the mission that I think is so underrated.
We still got 2,000 cities in Arcadia. If you got a family there, it's your lucky day. We're gonna go save their lives.
I mean, talk about a way to drive home how dire the situation is. It's no longer just civilians we're getting out of the hot zone. That could be your family. It's easy to forget that the series is called Call
Go
of
to
Duty.
5
like,
to
in
8:30.
reference to the Call of Duty that soldiers feel to go defend their country or defend their people or whatever. They started that name back when they were just doing World War II stuff, but in the modern stuff, that kind of loses a lot of its luster. But when I was like 11 years old playing this game and Foley said that, I got a little bit of that that pump up, like, yeah, let's go get them. Oorah, save the day. Rangers are cool. Man, it is a miracle I didn't enlist. As a matter of fact, I think this level is so cool, I'm not even going to mention the fact that when you pick up a thermal rifle, the thermal scope can see through windows, which is not how thermals work in real life, because thermals pick up on heat signatures. And a window, even though we can see through it, is a thing in the way of detecting heat signatures. So if you look at a window with a thermal, it looks like a wall. Not even going to mention that. So with that, the mission ends and we go back to the 141. Still unable to get air support in Brazil, our next mission, Hornet's Nest, picks up right after they're done interrogating Rojas. Soap says the only thing they could get out of Rojas is that Makarov's arch enemy, or at least someone who Makarov is obsessed with hating, is being held in a Russian gulag under the identification Prisoner 627. So that's their next objective. First, they need to get out of the city. And since their command isn't helping, Soap calls an old helicopter pilot he knows, Nikolai from the first Modern Warfare. It's cool to reuse characters like that and have them show up for moments of assistance in future games, which they'll continue to do that with other characters, but I just really appreciate that over making up new characters to fill in roles. So when Hornet's Nest starts, the 141 need to get to their evac point. Also, if we look at Rojas over to the side, he's been chained up to a metal grate that they have a car battery hooked up to. Ghost really liked that car battery, and we have the option to shoot him, or as Soap says, let the locals take care of him. So the 141 fight their way through the favela. They make it to an initial evac point, but Nikolai can't land because it's too hot. And as everyone is running to a
Better make a
second
bracement
evac point, Roach
color
makes a
should I
jump, but
use?
the ceiling gives way on him. And this time, unlike earlier, Soap is too late to catch him, and Roach falls to the ground. Roach then, without a weapon, has to run on foot to meet the helicopter as it's flying out of town. This whole segment, again, even if a little bit action movie, is a lot of fun. Sliding down rooftops, ducking through windows, running up and down
I think he'll
staircases.
be good.
Like, if you want to have these big climactic action movie moments, just do this, where there's still like a level of tangibility. We don't have to jump a snowmobile off a cliff. Eventually, Roach makes it to a balcony where he jumps over the ledge to catch the dangling ladder of Nikolai's helicopter. This series really likes jumping for helicopters, don't they? So the 141 fly away, and Soap tells Nikolai to take them to their submarine operating base as they move to their new objective, Prisoner 627. We then pick back up with the Rangers, who are being commandeered by General Shepard. Shepard needs a team on the ground in the US, and 141 is busy doing things in other countries, as we've seen. Shepard is giving us a striker in order to hold off Russian forces at a strategic location in Virginia. And this level is also a ton of fun because it is a massive gunfight through a Virginia suburb. We move house to house, room to room, fighting Russians. We have a laser designator that we can paint on certain buildings, and the striker will attack all the enemies in that vicinity. And again, the
Pink and
dialogue
yellow?
feeds into this really well. Foley calls out
Pink and yellow
specific
can
things
work.
like the red house, or the yellow
Good
house,
cop.
or the apartment complex, or the office space. This mission works so well because it's the same elements of the mighty war machine we've seen before in the series, but now it's happening back home. There's no separation from the level of devastation it brings. Weirdly enough, it's during scenes like this that I feel the death quotes are the most fitting. You know, the thing I talked about earlier, when you die and you get an inspirational quote or a quote about how war's terrible. We've been shooting and using cool weapons throughout the series. Now that we have to use it back home, those quotes that
I feel like for a
emphasize
sunset, it
war's
would be
hell
more.
make it a bit harder. There's one quote Foley says, I think
Of
it's
pink
in
I
this
would
mission,
use.
but I can't find it for some reason.
Ew.
But it's a quote when they need
Purples,
to
oranges,
either rescue
yeah.
civilians or secure a neighborhood or something like that. And he asks if anyone's backing out before he pauses. No one answers, and he says, that's what I thought. Again, another one of those moments that emphasize it's now or never. There's nowhere to go home to. We either win here or we die. Those
I
are
can
the
do that?
options. And again, the most remarkable attribute of a soldier is bravery. So to have no one speak up in the face of overwhelming odds, and Foley already knew their answer, is cool. As they're clearing out houses, Shepard gives them a command to divert to a specific address. When Foley asks what the team is looking for, Shepard says they are securing a high-value individual who is held up in a second-floor safe room at that address. So we fight through suburbs, and then manors, and then a golf course, eventually finding the address that has had a commercial airliner crash in front of it. This is not only a haunting spectacle, but shows how total the invasion was. Anything in the air is getting knocked down, and civilians are not safe from the carnage. When we get to the house of this person we're supposed to rescue, the entire front of the house is blown open, and a Russian soldier is going through his fridge, so probably not a good sign. And when we get upstairs, we see the person we're supposed to rescue is already dead, and there's a Russian with strange tattoos lying dead in front of his door. Now, there's a couple things that we can piece together from this. We're never told who this individual was, but it's someone who Shepard wanted rescued, and he's handcuffed to a documents case that we take with us, but the case has already been
Yeah, I think
opened,
that could
so
work.
whoever killed him probably got what they wanted. Foley notes that there's no sign of forced entry, meaning the door was opened without needing to be broken into. It's unlikely that the guy opened the door himself, considering whoever opened the door killed him, so we can assume that whoever got into this person's safe room knew the code. However, the most interesting part is the dead Russian lying in front of the door. The Rangers just know this as a Russian with weird tattoos, but if we pay attention, this is Victor from No Russian, one of the highest members of the Inner Circle and one of the people who committed the airport terrorist attack with Makarov. So what is he doing dead in front of this safe room in Virginia? Also, there's a trail of bloody footprints that lead into the safe room and then back out. Seemingly, whoever killed the target and took the information from the case. I have some theories on this, but we'll talk about it later. For now, Exodus ends there and we switch over to the 141 once again, now committed to their assault to find prisoner 627. It seems that Makarov and his followers are running the Gulag, or at least people within the Russian military who are loyal to Makarov. There's this weird dissonance between what the Russian military is doing and what, like, those loyal to Makarov is doing. Because in this mission, we find that the people we're fighting have taken hostages
Black or
of
white?
Russian civilians, which I
Why
don't
does this
feel
feel
like
like
the military would do. But either way, whoever
before
ran the Gulag
sunset?
has started to take
I think
control
a
of the
sunset
oil
would
rigs
definitely
out
be
at
better
sea and
for
the sea surrounding the Gulag. So they can't get close
White,
without
too.
first taking down the oil rigs, and because those oil rigs are now stocked with surface
Like for a
missiles,
sunset, it would
they
have to
can't
be
get close
white.
to the Gulag without first taking out the oil rigs. But they can't just blow them up because, as mentioned, the Russians who have taken it over have taken hostages. So if they want prisoner 627, the 141 has to go in, take out the oil rigs on foot. Which leads us to this mission. The only easy day was yesterday. The intro to this mission is so cool. The team deploys through a submarine, being jettisoned out from the larger craft and then working their way underwater. It's so cool to be underwater and see fish pass by and then pass by this gigantic submarine. As it comes into view and gives an enormous presence, it almost evokes a feeling of thalassophobia, like it's a giant beast in the water. But the beast belongs to us, and it's a harrowing reminder of how terrifying it can be if the military, or in this case, the task force, wants to get you. The 141 swim up to take out a couple of guards on the lower decks of the oil rig. There's this awesome shot before Roach goes up to take out the first guy, where you can see all of the 141 members underwater ready to assault the platform, and it's so great. It's like sharks circling their prey. Two men are pulled into the water and killed, and then their bodies sink down into the ocean as the team makes their way onto the platform and begins to clear the lower levels. This is so cool. Again, if you want to do cool operator stuff, if you want to have action movie set pieces, base them in something tangible. I mean, having these people deploy through a submarine and then come up from underwater and drag people beneath the waves might as well be a real-life superpower, and it's really cool and it feels authentic. It's moments like these that are the best action in the series. The 141 had room to room, breaching doorways. I understand these breaches are in slow motion, and I should probably complain about that, but it's also a ton of fun to slow motion take out everyone with precise shots, leaving the hostages untouched. Remember, if something is cool enough, I will allow it. There's this part where we take out a room and then we rig the bodies to explode for when the next patrol shows up. We fart our way through the oil rig, take down helicopters. It's high stakes action in a conceivable way that I can't get enough of. Eventually, the oil rig's secured and we load up on helicopters, ready to make our way to the Gulag and get 627, which leads us into our next mission, the Gulag. We're told in the briefing by Soap that this Gulag used to be a castle, and that now the Russians use it to imprison anyone that they hate a lot but don't want to kill. So this mission opens with a full-scale
We each
castle
said
siege
okay,
with
and we
jets
played the
blow up
first
the
thing that
outposts and
came
our
to our
helicopters
heads,
get
just so
near the
happened to be the
towers,
best
allow us
song
to
in the
snipe
world.
enemies that are trying to fire back. The American
Fair
Navy is
enough.
bombarding the Gulag, to the point that's causing problems for the 141 on the ground, and Shepard remarks that the Navy doesn't care much about one guy in the Gulag at this point, which I get that because, you know, the United States is being invaded. That's probably at the front of the military's mind. But if that's the case, then why are they here? If they're not concerned about getting prisoner 627 out, then do they think in the middle of a homeland invasion in the United States, the Navy's been sent to just blow up a random castle in Russia? Either way, the 141 make entry, Soap, Roach, and Ghost fight their way into the prison, and this entire gunfight is so fun. Ghost gets on the computers to open up doors for us. Roach and Soap go cell to cell, layer to layer, working their way down into the bowels of this castle. There's this fun sequence when Ghost can't get a door open, so they're about to be shot at, so Soap and Roach grab riot shields. Then they literally push their way through the gunfire and start to beat people to death. They rappel into the lowest parts of the prison and use night vision to get around. Again, you leave this area feeling satisfied because you got to do everything you want to do. There's even this cool slow-mo breach where they fight their way into these showers, and Russian soldiers with riot shields show up and there's people shooting at us from the top levels. It's so fun, I don't even care that this entire sequence was stolen from The Rock, not the actor, the old action movie with Sean Connery and Nicolas Cage. It's great, and eventually Soap and Roach work their way all the way down to the lowest layer of the prison. Ghost tells them that prisoner 627 should be on the other side of this wall, and the two men breach.
Grace? This belongs to you, sir. Who's so?
That's right, Captain Price lived. He survived the shootout at the end of the first Modern Warfare. And of course, Makarov, who was so loyal to Zakhaev,
Could be by
absolutely
Tenacious
hates
D.
Captain Price. So rather than killing him, he has had him thrown into the Gulag for the last several years, to the point where Soap probably assumed him dead. But now Price is back and as mad as ever. At the same time, the Navy begins to bombard the Gulag, so the men have to find an escape quick. All their avenues keep getting cut off. The prison's in so much disarray that you can see a few Russian soldiers stammering about as the walls are coming down. And they don't even try to shoot back, you just leave them and then the rubble kills them. Eventually, the men get to the cafeteria where a hole's been blown in the ceiling. Soap shoots a flare and a helicopter drops a fly rig, and the men hook up and are whisked out of the exploding prison straight up into the sky. This is so Cool. Again, it's all dramatic, but it has a foot in reality that makes it feel earned. From the gunfights to the explosions to finding Price, everything in this mission works so well. It's one of the best action set pieces from the whole series. And now Price is back, and if anyone is determined to kill Makarov, it's that guy. So we leave the 141 for a moment and head back to the Rangers. And I've got to be honest with you. I think the next 3 missions from the Rangers, let me think about this before I say it. Yeah, is probably the best run of campaign missions I have ever played. At the very least, it's the most memorable. When I think in my head of like perfect shooter campaigns, these 3 levels come to mind. And it's because it does everything I want it to expertly. The briefing for this mission is simply an emergency broadcast, telling civilians across several Virginia counties to make their way to rescue points. And when we load in as Ramirez, we seem to be in an underground bunker. As we walk through the bunker,
Oh yeah, it has Jack Black in it.
soldiers are injured and panicked. Others sit around laptops
I know who
and
you're talking
phones,
about.
desperately trying to get word to command. We turn corners
Man, the
and
Jack
find
Black
Ranger and
has.
another injured one down the hallway.
No, he did.
Eventually find Dunn sitting defeated at the bottom of a staircase. Foley walks up.
Oh,
To him, throws him a rifle, and says it's time to go. Foley, Dunn, and Ramirez walk up the staircase to reveal that this devastated battleground is in the heart of Washington, D.C., as the mission name and info appears of their own accord. This is just so good. To the swelling music once again getting across the weight of this moment. To the tattered monuments of DC sitting around us. The radio chatter is desperate and confused. We're watching Rangers get blown up left and right. People are trying to counter the invasion and others are trying to get civilians out of there. It is devastating and awful in all the right ways. Foley and his team are tasked with several objectives throughout this mission. As we pass through the gunfights, we see how brutal they've been. Soldiers carrying other soldiers out of the way get gunned down. Everywhere we go, there are remnants of previous gunfights with bodies stacked on top of each other. This one visual that stuck out to me so specifically when I was younger, of a body lying in an open elevator with the doors unable to close. It's clear that the Rangers are on the back foot, but they're fighting regardless. As we clear dark corners only lit by flares, we see shadows across the hallways in front of us. We're told the military is trying to evacuate civilians at the World War II memorial, but they're getting hit hard. So we clear out a crow's nest and use the Russians' weapons against them. We get cool segments of using javelin missiles to take out enemy aircraft and tanks, sniper rifles to take out Russian invaders across the fields of DC, all the while witnessing the utter turmoil the city and country are in. Eventually, the Rangers make it to the roof and board helicopters, flying over to provide air support for the ground forces trying to get civilians out. Something that works so well about the radio chatter in this game, again, is how authentic it is. Not only in the technicals of how the communications are delivered or who says what, but here in the ferocity and determination. It goes from air support saying, you know, we're providing covering fire or we'll be there shortly, to telling us to lay on the trigger until they quit moving, telling us to give them a little more time as they're trying to get another helicopter of civilians out. The desperation is tangible in every drop of the gameplay. There's never a moment you're not hooked in as to how important this fight is. And I mean, just look at these visuals. Hanging out of a helicopter shooting a minigun down at Russian targets at the World War II memorial. It is one of the most memorable set pieces I've ever experienced in a video game.
I suppose he did.
As the helicopters are flying away, they start to take fire, causing us to divert and have to fight enemy forces until eventually our helicopter is shot down as well. Which leads to this about 50-second scene that honestly, you could make an entire video about this scene alone. The Rangers are at their end, but they're not going down without a fight. Ramirez awakens inside the helicopter to see his hands scratched and bloodied. A Ranger hands him a rifle and tells Ramirez to stay down before he's cut to pieces. Ramirez and Foley fight back against wave upon wave of invading soldiers. Quickly, Ramirez's gun runs empty and Foley yells to him. They can't win, but they're not going down easy. Dunn sets curled against the wall, back to the enemy, shaking and jittery, not sure of his moment to shoot back. Finally, Dunn yells he has 3 rounds left, stands up and fires them, and is quickly shot down back behind cover. As Foley tends to him, a Russian helicopter flies overhead, placing its spotlight on the Rangers, who seemingly meet their end. People talk about the male fantasy a lot of dying in a conflict, you know, like bleeding out or dying to save people or whatever. This is the most male fantasy thing I think I've ever seen. Being part of a larger conflict you fought with allies with in battle after battle up until this point. Defending the homeland from foreign invasion. Holding on the trigger and staying in the hot zone for a little too long because you were trying to save just a few more civilians. And ultimately bleeding out and fighting back to the last bullet. It's great. Every part of this is great. No notes. The invasion of DC in Modern Warfare 2 is one of the best set pieces I've ever played in a video game. Or at the very least, it's one of the most memorable. And it's not over yet, but for now we cut back to the 141, which leads us into our next mission, Insurgency. In the intro for this, we see that Price is already butting heads with General Shepard. It's funny for one, so Price was a member of the SAS, right? And then in some of the lore outside of the game, it seems that the 141 started before Price was apprehended, so he was made a part of the team before he got thrown in the gulag. But that's never explicitly stated in the game, so I choose to believe that Price showed up and was like, oh, this is a cool team you have. I guess I'm on it now. He wasn't looking for permission. Wherever Soap was, that's where he was going to be. Price tells Shepard that his idea is to steal a Russian nuke and use it to shoot at the Russians that are invading the United States. Shepard says that is absolutely insane. Because yes, it is. And Price hangs up the phone call and decides to just go do that anyway, which is even funnier. Not only to think that Price was like, I'm on your team now, but that he was like, okay, this is my team now. So the 141 parachute into the woods outside of a military base where a Russian submarine is held. This Russian submarine has ICBMs, and Price intends to use them. We get cool stealth here. There's some fun lines of Soap and Price being reunited again. Soap's character is interesting because while we played as him in the first Modern Warfare, he didn't really have dialogue, or actually didn't have dialogue at all, I don't think, because, you know, the whole silent protagonist thing. But we know the two have had a long history, so they talk to each other like old friends. 141 infiltrates the base through the snow. We get some cool stealth segments. I'm not even going to complain that in several of these iterations, there's not even a blizzard or anything, so Price and Roach would definitely be spotted. There's no way they would not be, but I'm not going to talk about that. Eventually, 141 links up on the outskirts of the base and use a Predator missile to stage their invasion. We fight our way through the base. There's a lot of cool explosions and gunfights until Price makes his way into the submarine and hops on board. There's this moment that kind of confuses me. So Price gets on the submarine and Ghost starts freaking out because the submarine doors are open. Price doesn't say anything for a while, but Ghost starts freaking out that a missile's going to launch. To which eventually Price says, good, and then Price's missile goes into the air, and Ghost begins to yell code black as if this wasn't what they were there to do. So, did Ghost not know what was happening, or did no one besides Price know what was happening? We know what Price is planning because we heard the phone call to General Shepard. So okay, assuming that no one else heard that phone call, maybe Price was keeping his secrets to himself. But if that's the case, then what did he tell everyone else? I guess he just walked into the base and was like, hey, I can't get a hold of Shepard, that's weird. Anyway, he said, we have to go to this military base in Russia and invade it for reasons. Maybe Price said that the Russians were planning to launch a missile, so the rest of 141 thought they were there to stop that. But regardless, after this mission, everyone was just cool with it. Price may have lied to everyone, and once again, launched a missile at the United States without informing anyone of his plan, except for, again, Shepard, who he hung up on. And everyone was just like, understandable. Part of me is kind of with Shepard on this one. Price has been in a gulag for the past several years, and as soon as he gets out, he's like, we have to nuke the United States. I assure you, it's the only way. But regardless, in our next mission, we see that plan in action. Second Son, our next mission, begins once again with the final standoff of the Rangers at the end of Their Own Accord. After replaying this segment, we are then sent to the ISS. That is right, we temporarily control an astronaut on the International Space Station. Which that raises an interesting point. What if someone on the International Space Station, or just a space station, was up in space, and then they look down and just see, like, the United States get decimated? It's like, okay, do they get to come down? Or are they just like that now? The reason we get this perspective from the ISS is because this astronaut is the first one to see the missile coming over the globe. Which I know it's exaggerated so that we can visibly see it, but that would be a huge missile. If you could see it from space like that. It's like the size of Rhode Island. As the astronaut is watching, sure enough, the missile goes directly over DC and explodes, causing a shockwave that sends our astronaut into outer orbit and certainly to his death. I like this recurring theme Modern Warfare 2 has of acceptable losses, and we see a bunch of different perspectives of that idea. We see Shepard, who's willing to put himself and his own men at stake if it means accomplishing the mission. We see Makarov willing to volunteer people for death and then kill them himself in order to accomplish his goals. We see figures like Sergeant Foley, who will charge headlong into action, risking themselves to get the job done. And we see Price here, who's certainly working for the greater good, but he's willing to accept losses as collateral. After the explosion, we go back to the Rangers at the moment the helicopter searchlight found them. But right before they are killed, this is the exact moment that the missile explodes. It turns out that this missile Price fired was not a nuke, but was instead an EMP, or an electromagnetic pulse, meaning that it immediately disables all of the technology in the area. Most importantly, all of the Russian air support in the sky. So the Rangers live, but they are now being bombarded by falling helicopters and planes. In the confusion, we get this great exchange.
Russians got us outnumbered. Shit's falling from the sky. We were screwed, man. We were totally hooked.
Get a grip, Corporal. Our weapons still work, which means we can still get fast.
After Foley checks to see the streets clear, it is haunting how quiet the world has become. All of the lights that were once on are now off. Even our electronic sights, like the holographic sight, no longer work. And as the Rangers make their way through the aftermath, the only thing that can be heard is the approaching storm. As the Rangers make their way through the street, their flashlights don't even work. They're walking completely and literally in the dark. There's this awesome exchange when they encounter another Ranger.
Star! Oh, we will fire on you! I don't remember the damn countersign, all right? I'm just a runner. Don't shoot!
The proper response is Texas, soldier. What do you got?
Colonel Marshall's assembling a task force at Whiskey Hotel. You guys need to keep heading north. So where are you going then? Tell everyone else. Get to Whiskey Hotel. Go!
Gosh, it is so great. Just like in the aftermath of the EMP, Everyone's confused. No one knows what they're doing. There's a runner who is running off into who knows what, but trying to put together a fighting force. The Rangers continue to make their way forward, and the tension begins to build. Eventually, one Ranger checks a door and is immediately gunned down. The Russian forces are probably as confused as we are. All this stuff fell out of the sky, and now they're desperate for survival as well. We have a short fight with them as the storm continues to build outside. There's this great moment I love where, in the strikes of lightning, the Rangers see silhouettes of somebody off on the other side of the street, and despite yelling out the call sign, whoever it is won't give them the counter. Dunn begs for them to just say it, hoping to not be in a fight yet again, till eventually a Ranger throws a flare across the road to reveal they're Russians, and yet another gunfight takes place. It's tangible how tired everyone is, how brutal the fight was. But regardless, they have to keep pushing forward because what else can they do? Eventually, the Rangers make it to the president's bunker right outside of the White House. And as the Rangers push in, this bunker has been bombarded. We're never told that the president was killed, and there is a president of the United States in Modern Warfare 3, so we can assume that he survived. But regardless, the Rangers don't know it at the time. It only goes to show how dire their straits really are. We get a level transition here, where as soon as we drop into the bunker, the level ends, and then the next level starts without a cutscene or briefing, and just picks right back up after Ramirez and the Rangers dropped into the bunker. If I had to guess, originally there wasn't a level split here, but then they decided that if it was one continuous level, it would be too long. So they just threw in a mission break. So our next mission, picking up right where that one left off, is Whiskey Hotel, the designation for the White House. When the Rangers make it topside, the officer tells them that the White House still has power. So if they can get through to the White House, they can get word up to command. So Foley, Ramirez, and Dunn work their way along the left flank and begin to fight into the White House itself. Again, this is what I mean by the game is fully satisfying in everything you get to do. If I'm at an American invasion in DC, I want to fight at the White House. Sure enough, we go room to room through offices, press rooms. Eventually, we hear communication that the United States military is planning to level the city. They have no idea what happened. They have no idea that a dude who just broke out of prison dropped an EMP on the East Coast. So to prevent the Russians from further taking ground, they plan to level DC. So Ramirez and their team fight their way to the roof, sprinting against the clock, and at the last second, light a flare to let the pilots know they're still alive. The battle hasn't been lost. And the Rangers light a green flare on the rooftop as several other rooftops do the same, and at the last second, the pilots call off the bombardment. Once again, this is cool. It feels earned. It's realistic. There's weight. All of the stuff we've seen about how desperate the Rangers are, how much they need to win this battle, this final rush to the top to light the flare, to let the pilots know we're still alive, feels awesome. So awesome, I'm not going to mention that this is once again something ripped directly from The Rock. Again, not the actor, but the movie. Sitting in the remnants of the White House, the Rangers say,
So, when we going to Moscow? Not soon enough, man. I know we're gonna burn it down when we get there.
When the time's right, Cole. When the time's right.
and with that, the Ranger campaign ends. I'm not even mad that it ends there. It feels so perfect, I wouldn't add a thing to it. Except, of course, the thing I mentioned earlier, that another level in Afghanistan would have been cool, but I am wholly satisfied. We got to fight through suburbs and restaurants. We got to fight through DC and the White House. All of the dialogue, from the soldiers on the ground to the radio chatter to command centers. It all felt real, it all felt tangible, it all felt earned. The invasion of DC is one of the most memorable experiences I've ever had with a video game, and for good reason. To me, this is Call of Duty at its peak. And it's not that there aren't high moments in the series left. We're about to get to another couple bangers very soon, but when I think of Call of Duty Modern Warfare, I think of this. I think of the Rangers, I think of the fight through the DC, I think of the EMP and its fallout. It is a set piece that I believe has stood the test of time. But with that at its end, we now go back to our remaining story, the 141 and the hunt for Makarov. I didn't mention it then because I was kind of fired up about, the whole Rangers fighting off Russians thing. But in the briefing for Second Son, we hear a conversation between Overlord and Shepard. Effectively, everything that Shepard predicted came true. The Russians were going to fight, they were going to launch an invasion, and the top brass of the United States apologizes for not believing him sooner. So now, with the 141, the United States believes Shepard is the best chance they have at getting Makarov and hopefully ending this war. So in our next mission, Loose Ends, we start to see the fruits of that. Shepard says that he has been given a blank check, and they're going to use it to kill Makarov. Not only does the 141 have anything they could ever want at their disposal, but Shepard has his own private army, a group called Shadow Company. Effectively, in the midst of everything that's happened, Shepard has become the most highly budgeted military leader in the world. So now, as the title suggests, he's going to use that power to take out Makarov, tie up loose ends. At the beginning of Loose Ends, Shepard says that there are two locations Makarov may be at. One is a large safe house Makarov owns somewhere in the mountains of Russia, and the other is a weapons deal his men are taking part in an Afghanistan scrapyard. So 141 splits into two groups. Roach and Ghost among one team that go to the estate property in the mountains, and Soap and Price heading to Afghanistan to oversee the deal. In both cases, Shepard is sending members of his new Shadow Company to assist them. There's a sense of finality given by Shepard's address, pushing the idea that no matter what, by the end of the day, this hunt will be over. So in Loose Ends, we play as Roach as him and part of 141 go to check out Makarov's estate. At the beginning of the mission, as the 141 is making their way up to the property, they are hit by an ambush of landmines and gunfire. I love how quickly it goes from like a slow reconnaissance to super chaotic, from the slow motion bounding mines jumping up into the air that Roach has to lay underneath to avoid, to smoke grenades and RPGs and machine guns. It's apparent that Makarov and his men are not going down without raising hell on their way out. We push forward, and as we get to the estate, we see 2 Suburbans leaving. We get an idea of the scope of Shepard's new budget, as instantaneously both of these Suburbans are hit by Predator missiles. Pushes home the idea that no one's making it off this mountain that Shepard doesn't want to. Once we get to the estate, we have the option to search the different rooms in any order we want. By the time we're done, it's apparent that Makarov was here at some point, but not anymore. But even if he's not here, that doesn't mean there's not computers with a bunch of useful information. So we begin to transfer all of the files to our own module, all the while setting up a perimeter to hold off the advancing waves of Inner Circle members. This entire section is really fun. While you're waiting for the files to transfer, most people before the battle begins will throw C4 or claymores around the property. And again, on higher difficulties, typically you'll run out of lines of defense and have to push further and further back into the house. And it strikes a good balance between being a holdout section that is both tense and enjoyable. Once the transfer is done, the 141 start making their way down the mountain to a designated extraction point. But as they're getting down the hillside, Roach is hit with an explosion and becomes injured. Ghost gives Roach a gun and begins to drag him to safety. Rockets fly by, and Ghost and Roach barely make their way out of the tree line before Shadow Company arrives to give support. Finally, when the Ghost is cleared, haha, Ghost, get it? Finally, when the Ghost is clear, Ghost picks up Roach, and the 2 of them begin to make it to their helicopter for extract. Shepard is even waiting on the helicopter to bring us in. Ghost tells Roach he'll be okay and to just hold out for a little longer, when suddenly... Ghost and Roach are thrown into a pile and then doused with gasoline. All the while on the radio, we can hear Price yell that him and Soap have been betrayed in Afghanistan as well. He yells for anyone listening to not trust Shepard, but it's too late. The operation was rigged from the start. And as Shepard lights the bodies of Ghost and Roach, he walks away a war hero with no evidence to the contrary. This was every young man, at least in my generation, this was every young man's first betrayal. I cannot describe to you how decimated little 11-year-old me was watching Ghost and Roach burn as Shepard watched and walked off. The first time you play this game, if you have no outside influence, it really does come out of nowhere. Shepard has been the most ardent supporter of the American war machine and killing Makarov throughout the whole game. But if you paid attention, a lot of the context clues were already there, you just didn't realize them until you had the context of Shepard being a traitor. In a few missions, we'll see Shepard's motive, but for now we already have the clues as to what happened. Remember how all the way back in No Russian I said it was odd that this new American recruit would be so trusted by Makarov that he would take him in under his wing and then let him participate in the airport massacre? Well, we know by the end of the mission it's so that Makarov can kill Alan and leave an American at the crime scene. But this now explains why Makarov brought him in the first place. Shepard always intended for Alan to be the fall guy. Some people think maybe Alan naturally worked his way into Makarov's group, and then Shepard tipped off Makarov that Alan was an agent, but I don't think so. I don't think Makarov would bring an American in on his own accord. But he would if it was a setup from the beginning between Makarov and Shepard to blame the terrorist attack on America. And there's been other evidence of this deal between Shepard and Makarov throughout the game. Remember how back in Exodus, Shepard shows up on the radio to send Foley to this specific address where an HVI is located? And how Makarov's right-hand man is found dead outside of the room? Well, this HVI probably had information about the connection between Shepard and Makarov. Maybe he was even the middleman who got the two in contact. So Shepard was sending the Rangers to rescue the guy, and I'm sure as soon as the guy made it into Shepard's custody, he would disappear. But it seems by Makarov's guy being dead outside that Makarov beat Shepard to the punch. Or perhaps Makarov sent Victor to get this guy because Makarov intended to expose his connection with Shepard. Who knows? But either way, the fact that Makarov and Shepard both wanted him meant that guy probably knew something. And here, Shepard has the 141 go to Makarov's estate, gather all the information from his files, and then hand it over to Shepard. And I'm sure in those files there's details about the plan for Private Allen to be the fall guy for the terrorist attack at the airport. So Shepard can't let that information get out, so he needs to have it himself. And of course he can't let the 141 find out about what was on those computers. So, as the title of the mission implies, he tied up loose ends. Again, we don't know his motives yet, but Shepard has had a conspiracy running from the beginning in order to get his war. I mentioned it all the way back in Team Player. Shepard is willing to put his life and the life of those around him in danger if it means accomplishing his mission. Now that we see the full scope of his operation, there probably isn't a death toll too high to stop him from getting done what he thinks needs to be done. And it makes sense that Makarov would have went along with this plan. This guy has wanted a war from the West since the beginning. Despite how evil Makarov is, I almost feel that Shepard is more sinister because at least Makarov was always upfront with his motives. But Shepard will do whatever it takes to win, even if it means betraying everything he's built. Also, I fully think that the reason Ghost is as remembered in people's minds as he is because of that shot of the skull mask rolling lifeless into the burn pit next to Roach, seared into the minds of many a confused and sad teenage boys. So Roach, Ghost, and assumedly the rest of the 141 are killed at Makarov's estate. Except, of course, for Price and Soap, who have also been betrayed by Shadow Company, but last we heard on the radio are still alive, fighting for their lives in Afghanistan. Which leads us into our next mission, the enemy of my enemy. We then switch to playing as Soap in Afghanistan. Make no mistake, Shepard worked with Makarov at one point, and yes, he wants Price and Soap dead, but he also wants Makarov and his men dead too. The only reason he ever made a deal with Makarov was to get his war. Now that the war started, Makarov is still the enemy, and conveniently for Shepard, he's also the only other person who knows about Shepard's deal with him. So effectively, Shepard wants everyone dead that isn't him. In the briefing, we hear that Soap and Price need an evac, so of course, they call up Nikolai. Nikolai says it's going to be a hot landing, but he's going to get the 2 men out. There's also some other members of
That's the
141
second
there in
time it happened on
Afghanistan,
stream.
but not for long. So we switch to playing as Soap, and this is one of the most interesting dynamics in the campaign, because we see Shepard's Shadow Company and Makarov's Inner Circle having an all-out war. And while typically it's our guys versus whoever we're going up against, in this mission we play as Soap weaving his way through the battle lines of the 2 warring factions. So in some cases you can hang out for a while and Shepard's men and Makarov's men will kill each other off, and then we can just push through as Soap and mop up whoever's remaining. A very effective strategy on higher difficulties. It also just creates a great set piece where we are like semi-stealth trying to hang out on the outskirts of a battle, and we weave our way through the scrapyard as chaos unfolds around us. There is a short conversation in this mission that is one of the highlights of the series to me. So it was actually set up in loose ends. In the radio chatter for that mission, we hear Price say while he's in Afghanistan that he's going to kill one of Makarov's men so that he can tap into their radios. So during Enemy of My Enemy, Price has communication directly with Makarov, and using that, this conversation takes place.
This is Price. Shepard's a war hero now. Got your operations playbook and got a blank check. Give me what you got, Shepard, and I'll take care of the rest. I know you can hear me on this channel, Makarov. You and I both know you won't last a week. And neither will you. Makarov, you ever hear the old saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend?
Price, one day you're going to find that cuts both ways. Shepard is using Site Hotel Bravo. You know where it is. I'll see you now.
Looking forward to it. Give my regards to Sakayev if you get there first.
It's just so cool. I know it's just a minute and it's short, but there are so many character dynamics baked into this short little conversation, and I know compared to other narratives, like it's kind of shallow, but for this campaign, for this mode, it works so well. All 3 of these people hate each other so much. Price hates Makarov and Shepard, Shepard hates both of them, and Makarov hates everyone. But right now, Shepard's the biggest threat. He's a war hero and can use the entirety of the United States defense budget to kill both of these guys. And also, like I said, Makarov is unforgivably evil, but Shepard's a traitor. Either if Shepard betrayed Makarov at some point, or if the deal was always, once the war starts, we're trying to kill each other. But either way, Makarov realizes the threat and gives Price the information of where Shepard is staying. And that line, Price says, "Oh, it's so good. Give my regards to Zakayev if you get there first." Leading back to where this all started, the person that Makarov has followed after being killed by Soap and Price. And Makarov has had Price living in a prison for the past several years. But also, both of them know they need Shepard dead, but also Price gives the vitriol that he's still gunning for Makarov as soon as he can. It's great. I love it. Eventually, Nikolai gets to us, but it's too hot for him to land anywhere. So he is going to get low on the runway and allow Price and Soap to drive a vehicle into the cargo door of the C-130 he's flying. So Price and Soap hop in a Jeep. As they're making it down the runway, their driver, probably the only other living 141 member, gets killed. And at the last moment, Soap rams the truck into the back of the plane. And with that, the mission ends. Soap and Price are alive, but are the only people left living, and I guess Nikolai, who know the truth about Shepard. So now it is these 2 guys pretty much against the world. We see in the briefing for the next mission that immediately Shepard has branded the 2 as traitors to the country, which that makes sense as how he got Shadow Company to go in line with all of this. I mean, think about it. Shepard's effectively leading the war effort for the entire United States. So if that guy says that his task force has defected and are now allies to Makarov or traitors to the country or whatever, the whole country is probably going to believe him. And now the only 2 who know the truth are war criminals. This dynamic also does a really good job at playing into some of the themes Shepard talked about at the beginning of the game. Both in the game's opening intro and the briefing for team players, Shepard talks about the importance of winning a war because you get to write history. And back then, it seemed he was talking about Zakayev. He was talking about how since the ultranationalists gained power, they're able to change history from what it's true and brand Zakayev as a hero. But in reality, Shepard had been planning this betrayal from the start. At the very first chance we see him, he is looking for someone to join his secret team, which ends up being Private Allen, so that he can hand them into the jaws of Makarov. But all of that talk in the beginning about rewriting history was because that's what Shepard planned to do. He planned to get his war, he planned to get his hands dirty, and then win so he can write the books to whatever he says happened. But sadly for him, he betrayed the only 2 men who were willing to do something about it. The briefing for the next mission, just like old times, and I've said this a few times in this video, so forgive me, but truly, this is one of the most memorable moments I've ever had in a video game. Think about it. It is 2 men up against a near infinite arsenal, and their conversation about it goes like this.
We got one good UMP. They've got 1,000. We don't even know if Makarov's intel's any good. Price? Price?
The healthy human mind doesn't wake up in the morning thinking this is its last day on Earth. But I think that's a luxury, not a curse. To know you're close to the end is a kind of freedom. Good time to take inventory. Outgunned, outnumbered, out of our minds on a suicide mission. But the sand and rocks here, stained with thousands of years of warfare, they will remember us for this. Because out of all our vast array of nightmares, this is the one we choose for ourselves. We go forward like a breath exhaled from the earth, with vigor in our hearts and one goal in sight. We will kill him.
It's just so cool. I understand if this is your first time seeing it, or maybe if you came to this game as an adult after hearing about it for so long, it may not hit as hard and you probably will think of it as cheesy, to be honest. Some of the things like, you know, out of our vast array of nightmares and stuff like that, it may not mean as much to you now, but it meant so much to me back then. One of the things that I've talked about a few times up until this video is the emotional moments that hit the hardest for me are moments of bravery or moments of character or valor in battle. And here we kind of hear Price lay bare the essence of his character. The entire game has this recurring theme of people doing whatever it takes to win. Makarov was determined for Russia to win and rule the world, even if that means
Louis Blue W Art
W stream.
we count the war,
Yeah.
millions of Russians in the process. While a lot of it with Makarov we can attribute to his own personal ego wanting himself to become powerful, his praxis is so murky that it makes us question his motives in the first place. And then we have characters like Shepard, people who want to win and are great war fighters, but they're willing to lie to the world and create a massive pile of bodies if it means getting his war. But on the flip side of that, we have soldiers that follow through on their principles. Even with Foley, we have people who charge into battle yet keep their determination intact. Even in moments when other members of the Rangers fall into
Stream
passion
gets
watching DC be
1
destroyed,
gold star.
watching Dunn talk about burning down Moscow, Foley keeps his composure. He remains a soldier and he remains determined to accomplish the goal, even if this has become personal to him, even if the enemy's in his country now. But with this speech, we see that Price is the ultimate counter to what Shepard and Makarov is. Sure, Price is willing to do dangerous things if it means winning. See the EMP he launched over the continental United States. But as we saw on the ground with the Rangers, if it wasn't for that, Russia would have won the first scale of the invasion. It was a heavy choice, sure, but Price never lost sight of what his objective was, and everything he did was in accordance with that. And here, he's at a point where he realistically can't do anything. He doesn't have any evidence to take to the press, and even if he did, no one would believe him. It's two guys against, again, pretty much the entire military. But he is always determined to keep fighting until there's no one left to fight. He is a dog as addicted to war as Shepard and Makarov, but he doesn't let that addiction drive him into wars that don't count. Even if it means getting killed, even if the odds are impossible, he is going to hunt down and kill Shepard. And even if no one's left alive to write history and say he was the good guy after all, as he says, the Stones will remember him. I meant what I said earlier, that as far as the gameplay goes, or game moments, I think the invasion of DC from the Rangers is the strongest point of the series. But I do think that Price is probably the most memorable character, or at least my favorite character from the series. Because to contrast all the game, all of the shadow wars and conspiracies and betrayals we see are countered by him simply being him. Battle lines may get messy and flags may change, but there will always be someone willing to finish the battle. And that's exactly where we go for this mission. In the beginning, we see that Price and Soap are outside of Hotel Bravo. Again, the location of Shepard that Makarov gave Price in the last mission. Nikolai asks Price where they want to be picked up, and Price says that this is a one-way trip. So he wishes them in luck, and the two set out to fight a war on their own. Typically, I would be annoyed by the concept of two men on their own going off against an entire base, especially a super high-tech, well-funded base like Shepard has. Which, keep in mind, Shadow Company is also made up of the best soldiers Shepard could pick across the American military. But, and I know this is incredibly nerdy, the fact that it is gameplay tying in so well to the themes the story has been pushing up until this point, and then kind of building up to with this final set of missions, I'm fine with it. I mean, like I said, the entire principle with Price and Soap is that they are men willing to fight the world if it means fighting for what they believe in, and staying true to what they stand for. And we see that quite literally carried out in this mission. And again, I want to emphasize that I know I'm talking about this in like a nerdy sense of like thematics tying into gameplay and stuff like that, but what's really cool about this is the game never sets you down and tells you this. There's never character moments that are like, we fight this war much like we fight against blah blah blah. The best example I can make is even when I was a kid, all the way back playing Cliffhanger, I remember thinking to myself, wow, it's really wild that these two guys are able to take out a whole base. But then when I got to this mission, that thought never crossed my mind. As a matter of fact, that thought never crossed my mind with this mission until I started thinking about it for this video. If a story is told well, people don't have to sit down and think about all of the character lines and themes and story arcs. Sometimes if the story is doing a good enough job at what it's doing, scenes can just feel good. You You don't have to attach as many words to it as I am now. Again, I'm a nerd. You can just get into a moment and it feels right. You may not be able to spell out exactly how it feels right, but it does. So Price and Soap begin to make their way into the location, taking out Shadow Company members as they go. The stealth in this opening scene is really cool, with Price and Soap rappelling down a cliffside and then stabbing 2 guards outside, making their way into the rest of the base and realizing they probably won't stand in an even gunfight. So a lot of it is them sneaking around soldiers' patrols, waiting on people to turn their heads. The entire time giving a sense of what the two are going up against, yet they're going up against it regardless. I also appreciate the game is straight up letting you kill Shadow Company members. Because think about it, all the enemies we fought up until this point are Makarov's men, or Russian soldiers invading the United States, and then like the OP4 militia in the first mission of the game. But Shadow Company is made up of American soldiers who have joined Shepard's ranks. They all probably also think that Shepard is a war hero, and that they're doing the right thing. But despite that, the game never has a moment where it's like, well, actually everyone in Shadow Company is bad, and actually all of these guys are just soldiers of fortune, or something like that. It's like, no, these are soldiers who probably have good intentions, but they're standing with Shepard, so we gotta kill them. It's just rare to see dynamics like that played out in video games, especially Call of Duty. It's straight up 2 men setting out on a warpath and killing guys who are probably good intentioned, but in a bad uniform. There's just something mature about that. I appreciate it. Eventually, Price and Soap get detected on sensors, and Shadow Company makes their way in to take them down, so the two have to go loud. After you take out this first group of guys, there's this cool moment where Shadow Company asks who is taking out their dudes, and then Shepard quickly remarks that it's Price. Again, dialogue like this is just so much fun. Shepard has the world behind him, and now his base is getting taken out, and he knows the only guy who could be capable of this is the dude he probably should have left in the gulag. So Shepard begins to make his evac. He tells his team to send more soldiers, but knows that it will only slow them down. At the same time Shepard's making his way out, he rigs the entire site to blow. There's a quick conversation where one of the Shadow Company members says that it will take a while for them to get to a safe distance with the explosives, but another member remarks that Shepard wants the explosives up now. Soap and Price continue to fight their way through guys. There's this great parts in the gunfight where we go in and out of these small caves, to we go out on these beautiful cliff sides along the mountains. We grab riot shields and push up through the bullets. It may just be 2 men facing off against an entire army, but the game does a great job at portraying how difficult that fight is and how multi-layered it is between the different tools and tactics the two have to use. Eventually, while Price and Soap are in a gunfight with a lot of Shadow Company members, Shepard orders for the entire site to be bombarded. Someone quickly remarks that their men are still down there. Shepard says he doesn't care to do it anyway. So Shepard launches a bombardment that destroys his own men, leading Price and Soap to work their way through the rubble, seeing Shadow Company members burning and dying. To which Price remarks, gosh, this is so cool. There's so many just cool character moments throughout this game. I may be using the word cool a lot, but I was 11 and this is Call of Duty, so yeah. It's a callback to the line Corporal Dunn said all the way back in Team Player, right before the Jets took down a building across the river. All the way back then, the Shepards knew, since when does Shepard care about danger close? He's willing to do whatever it takes to get the job done. And here we see that belief carried out to its fullest extent. He bombed his own men's position. Men who are laying down their life in front of Price and Soap to ensure Shepard's escape. But to Shepard, it's just pieces on a chessboard. Price and Soap fight their way through the caves and eventually get to a command center. When they get to the command center, Shepard announces over the radio that he is going to blow up the entire location, and that if any of his men are still there, their service will be remembered. Shepard will do whatever it takes to win, even if that means he's the only one left standing. Price and Soap barely make it out of the room before it explodes, and hear over the radio that Shepard is going to escape via Zodiac boat. So as they make their way to a boat to chase him down, the mission ends. Which leads us to the final mission of the game, Endgame. The briefing for this mission is almost as cool as the mission before it. We hear a recording that seemingly Price left behind before he set out on this mission, and in it, he ties the major themes of the game together.
History is written by the victor. History is filled with liars. If he lives and we die, his truth becomes written and ours is lost. Shepard will be a hero, because all you need to change the world is one good lie and a river of blood.
In a game so composed of people changing sides and people willing to betray their own people if it means getting what they want, Price effectively says he doesn't care. History is full of liars. If we base ourselves off of the words of others, then we'll have nothing to base ourselves on. He's going to fight his war until the war is over because it's the only truth he knows. And whatever it takes this time, he's not going to let the bad guy win. Endgame begins and Soap and Price quickly make their way into a Zodiac boat. The two are hot on the tracks of Shepard, and most of the gameplay from this mission switches between Soap driving the Zodiac boat and him and Price shooting at Shadow Company members trying to cover Shepard's escape. Again, a lot of these moments are bombastic, action movie stuff, but similar to what I said at the end of the first game, I feel like the game's earned it at this point. The music throughout this entire mission is great as well, with these swelling choruses that get across the finality of what we're doing. Eventually, the two men find that Shepard's boat has driven into a helicopter and he's about to fly away, which Price takes some well-aimed shots at the helicopter, and the helicopter eventually goes down. Price and Soap are quick to follow. In their desperation to catch Shepard, they didn't realize that they were driving towards a waterfall. So as the helicopter goes down, so does the boat they're on, and the two men are sent over the falls. Soap awakes on the riverbank in a Hayes, with Price nowhere to be found. He's injured and without a weapon other than his knife. We find Shepard's wreckage, 2 Shadow Company members injured, one crawling away, the other firing an empty gun at us. So it makes his way around the back of the plane to see that Shepard is still alive. The 2 men lurch away from the wreckage. The slow pursuit ends when Shepard finds himself resting on an abandoned car. Soap closes in for the kill but overestimates his own condition compared to Shepard's. Shepard quickly disarms Soap and stabs him in the gut. Soap falls to the ground and Shepard says these lines, which finally explain his motive for all the carnage he's caused.
5 years ago, I lost 30,000 men in the blink of an eye. And the world just fucking watched. Tomorrow, there will be no shortage of volunteers, no shortage of patriots. I know you understand.
And here we're not only given a fitting reason for Shepard's betrayal, but a callback that ties it so well into the events of the first game. Shepard was a general overseeing the 30,000 men who were killed in the nuke at the end of Shock and Awe. Shepard sent those soldiers there, it was his war to fight, and all of his men were killed, and nothing happened. I mean, think about it. To the outside world, the United States was trying to take down al-Assad, and then al-Assad launched a nuke that killed all of them. And then while we got to see all of the stuff the SAS was doing over the following week, where they killed al-Assad, and then they hunted down Zakhaev and killed him, the way it looked to everyone else is that the United States Army was defeated, and no one did anything. Shepard was a general fighting a war, and when his men were wiped off the face of the earth, the war was just over. And that didn't set well for a man who was determined to fight. So he finds a man, Makarov, who is as willing to start a war between Russia and the United States as Shepard is, and he slides Makarov an American to make that war happen. This works so well, and I really don't think the game gets enough credit for this. Modern Warfare 2 is unique in that the game has 2 primary antagonists. Makarov, who drives most of the conflict throughout the game, and then Shepard, who turns out to be a traitor near the end of the game, but has been secretly driving that conflict from the beginning. But not only does it have 2 antagonists that work well together, they're effectively the same person. Spoilers for Modern Warfare 3, but we find out in Modern Warfare 3 that Makarov not only followed after Zakhaev, but that he was Zakhaev's apprentice, with Zakhaev every step of the way in the first Modern Warfare. So even though the 2 men never knew each other, Shepard and Makarov were on opposite sides of the battlefield all the way back then. When the US was trying to fight Zakhaev and al-Assad, who was effectively Zakhaev's puppet, the 2 men were pitted against each other, and both of them were disappointed. Zakhaev was killed, and despite the ultranationalists gaining ground, Russia did nothing. A more soft government came in, a government that wasn't as eager for war as Makarov wanted them to be. So Makarov watched his men die, and his country did nothing. And Shepard was a general leading a war effort, and when all of his men were slaughtered, the war was over. He watched his men die, and his country did nothing. So both of these men made the decision to betray their own country to get their war, to get their own personal justice. Shepard used his own people and killed them in order to accomplish it, and Makarov used his own people and killed them in order to accomplish it. They're not just similar, they're the same man under 2 different flags, who made a deal with each other to throw the world into turmoil so that they could be on opposite sides of a battlefield once again. It is wholly, when you view the Modern Warfare series as a whole, one of the coolest twin antagonist dynamics I've ever seen pulled off in a video game. Like, not even for a Call of Duty or for Modern Warfare, just in general, it is great character writing. It is a great way to write a set of villains. Especially because while we were always pitted against Makarov, Shepard was our ally. He's the one who put 141 together. And we see because of him how much that betrayal hurts when it's on our side. Yes, everything from Modern Warfare 2 is great. The gameplay, the characters, Price, Ghost, Foley, the Rangers. But these 2 villains have stuck with me since I first played the game and will probably stick with me till I'm dead. They're both willing to rewrite the war in their own image as long as there's a war to write about. But as we've already talked about, Price doesn't care a lot for history books. Right as Shepard fires his gun at Soap, Price shows up and tackles him. The 2 begin to tussle on the ground as Soap rolls over and sees Shepard's handgun. Soap crawls through the dirt to reach it, but right as he makes it to it, Shepard stops him and puts a boot to his face. Hazed and bloodied, Soap comes out of a fog to see that Shepard is winning the fight. No other options, no other weapons. Soap slowly and agonizingly pulls Shepard's knife out of his own gut. Shepard is on top of Price, wailing on his head, sure to kill him at any moment. But just as he did on a bridge 5 years ago, Soap makes his last shot count. The 2 men have completed their objective. Shepard's dead. And even if the 2 men die here in the desert, and the world remembers them as traitors, at least Shepard won't be there to see it. But of course, Price isn't done. His war's not over. Makarov's still out there. So as long as he can, he rolls back over and keeps fighting. He crawls over to Soap and tries to administer aid. The 2 men now aren't only enemies of the state, but they are enemies of the state without any connections. Seems they have nowhere to go until suddenly, Nikolai shows back up. Even though at the beginning of the last mission, Price told Nikolai this was a one-way trip, Nikolai couldn't leave his friends to die, and seemed to have tracked them down here right before their final moments. Price, in their last moment of desperation, asks Nikolai what they can do.
Nikolai, I'm gonna get some out of here. I know a place.
And with that, Modern Warfare 2 ends. All around, one of the best experiences I've ever had with a video game, and for good reason. Like I said at the beginning of this video, I am completely biased. This game was a huge deal for me when I first played it, but even trying to be objective and looking back, I think it's for good reason. The game takes everything that the first Modern Warfare did and doubles
All right,
it.
well,
The NPCs feel
we're at
better, the
about
guns
6
feel
hours.
better, the altercations feel
Give or
better,
take. So I
rather
think
than
we-
just playing with the
Yeah.
idea of a world on the
So, hope everyone has a good night. You know, get plenty lots of water and all that jazz. And I will see you all eventually later. Adios.